3 of those times by VP. Why do you think such a decline in popularity for Dark Willow, or just more a rapid incline for popularity of others?
Well, one thing is I think Dark Willow would be terrible this game against a Primal Beast. The Trample just kind of ruins that hero.
Yep.
Can't use your Shadow Realm whatsoever, so they did go for like the Snapfire.
I'm gonna let him slip away.
Solo's just being a nuisance.
Why is the
this game.
qualities of shit?
In the right places, and like his deaths are just the most acceptable deaths for a 5 position. He's only died twice, and once was he had a.
There's the Furion.
Cuckoo. Yeah, the Cuckoo
That's,
Nature's Prophet, eh?
That's even better. I think, wasn't this the one that they had a massive win percent on? Let me just
It's
double
100%,
check that.
but it's only
That's
3
also
games.
100%. Yeah, 3 games. So that's also 3 games. I thought it was 4 because I remember they had Morphling Undying somewhere there, but yeah.
Well, someone's win streak is gonna be broken. Which one do you think it is, looking at the draft so far, KZ?
I
Hey,
really
so
like what
Dark still?
VG have going, at least for now. So they also end up with us. So usually I'm a bit
No
surprised
delay.
when you see teams play Nature's Prophet. At least I think most of the time T1 have played this in the off lane. This hero works really well when he's like a counter pick, or you know that you're gonna have a really good lane, because what the hero wants to do is you want to do well in your lane and then play fast tempo to like TP to mid. And for now, this T1 draft reminds me a lot of the draft I touched on earlier that VP had, where they had the Pulse 5 Disruptor, mid Primal Beast,
Why is it
and
so
the
loud?
Nature's Prophet. So even though I prefer the VG's draft for now, the tempo on T1 is currently really scary. And if they start off well in their lanes, very scary for Team VG in this game.
Well, if T1 are relying on having that snowball fear, is there a last pick
How you guys
for
doing?
VG that could
Ooh,
come
by
out
the
that
way.
could really hinder T1's laning phase?
I opened some Pokemon cards yesterday. 2 days ago. Actually, my girlfriend opened
last-
Pokemon
well, they get
cards
last
for
pick,
me
right?
because
They get
I
overall
want
last
some
pick,
good
yeah.
luck, and
Yeah,
I
so
got.
I'm
We
gonna
can
talk
wait a
more
little
about, yeah, a little bit. They'll see one more because we still don't see Anna's hero yet, and I see that Lesh ban, and I'm thinking, I'm looking at their heroes. There's a Mars, there's a CK, there's a Undying. This looks like an
trying to find
Anna
the card.
Peel game. It looks amazing. Have they banned the Lesh track?
You can't hear
Maybe
me clearly?
they'll end
Wait.
up banning another hero to get this peel through the game. This is a hero that we saw a lot in the past that Anna's very capable
So,
of playing.
Can you hear me now?
And it could be a very big win.
Secret or
condition
VP
for
to
the game.
qualify? Personally, I think both
Dark
Dark still.
What Kezu mentioned earlier about when the CK was picked up, like the previous performances he's had on this hero, Erica. Very good opponents when they've won. They won against Secret and they won against Virtus Pro. Against Secret, he went 13-4 and 17, and against Virtus Pro, 6-1-6 uncontested stomp victory against Virtus Pro. So I think the CK just sits in very nicely for this.
I got
VG
this
draft.
Mewtwo V card.
T1 banning
which
out
I think
Ember,
is
do you feel like it's
gorgeous.
even more of a PL game now for you?
2 days ago.
PL, Naga, both look good. Illusions this game look incredibly strong. There goes the PL. Will they pick the Naga? We haven't seen a ton of success from the Naga. They got the classic combo of Disruptor Naga here. It could be a thing. Outside of that, like, the other options
You got
are
a hair back?
little
Yeah, I got
lackluster,
my
so, like, you want something
shaving
that can
thingy
kinda deal with the
was
CK. I guess
broken,
top
so
side
I'm
is
sending out new
gyrocopter.
ones.
Yeah,
I'm getting a
gyrocopter.
new one delivered today, so I can actually shave again.
But like Medusa, something that some people like against the CK as well, could be okay in a game like this.
Well,
Well,
they
we'll
do have a
just-
lot of reserve time. What would you think about Nake's Sphere? Do you think there's any chance they can pick that hero?
I mean, it's good in the lane. It can do decently well. Obviously, offers nothing against the Chaos Knight. It's really, do they feel confident that Thompson is going to be able to clear those illusions or not, right? Because like the one-to-one matchup, Nakes versus CK, it's not great. Like you can't deal with illusions. So, but it is incredibly good versus the rest of the heroes in this game. The magic immunity is amazing. The lane will be amazing. So if they want to play off the tempo, I can see that working for sure.
Playing what?
Yeah.
Feno
So I'm
or
wondering
Cuckoo?
if maybe they go Nakes
Offlane?
or if there's
I
a
haven't
world where
really
you
watched
swap
much of
the
Last Chance
Prophet to
Qualifier.
carry if you want a new
Primal
offlane, but I'm having
4,
a hard time finding this
Disruptor
offlane.
5,
I feel like their best bet is to pick
Safe
really, like, just a
Lane,
hero for Ana.
Anna,
Yeah, I mean,
NP.
things I'm looking at like could be the Nakes.
The lockdown on T1 is very lackluster.
Yeah, Spectre could be in their wheelhouse. The Lone Druid's also good versus the Mars. Naga we talked about.
Compared to Vici, who has a lot of lockdown.
And
Slark.
So they're confident.
Okay, so
that
tops
they're
and
just
mid
gonna deal-
NP.
Slark does not deal with illusions very well. It's going to be pretty much all Thompson and maybe some like Veno nukes at some point will be able to get it, some NP ultimate, but they don't have the greatest.
is a
AoE
weird
damage right now
last
outside
pick.
of the Primal Beast.
Yeah, that's one of their top 3 last phase picks usually. I was thinking Pudge for a moment, and I was like, nah, I don't think they want to pick Pudge in this game. And since you already got the Primal Beast, you're most likely not going Puck. Apparently, Vici are gonna go
Gotta
Puck.
take him out of my
instead.
Great Ball.
I kind of like this Puck pick in the end. I mean, adds more team fight, kind of controls this Primal Beast as well. You can dodge some of his abilities too with Phase Shift and the Orb and silence him up too, so he can't really grab anyone. There's a lot of nimbleness for Vici's draft, and I don't think this is too easy of a Slark game, like you said. Like, maybe he ends up getting controlled and doesn't necessarily get these good openers for himself.
Sorry, I missed actually what the
Got
last
faith in
pick was.
Vici's draft, and I kind of want to see Ana just prove why he can pull this Slark off.
I mean, prior to this draft, we talked about T1 having to set the tempo, having the right lanes for themselves. Kezu, is this shaping up to be one of those games with that draft?
Currently having a hard time deciding between the two. I feel like Vici have something good going for them. The
I think
Slark
Vici's
Master
draft is a lot
little
stronger.
strange, but I feel like T1 have a chance in this game where in the mid game they just get 3 BKBs and Vici run out of damage. So I'm gonna side slightly with T1.
Okay, and Fear, arbitrary numbers put out there. Who are you favoring?
I think I have to go with Vici this game. I think the CK is should have a pretty decent laning stage, and he's just gonna start killing heroes this game. And if he gets out of hand, I think he can just carry this game.
Alright, both teams appearing to have that potential for the snowball. We're a little bit split here on the panel, but hopefully our casters can be united as we jump into T1 up against VG. It's
This is
Daniel
weird.
and Aries.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nat. Denog, it's time for the lower bracket quarterfinals. One of these two teams. Denog, it's time. We've got an incredible matchup between these two teams. One of them will be going home here. Vici Gaming up
Why did he
against
just randomly
T1.
stop?
We heard the panel's thoughts, looking for T1 to play a quick tempo lineup, and for Vici Gaming, this is a squad, a 5-man lineup that has a lot of team fighting.
Okay, that was
What do we
weird.
feel? Who do we think has the advantage here?
Well, I just want to touch on Nat's point first. She says she hopes that we're united. When are you and me ever in agreement about anything?
that's a
It
good
could
point.
be, our liking of food, anime, sports, and even it comes down to the Dota predictions as well. So I'm kind of like with Kezu. I don't know which way it's going to go. Like, it could very easily work out for both of them. The one thing I want to touch on is the point that Fear was talking about, in that T1, they look so much better whenever they're forced to, like, play around each other. They group up. They do a lot of things alongside of each other. And Slark, he's not one of those big, like, sit back in the jungle and farm styles, right? You want to make plays happen with a Slark. You want to get those permanent agi stacks coming up. And Nature's Prophet, he can join in. And I mean, come on, it's Thompson playing the Nature's Prophet. The Primal Beast. He is going to be running at your face. So I like the style, at least, for the draft that they've gone for on T1.
Mid-primal,
Not
okay.
as strongly favoring the two supports. I know this is a pairing that they've done quite some time, but when it's against these heroes that are hard to kill, I really feel like this Venomancer Disruptor,
I
while they
really
provide
like
a lot in
Vici's
team
draft
fight,
a lot
it
more.
means nothing for pickoffs, so they're going to need to rely quite heavily on their
He
cores
just
to be
mainly
able to
have
make
a
these pickoffs
fuckload of
happen.
slows.
And look at this, T1 already venturing aggressively into the triangle, trying to poke down Frisk, but Ana's going to consider otherwise about continuing in with the chase, so I think too much occurring early on. Looks like
Rebound
Vici
use for
Gaming will get
Vici.
off to a nice start, being able to secure 3 of the bounty runes. And I think this is going to be the matchup that we're all looking to keep close attention
just-
on. Mid lane, Thompson up
T1's
against
drafts are
XM.
always fucking
XM had
weird
a
since Ana and
incredible
Thompson
showing
joined.
in his previous series versus Wildcard. We saw those, both games being able to find the solo kills, but Hobson on the Primal Beast is something that T1 have had a lot of success on.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually favoring T1's draft coming up until this Puck pick. I think it's exceptional. You've got so many heroes now that are able to create space to allow, this is a position for Undying. We've seen what Yamich has been able to do if he's able to get some of that farm and not just instantly feed his life away in team fights. But you've also got a Snapfire that doesn't have too many easy ways to be able to disrupt the
So-
Bombers' kisses. So CK, Puck, Mars all kind of want to be going in first. And check how many stuns T1 have. There's pretty much 0 outside of the Pulverize, right? So I think Puck is going to have a pretty damn free game.
Yeah. If you get caught and stuck
What do we
some
make
connect
of the
field, you can
lane
still
swap
get
that we have
fucked.
coming out of T1 at the moment? Zephyr putting himself down bottom here with the Venomancer, and even Vici Gaming have Frisk as well, playing with the Mars.
I think it's just all about making sure that Slark doesn't have a good game. You and I were talking privately while the draft was going on, and Slark was actually something that I was predicting for quite some time, because whenever you're going up against these obviously lacking AoE damage heroes, but also ones that don't
Well, look at the
necessarily
damage Anna
do have
takes.
a lot of HP, you want things that thrive on being able to hit a lot, and so...
Top lane, Cuckoo. Not going to end up going down Whitemon almost. Being able to also trade Yang's life here. Both heroes falling quite low.
But I think we could expect to see a lot of Essence Shift stacks come from this Slark, which is going to be a big positive for him. Again, 4 strength heroes, and there's a little bit of lockdown, I suppose, with the pounce coming through from him. The Lifestealer would have been a good one, like Kezu mentioned, just because, again, lane's really good. You bully out the Mars that tends to want to stay in that lane.
Problem for
So,
Slark
I
is
think they
even
had a
if he
few
goes
options
into
here, but
his
clearly they're just going with a comfort for
Shroud,
Arna. And again, this is one of those
they still have a
heroes that
lot
gets
of
little
AoE
bit more
damage
active, and it
that
feels like that's
goes
been the directive
through
so far
everything.
from T1 off
Not
the
from
face of
CK,
Thompson
but
ever since he's come in. Just
Buck can be
play more
annoying,
active
Mars can be
Dota. Whenever they
annoying,
do, they look
Snapfire's
really good.
kisses obviously.
Yeah, I wonder what the build is going to be coming out from Arna, like when he needs to fit a BKB in, because like we heard the panel mention, this is going to be a really scary game for the Slark. They do have ways to kill him, like Coil into Mortimer Kisses, even the potential of the Spear Breaker as well.
Even the
Like,
Reality
it's
Rift.
not- Yeah, exactly. So it's not the easiest time for Slark just to try and Dark Pact off the Puck Coil. See, it's one of the more tricky matchups to play, especially with all the AoE.
Not
damage that
looking too
XM
shabby at the
provide
start.
as well. So not going to be too easy of a game for Arna, but we're looking for that quick tempo lineup for T1.
In terms of how the lanes are shaping up, it's going really well for the Mars so far. Typically, this would be
Yes,
Slark
playing on
favored.
bottom lane. Hobson.
3-minute rotation. Oh, it's not going to
That's
pay
a
off,
little
though.
bit early. Cuckoo,
Now
though, top lane,
Cuckoo,
he's very
in
much
some
stuck.
trouble. Scatter Blast with a crit from Erica for good measures, able to secure first blood. Vici Gaming, although a great start here in their top lane, and this is such a scary lane. A Snapfire with a Chaos Knight, not an easy lane at all for T1 to play into.
Yeah, crazy amount of burst damage, and whoever they find with it pickups, again, it's not even just these two that they've got in terms of stuns. Like, I'm scared for the amount of pickoff potential that Vici Gaming have to have. And you are going to be able to make a lot of these rotations for sure on T1, but the issue
How
is
is
if
this
they
channel-
don't
this
connect
stream,
on a
by
lot
the way,
of them
so much
in
faster
the
than
early
the other
game,
one?
then it's going to become really, really rough.
This is another rotation coming out from Thompson. He claimed the bounty rune, and he's also going to look to try and go top with... they do have the lane shoved out. Maybe some treants to tank the tower. They can even aggressively glyph if they want to as well. But if they do not connect on this rotation from Thompson, then he's going to continue to fall behind here.
Oh, this actually... They just used the level 2 Thunder
Let's see.
Strike.
Thompson. Charge in. That's a lot of damage coming out. 2 points in the trample. Yang's going to be in trouble as well. There we go. That's what they
That's a
needed.
pretty
T1
good
get
move.
themselves a double kill, and Thompson as well is the one that claims all the gold.
Yeah, they needed that first rotation to go well. Like I said, they need these lanes to just explode. And this game, what they really do well with the position 4 Venomancer is they seal off an entire area and make it so that you just can't farm in that area on a lot of these heroes. They actually get the glips back as well. And we saw it happen in that Liquid versus VP series, and it's happening again.
That is
Frisk.
sadness.
He's going to end up going down. BAB attempting the trade, but Arna has even got 1 charges if required, so... T1. That's a
BPAP.
big kill onto Frisk, now able to stabilize his bottom lane. They can also get the Tombstone kill as well, so some
Easy
extra
money.
gold given over to the Slark. And BAB's going to be a bit cautious.
Doesn't have the
Gonna have
mana.
enough mana for the God's Rebuke, so we'll be able to get the kill onto Zephyr, but Arna is starting to stack up the Essence. Frisk is starting to TP back in. The BAB will be okay.
Big wave, though, for Arna to be able to pick up. Oh, Cuckoo, wouldn't we want to be falling up on this top side? What I was saying
Cuckoo
before
versus
is
the
if
Chinese
you do
team.
get that Venomancer
Always fun to see.
and have him able to take a tower, you open up a lot more of the map. You're able to be a little bit greedier with that
Great
initial
pause
farm.
by
And then
Cuckoo.
Venomancer can start to invade. He can start to place down a lot of those Plague Wards and block off a big area that Vici are actually trying to get in terms of objectives, in terms of farm. And well, it does slow you down so that you're able to understand a little bit better, even without wards, where Vici Gaming are trying to play, and then go for the pickoffs like Topson just did. I mean, he tried to do it bot at 3 minutes. He did it top at 4 minutes.
How do they have problems with headsets?
Worked out really well, but it's got to keep going.
Yang is looking very vocal there in the
See, how's the other game going?
We've always been
wait,
mentioning
back.
when
I'll
we're casting
quickly
VG
mute
games.
this one.
He's cruising in the draft, laying back in the seat. Oh, Cuckoo. Okay, they're still going to be able to get the kill.
Obviously, they're still able to get the kill.
They even give him a tip as well from Yang. So there we go. Just the man that we were speaking
Yang
about.
was like
getting involved to
3
help out Erica.
millimeters next to him.
That's a lot of gold being going underneath this tower as well. Obviously, Zephyr's going to be there to... Oh, sorry, Whitemon's going to be there to soak up the experience, but Disruptor's not really one that you need to be securing all of this. So Cuckoo, he's going to come back, but just a little bit too late there.
Big D ward from Friss. It was a freshly placed observer board from Zephyr.
Oh, look at that career.
And even
Fat
BMB
chipmunk
is actually
thingy.
going to rotate. Look at the
Oh,
backside
Zephyr's
coming
hella
through from the
dead.
Mars. Zephyr's going to try and position himself away from the tree line, but it's just in the woods. It's not easy to do that at all. As BAB finds an angle. And back to top lane, Cuckoo again. Just as soon as he steps a little bit too far forward away from the tower, Erica and Yang just
blocking
lock
himself
onto the Nature's Prophet. We'll try and TP in Whitemon. He should get a return kill onto Yang, but that's another death on Cuckoo's Nature's Prophet. And now meanwhile,
mid
lane
Thompson.
as well, Thompson, he's also in trouble. Vici Gaming making plays after plays across the map. It doesn't matter what lane they are in. They're getting kills out of the early game.
Yeah, for sure. Thompson's the biggest one that you need to make sure you're shutting down, though. He's the only one that, again, can be that early frontliner for the team. I was talking about it in terms of the supports. Oh, this would be a big kill, though. Do have a TP coming through here from the Snapfire just to try and turn this one around, and it might be another kill.
Themselves, Zephyr. Nice Iron Branch block. AB will still be able to cut through. Zephyr in the tree line. He's going to sneak through, but the creep sees him. They spy him
Yes,
out.
Pounds.
The Thompson's arrived. Here comes the Primal Beast. He's going to try and catch up to BAB, and they'll do just that. So gold injected into Slark's bank, and it looks like Thompson's even going to catch out Yang in the tree line as well. Another double kill for the Primal
Always fun
Beast.
to
And
see the
meanwhile,
big
top lane
smack.
now. Gonna glimpse back Erica. Looks like they won't have any more damage follow-up though after the glimpse to be able to bring down the Chaos Knight. And look at XM, he's going to continue to rotate as well. We've already seen what Thompson can do in the early game, trying to put his own attention to the side.
Well, they're
lanes,
winning
and
2 out of
XM
3 lanes.
wants to get involved as well.
Oh man, Cuckoo is
They're heavily
really suffering
winning
on the
to,
net worth, though.
at
Look
least
how
the
far
top
behind
lane.
he is relative to most of the other cores there, and I mean you could just see the main prerogative XM. He's sticking up here on the top hand side.
Not
They
looking
see him
too good for
underneath the
D1 at
observer
the
wall
moment.
placed up there on the cliff, so Cuckoo positioning.
And their
very
supports, as
defensively,
the
helping
cast
out
has mentioned,
with
are
those,
super shit
treants
for
just to make
rotating.
it not completely obvious. Obviously, don't want that D ward to go off, especially considering how many times you've died. And oh, that's a nice free kill from Thompson in the mid lane.
Just a classic Primal Beast thing, somehow diving under a tier 1 tower mid even when someone else is nearby. Love to see it. Up lane. Erica again. We saw the lack of damage proving to be an issue to bring down the Chaos Knight prior, and it might be the same case as Erica tries to turn it around, but the Sprout will block him in. That is a big kill for tier 1 to find.
Yeah, Erica dying is a pretty big plus. And Slark's getting some
just
free
making
farm
sure
time.
that he's keeping these two heroes busy, and well, even nice little bottle refill coming. I wonder if they're going to look to commit all of their spells. They've got the Dream Coil available, and there's the Tombstone as well.
Yeah, Yang's nearby too to try and pump in that extra little bit of damage here with the Scatter Blast. Let's see if Thompson's going to be tanky enough. That's not the case. Vici Gaming will shut down the
I don't really
slide
get why
streak that the
Thompson's
Primal
playing
Beast
so
was
hyper
starting to
aggro.
pick up.
Oh, another glimpse back. See you later, buddy. Well,
This is
That
it's
one's
pretty big.
that
It
one's
opens up the
tilting.
map
Yeah.
enormously. You just had multiple heroes rotating towards the mid lane to pick up the kill on Thompson. You just committed a TP on the Chaos Knight. And they're going to get that first little bit of information, although rotation's starting to come through here from Yang. They're going to get that bit of information with the Observer Ward, seeing that he is coming back to the lane. So you know that potentially once this tower goes down, you're free to make a rotation down towards the bottom side. And I wonder if they're going to go for it with Thompson down here with Ana. You can
Okay,
even TP
now
on
they
Cuckoo if
should
you
kill
need
off
it.
Bab again. Easy agi
They tried
for
to get
Ana.
the kill onto Yang, but it puts the Cuckoo Nature's Prophet into a compromised position once again, as they fooled Erica before, but he's going to get some revenge with that previous glimpse usage.
just got a little bit greedy there. I mean, I
You
really
can
do feel like
you
if
can
Cuckoo just doesn't
disrupt
overextend, he takes the
Glimpse
tower
illusions
and
again,
backs
right?
off. You're able to TP down towards the bottom side. Not that you needed it to kill the Mars, but that probably would have been a second tier 1 tower. Again, Mars isn't going to buy back this early. You won't have the glyph available, and you also had the CK who literally could not TP there. So a little bit of an opportunity lost perhaps for T1 to really start to open up the map for themselves, especially considering how much Cuckoo likes to farm on that Nature's Prophet.
Ooh, East
I
Rune,
think this
easy.
game's going to slow down too much.
First
as
10
well.
kills
We got
for Vici.
19 kills at the 10-minute mark. We've seen what T1 can do, and we were also mentioning it multiple times. Again, this is a lineup that needs to be very fast-paced, and well, for Vici Gaming, they also don't have.
Anna's going for Diffusal Blade into Axe.
We've
Okay.
seen XM already
I mean,
start
I've
to
seen
consider
some
about
people go
rotating.
for it.
So
Is
Vici
it a
Gaming
good
definitely
Diffusal
will
Blade
be able
game?
to take fights early on still.
It's okay, I guess.
They made sure to give the tome over to Zephyr.
I kind
as
of like
well.
Echo
He
Saber a
gets
little
that,
bit more.
Venomous Scale, not Venomous Scale, Poison Nova available against these 4 strength heroes and the Puck. Especially once he picks up that Blink Dagger, it's going to be so much more effective. Great Haste Rune picked up by the Puck.
Ooh, Zephyr.
Yeah, well, he's going to pop it just to try and dissuade XM. But
Static Storm from Wyman. Look
Oh,
at the
the
bait
bait.
from Zephyr. Beautifully done. They'll try and lay down the ultimates from Vici Gaming, but it's not enough damage to bring down tops. And off the right side, Arna's going to get involved as well. Finds Frisk left alone. So T1, they've got the numbers advantage at the moment.
Vici Gaming
Arna's
know
gonna
they're
look to
dead.
wrap around. Even Cuckoo wants to get in the middle of it all. BAB isolated from Yang. Couple of kills going the way of Radiant. Does look like Yang's going to be able to step out. No one to catch up
That
to
was
the
a little
Starfire,
bit
but Arna,
aggressive,
that's
my
really
guys.
important. They start getting involved, getting some permanent agility.
yeah, for sure. Multiple heroes going down. It would be a very different story if Vici Gaming were, you know, in mid lane, up top, starting to put a little bit of pressure onto the map, but they just weren't. And now, with all these heroes rotating down bot, means that Arna is freed up to take this top side. There's no tower to play with. He's got an Observer Ward to help him out as well, to scout out some of those early ganks. It's really opening up this game for Arna to potentially carry it through for T1.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, interesting. Close game so far.
I was mentioning it before, that Poison Nova is going to be such value. You know, cancelling the blink when Puck eventually gets it, and the 4 strength heroes with the percent damage. This won't be enough. I mean, you've essentially just... Oh, will it be
might
enough?
be enough.
Oof.
Oh my.
Glimpse?
Can they glimpse him back?
Or the
XM.
Thunderstrike? Yeah, he could bottle between them if he wants. But no Dream Coil's
smoke?
kind of a big deal.
The seeds of fortune.
How close to the Static Storm is he?
Dude, Veno's fucking
Back up.
Alright.
such
Maybe
an
now
ass
they look
hero
to
until
emphasize
it's not.
playing around there.
Toby,
Yeah,
for
just look at
instance,
Top's
plays a
positioning.
fucking amazing Veno.
AB. They see the Nature's Prophet with Yang nearby. That's going to be plenty of damage. Really nicely done. They'll even enable BAB to get the kill. Yang making sure that he uses no spells because the Mars, of course, looking to try and get that early blink as fast as possible.
But I
A
don't
lot of
like
their
Veno's
initiation.
support.
Zephyr. This is what I was talking about, though, with the Venomance. Not too many points in the Plague Wards, and he's going to back out after they drop the Tombstone. So that's a pretty big win coming through from T1. It might mean they're a lot more confident in fighting around that mid-tier 1 tower, considering they know there's no Dream Call
What's up
for a
with
little bit.
Rezo
They know
getting
there's
more
no
farm than
Tombstone,
Nisha?
and they feel strong as ever. Yeah, Cuckoo, even T.
I have
in there,
not watched
making
the
sure they
matches
get the tower, and it's
previously
just gonna
because I
open
was
up the map
asleep.
even further. Even Arna,
Considering
he
the
went
first
top,
match
he's
of the
pushing
day
into
starts
tier
at
2
like
tower.
4
So
a.m.
this is really good from T1. I'm liking how
I
they're
just
playing
did
so far.
see that
So with the status
Secret
quo of
like
the game at the
2-0
moment, 13 minutes
T1
in,
very
it's a
quickly.
minimal
First game
net
was
worth
like
lead for VG
23
Gaming.
minutes, second game
Who do you feel like are
32
the big
or
winners
something.
at this stage in the game?
If not for Cuckoo dying a lot of times, I would say T1 by far. I think that puts a damper on things a little bit, but you've hit some of the timings that you've really been wanting. Arna's got the Diffusal.
Big star.
Yeah, they found the stack. I think you said the Diffusal Blade before. You've nearly got the BKB. Well, he will have
Oh,
it.
this is scary for T1.
Yeah.
Look at the positioning from Vici. They're wrapping on every single angle here.
Are they going
No
to
way
get
they
away
all
from
get
everyone?
out. Lymon, okay, they'll just
Big
get up to the
commitment again,
disruptor. XM has to use the coil to cancel the TP. That
Feels like
was
a very
looking
lengthy
really scary
TP.
for T1. With the position that Vici were in, they were almost able to cut off every single escape avenue.
Nearly. You know, close only counts in horseshoes.
Actually,
Look, I know
Ags
you don't know what
on
the hell
Primal
that
would
is,
not
but
be that bad this
you're
game.
just gonna have to
Against
trust me for this
CK,
one.
the break,
trust,
and
I'll
against
trust.
Mars, the break
But,
is
yeah,
it's
with
pretty
that Dream
okay.
Call being
It's not
popped and
superb,
disrupted
but
again,
it's
it's
pretty
super early.
okay.
It's 14 minutes in for these 26 kills. He's just going to be up right and ready to be able to go very, very shortly. So if T1 have the choice, they might just look to group up
Hey,
around
Navi
that
won
mid
game
lane
number
to
1.
get a smoke happening around that BKB
DK
timing.
Truman is
And,
always
with this
right.
Orchid, I like that itemization coming through from Cuckoo. Yes, it makes him even more of a glass cannon, but you really do need it to provide that lockdown that you're lacking.
And it's about to be a really scary timing here. That BKB and Orchid. VG Gaming, they've got a...
How's Crystal has been this tournament, by the way, Dark Cell? I assume you've watched almost everything, considering it's in your time zone.
As well, it's very difficult for VG to take fights unless they are smoked up. That smoke pops, or if him...
How's Crystal has been performing this tournament?
If he gets caught out with like a plague ward, speaking as Zephyr...
Because I really, honestly, there's so many teams I want to see at TI, but I really want to see VP plus Secret at TI. Those are like the two TI teams for me. Even though I kind of also want to see Liquid there.
From the other side of the map,
because they've been playing pretty A-OK.
Alone. No one else from VG Gaming is starting to move to the Snapfire's location, so it does look like Ana should be able to clean up. Counts up in a couple of seconds.
Ooh, Yang.
Yang, can he get cute with the tricks? No, not with Topson nearby. This onslaught, a bit more difficult to be able to avoid that one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've been talking about T1 a lot, though. Let's just have a look at Vici. I mean, a lot of their team fighting rotations have been solid. All of their spells synergize super well together. And it's going to be quite some time until anyone except for Topson has that BKB available. So heroes like the Puck, like the Mars, like the Snapfire with those Mortimer's Kisses, it's just going to give them incredible value early on. And, I mean, we mentioned before Yamich and how he played his Undying in the position 4. Frisk looks like he's going to go down the similar route, already picking up the Falcon Blade so that he can spam out the Decay as much as possible. He
doesn't even have his ulti yet.
0 points in the Soul Rip. It's just all about that team fight damage.
It's kind of surprising.
The phase boots after this.
Yeah, I think one issue we might see for T1 in some of the fights is their way to address the Tombstone. They don't particularly have
time zone
the greatest
is
heroes to
office
hit it.
hours.
Cuckoo's
Oh yeah,
in a
of
position
course.
where he
Duh.
can, I think
Just
being in the
normal
middle
work,
and right click
obviously.
Tombstones, like if he had a good
My
start,
bad.
maybe that would be a bit different. At least you
So you
have the
can't
play
watch
wall
it
to
at
scale up
work?
the high ground
That
and
sucks.
potentially kinetic field usage, but
Did
if
you,
this
by the way,
Tombstone is placed
eventually
in a really
manage to
good
get some
position
tickets
with
for
the
TI?
coil, with the use of the arena as well, T1 are going to have a really difficult time.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's going to be the key, right? It does open things up a lot more, right, if you just kill the Puck. So I think the timing that they're going to be playing around on T1 is just getting that Orchid onto Cuckoo. Because if they can use this vision that they're hoping to try and get because of the towers that they've taken, and they can take out XM with the Orchid into the damage that they have, because it's pretty decent damage, then suddenly you're not quite as afraid about the Tombstone, because it's only really the arena that on the mark.
Tony just solved my dude. Thank you very much. Hey, how you doing, sexy devil?
And he's got that Blink Dagger as well, I believe, so just
really
get in onto the back lines.
Baby.
Dreams, baby, dream. Very much
With the
appreciated.
poison over out as well. Zephyr wanting to try and get some damage just in case there's any follow-up, and well, thanks to White One, he'll make sure no one else is going to jump inside the arena. So a couple of ultimates expended. But that was a smoke from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, they're kind of being corralled in here on Vici, aren't they?
Hey Tony, how's your predictions going, by the way?
That tier 2 tower, and they're making a few pings down here, but they don't have the ability to be able to connect there. Topson trying to go for a little bit of the interrupt with the haste. I mean, that just makes a Primal Beast even more scary.
I think Slark will carry this game.
I mean, this is what we were wanting to see.
I think once Vici, you know, go for team fights, T1 are going to be lacking very much in their team fight prowess, but they are, like, their two main cores are really farmed.
As a unit, so we'll see what T1 are going to do.
So it is a bit scary for Vici.
Also sees him inside their own jungle, so they will not be able to catch Vici Gaming off guard. Great read, Whitemon. Ward. Now they've got full control down here, so it will be a bit more difficult for Vici to
Top 4
look to
still
try
in
and cut them
contention. Oh,
Humans
my
are
top 4
creatures
is
of
dead.
instinct, right? You just look
Actually,
for
only
those tiny
Tempest is
little
dead.
reactions. Did they change the way that they were positioning themselves in the lane just to make sure they could get the slightly quicker blink off, right? Just based on your movement. And Whitemon, he's one of those
My
players
first
that's
place
better than most at being able to
was
pick that up. So yeah, the instant D
VP, second place is Secret, third place is T1.
Battle. You've got the Venomancer of the free short vision wards on the high ground, and of course the Shadow Dance passive just means that he can carry around a few sentries if he wants to keep a certain area completely blocked off from Vici Gaming.
XM don't do it.
He's got the BKB, so really not the hero that you want to potentially be going on to here.
Xtreme Gaming is almost in everyone's top 4, not in mine.
Again, this really feels like it's T1's timing.
I believed in Tempest, but, you know, my belief has been destroyed.
Because they want to be the ones now playing aggressive with these items.
I mean, they're so close to it, right? Ana, 250 gold away.
Jumping again onto Zephyr. This time with the Mortimer Kisses, they'll get the kill. Thompson's going to look to charge in, though. Doesn't have too many heroes nearby. T1 are making multiple plays across the map.
Thompson has a
Arna show
BKB.
top, so they got to be cautious here. T1 need to get out.
This is
Thompson
big
does a
for
very
T1.
good job.
This is really big for T1. No coil. Wait, no, never mind. They do have coil. No arena, no kisses, no phantasm to have to
Yeah,
play
but
around.
Phantasm
Venomancer,
isn't.
this time around,
Those spells are
didn't
like
pop
60
the
seconds
poison
long or
nose. So they've got plenty of
something.
abilities
They're not like
alongside
super nasty
Ana's Aghanim
cooldowns.
Scepter, which I believe is coming out on the courier right now over the Radiant Secret
You
shop.
could most
So
likely
if
get
they could
first
just look
can't
to
see
connect
Nisha
together,
carrying
they've
all
got
the
a
time.
massive timing that they could look to play around. They're playing
Crystal's
on the Radiant
playing
side
that
too,
poorly?
so whether it's map control that they
River
want
might
or
be in
Roche.
some trouble.
Yeah.
The rest of the team's starting to connect. Yeah, they got the glimpse as well. Whitemon's just in range. This kill might give them an objective now here for T1.
Yeah, potentially Roche. Looks like they might be able to secure another as well. The Piggy not fast enough to be able to get away from the big bad beast.
I knew XG was gonna choke.
We
They
just
might
compare
not
this
even
style of
get
T1
top
Dota
4.
to what we've seen. I mean,
Yeah,
you know, it might be
boy,
fun
now
to
if he
watch a
took
few of
them
those
down
YouTube
a
highlight
peg.
clips of Thompson playing the mid Oracle or the mid Enchantress, but it clearly didn't work in these last chance qualifiers. They got absolutely stomped in those ones. But when they play this aggressive style of Dota, you know, the tiny mid, the primal beast, you know, even the Morphling, it really just does seem to fit their playstyle so much more.
This is really scary for T1. Their ultimate's a backup on Vici. Someone needs to get here to kind of poke and spam
Zephyr's
some
doing
abilities so T1 don't continue to hit Roshan.
They got all the
Vici
clips
can
loaded.
contest this, but they got to be fast.
Yeah, they're under the smoke, though. Zephyr's patrolling back and forth, not wanting to give it up
The
for free.
positioning of PAP is going to be in. Arena's out, but Aegis has been claimed. Arna's going to pick up the second life and look to pounce to retreat. As T1, they're happy
Well,
with
they
getting
will at least
Roshan.
find 2 kills
They
on the
just
side
need
of
to cut
Vici.
their losses, and it looks like, unfortunately, Cuckoo with a sacrificial lamb.
Generally okay with it. Again, they had to pop a fair few ultimates to make that happen.
Could have been a lot
No
worse
Poison
for
Nova being
T1
used,
there.
But you don't have to deal with a Tombstone. You don't need to deal with Flesh Golem, Arena, Phantasm, all being used, and you still claim that Aegis.
Hobson
Close.
charges in. Eric even pops a BKB.
What the
Zana's
fuck are
gonna
they doing?
Continue to try and defend the tower. Spear is out. But it looks like Vici Gaming, they're just gonna leave Frisk. Everyone says peace, and well, the Undying doesn't have this capability to retreat.
That
with
was
ease.
weird.
They'll keep their T1 tower. Thompson even gets a nice little rune as well.
Yeah, Frisk is a bit of a voice line and a chat wheel spammer, so it's a little disappointed that he didn't return Thompson's high five there as he was about to die, but clearly this series means so much for Vici, with it being an elimination series as we look at that
Well,
replay.
I would
It's a
assume
really
it
good
also
placement
means
of
a
the
lot
arena
to
as well.
T1.
Just trying to seal off Thompson and Ana from the rest of the team, but Ana just with that Aghanim Scepter, he's able to get straight out of danger very easily. And again, it's only a couple of heroes that you're giving up, but it's for a big investment from Vici.
That is a really big Corey snipe from Thompson. He just got the, I think it was the completed Yule Scepter on XM.
Yep.
So they have 2 minutes now where they can kill this puck, and we're going to see Cuckoo try. But keeping out here.
Went
But yeah,
for the
Orchid's
Yule
gonna give them
Scepter.
insane value
Okay.
for now. You've still got
I mean,
3.5
you are
minutes
playing
on the
against-
Aegis. I believe Ana went and
Actually, it doesn't do
purchased
shit against the
the,
Disruptor.
Zephyr.
It's decent against the dots, though, from the
I'd still
Venom.
be
Close to the
okay.
tower. Yeah, Glimmer Cape is chilling. All right. Arena again. BAB. He's got a little soft spot here for Mr. Zephyr. Seems like all the arenas being
Thompson,
used like
though.
that. Thompson. Early use of the BKB. They're going to
Erica?
get a glimpse back. Erica,
can
though,
have
beautifully
BKB.
done from Whitemon. Trying to carry Avicii Gaming enough. Frisk is in trouble as well as the pound connects. The Cookie's going to get no distance away from the
Damn.
Undying, and Arna's got another pound
They're
to catch
rolling
up as
over
well.
Fiji right now.
You know, there's moments on T1 where you get little glimpses of what made the OG squad of 2018, 2019 so successful. Just that one more mentality, right? Where they're able to connect through onto the next stage.
I
of the
mean,
team
Thompson
fight
is playing
and
really
break
well.
the ranks of their enemy team, and that's exactly what they did just then. Not satisfied enough just to get to the person that's closest. They used
Thompson's
glimpses of
such
the
a
person that
fucking
was
scary
slightly further
player. I
back, bring
love
them back
watching
into
him.
the ultimate while they don't have that spell immunity, and then Ana just with that super long pounce able to connect onto one more. So 2 plus an objective suddenly turns a 2k net worth lead straight into 6.
An incredible amount of
Now, what
reverse
do we need
sweeps
to
this
see out of EG Gaming?
LCQ.
Because
I have seen, I know, I actually predicted a couple of
Do we
them.
feel like Vici just need to split up the map, or can they take a team fight into the Aegis advantage?
I think you just got to give up this
That's pretty impressive to
I think you
see.
got to try and split up the map, see if you can get to that next timing. Puck really needs the Yule Scepter.
Lane Thompson, again they're onto Erica, who kept the BKB off for the last second. The right clicks need to come out. Ana's going to attempt to find them, but again, he won't be able to keep up at the moment. Pounces up in a couple of seconds. Ana's going to look to go for Yang instead.
They're looking for more. They're
Off
looking
the
for
left
blood.
side, we do see
Do they get the
Whitemon go
catch?
down. It's a pretty
No.
decent retreat out of Vici Gaming. If all they lose is Frisk, they're pretty happy with that.
Had a
real
fucking
good.
gem
They
as
were able
well.
to get a free kill as well. I mean, a 1-for-1 trade.
Disgusting.
You're gonna be
Thompson's going
incredibly happy with
Shivas.
that
Oof.
on Vici Gaming
And honestly,
side.
Erica
Might
hasn't
be
done
looking to
anything
try and
this
get
game.
a bit of a return play here, but Cuckoo, he's even playing fearless. Doesn't look like they'll be able to connect in time.
Is under attack.
Thompson giving a lot of respect through though. He's going into the plate mail next, realizing that, look, I'm going up against this this Chaos Knight. He's starting to hit pretty damn hard, even though we've been able to slow down that game a little bit on Erica. Into that Shivas as well is going to provide a lot of assistance against some of that lifesteal coming through against... Does he have any points in the Soul Rip just yet on the Undying? He's
Apart from Liquid 2 and Polaris?
Just the 1 point. I think that's valid.
Polaris
enough. You
did
gotta protect
actually
yourself.
do a decent amount better than I
This is
initially
out
would
of
have
the spear.
expected.
Backpack's already been used. They actually might be able to blow him up the first life.
Yeah,
Gaming,
but
they're going to try and set themselves up as well. They got the
they're in
tombstone
trouble.
laid down. They're forced to retreat though, as all of tier 1 show up, as Cuckoo's even going to TP into the middle. They've
Ana?
addressed the tombstone issue. Ana's going to be cautious though, still playing with the shadow dance.
Oh,
Even
that
has
arena
the
still
Aghanim
blocking
shard
it.
to utilize as well, but Ana, he's caught out inside the core.
Great
The
Nova.
AoE damage, it's not coming through fast enough as Ana will survive. And now Thompson's into the middle. The Pulverizer bring down one. They'll turn to Frisk, and they'll even catch out XM. As a beautifully timed pounce from Ana is not enough.
Ana
XM
actually
just
survives
is able
that.
to
What the
jaunt
fuck?
away.
Yeah, you're having to play so much more passively on XM here than I'm sure he's used to. I want to see the fight recap from that one, just in terms of the damage, because I'm sure Zephyr would be up towards the top. Look at that damage from the Venomancer. Just Poison Over, that's all he did, but it just connects forward onto all of these strength heroes, and that percentage damage, especially
CK
now
didn't
that he's
feel like
level
Eric.
12, just
That's the
does
weird part,
incredible
Tony.
amount here.
CK is definitely
I
Erica's
like
hero.
this. They didn't look to commit
It
too
is a
heavily.
hero
They
he
had
has
40
played
seconds
a
left on the
lot of.
Aegis. Good Yule Scepter use by XM, but it means that he can't continue to play aggressively. And then Ana realizing the fact that, look, I've got the.
It's
the Dark
actually one
Shroud,
of
I've got
the
Shadow
you know
Dance,
the,
I'm
the
able to
Chinese
play
players
this
that
aggressive
really
style.
likes
Nearly get
playing
picked off.
the hero
He's able
that
to
the
retreat back
most.
fast
XM
enough.
mid lane. Oh, yeah.
Just
Very close. Instead, Cuckoo's actually
Not
going to tip
playing
into the
that well.
triangle. He's on top of missed the Snapfire out of the tower.
I think honestly it's
Do you
one
feel
of
like
his
there's a position where they can
heroes.
fight, but with Erica, not able to find the chaos.
'Cause I remember when Erica joined
much
Vici
usage out
Gaming,
of
you know,
Phantasm
when
at the
I think there
moment.
was that entire
Just slowly losing more and more.
problem
of that
with
Might
23
feel like
Savage
this
that was supposed to join, but he
dire
couldn't
ancients
join
area
because of visa
is the
issues
last
or
safe
some
place
shit.
for them to be
And
on
then
Vici.
we saw
So
Erica play
normally
every
you would
single
go and
time,
look to try
and then
take the
Erica
team to
just
top, but it looks
constantly
like that's what
played
Cuckoos
CK
might be looking to prioritize, but Roshan's not going to be up for 2 or 3
in
minutes.
that
so
period.
if T1 are
That's
able to
when
get
I
that tier 2
remember
bottom
Erica.
In the meantime,
Yeah,
it's going to be a big win coming.
It
through
was a
for them.
while back. It was a very long time ago. But like that, because I didn't really watch
Seems like
that
for
much
Vici
of the
Gaming,
Chinese
they're in a
TPC
position where
this
they
year.
just need to kite these BKBs, but
Timings are kind of
so
shit for
difficult
me.
because for them they
How?
also need to use. Yeah, that's the thing. Like you need to use your ultimates at the initial jump as well. So how else are you going to force the BKB early? Again, they have these big team fight synergies to be able to take a 5-on-5, but it's just a
Oh,
question.
Disrupt also has
Can they
heals.
get them out when the BKBs
Gaming
aren't
don't
there?
look
And you
like
also
they know
just
how
got
to
a
play
slot
around
with Aghanim
CK.
set to
Honestly,
double pounce.
I'm
You've got a
surprised
Nature's
that they
Prophet that
played
can
this
TP
game so
wherever the hell he
freaking
wants. You've got
passively.
a Primal Beast who's just picked up an Arcane Rune with that Onslaught, so they're just so mobile right now on T1, and really with what they're able to do with Zephyr and Whitemon, they might be lacking in stuns, but in terms of what they provide in area control and pickoff, it's pretty damn good.
And I think Vici with their lineup as well, they were probably expecting this Chaos Knight. Hold that thought, Thompson. Okay. Not gonna commit with the charge on XM. Let's creeps instead.
Yeah, I'm sure he just had a quick glance over at the minimap, just see, all right, where is everyone? At the moment, Erica was showing on the bottom hand
10k
side
net
for
with
T1,
advantage for T1.
he's not gonna risk running into
It's
four.
looking
realizes the
juicy.
importance of holding on to that BKB for the actual big objective team fights, like invading in onto the high ground if they get the possibility to. And
It's
right now, you
weird,
just have a
right?
look at
That
the
one
minimap. Look
patch
at what
you never
Cuckoo's
see a
doing.
Slark in the
Most of the time,
next
the
patch. They
Prophets, they're
slightly
looking
tweak
to
him a
try
little
and
bit, and then
push
everyone
out the
plays
map with
Slark.
their treants. But he realizes we've got the net worth advantage. Let's just not give them any avenue to come back. I want to block up a lot of these ancient camps. I want to
60
block up
reverse
the
sweep, but
quote-unquote
I think
safe
Navi is
areas
a
for
really
Erica to be
scary
able to
team
farm.
as well.
Really liking it
I
from,
actually think
Cuckoo here.
Xtreme Gaming's gonna get
How do Vici ever
eliminated.
start a fight when they have no vision? like this early gem pickup, and you're going to a Slark as well.
I mean, V2, no one.
T1 missed this by the
Bro,
triangle.
that's a fucking TI team.
BKB's got to be quick. BAB gets the initial stun. It needs to be perfect for follow-up, but it's not. Ana's got an opportunity to play around with the ultimate. Now T1, they've shown up instantly.
Ana constantly just gets enough time to cast his BKB slash other spells.
Erica, he's isolated. The rest of the team wanted to back up, and Erica wants to go in. Now VG Gaming going to be able to follow.
They have no cooldowns left.
BKBs are soon to expire.
Zephyr's about
They're
to
controlling the Chaos Knight for the moment.
What the fuck is Erica doing?
Down after the Euro Scepter, Ana can get all the right
GG.
things out. They'll
They
try
call
back one of the G's and drop. Vici don't have an answer as T1 find game one in.
Okay, Erica
the lower
played
bracket
really bad. This game
quarterfinals.
really bad. He had the highest net worth for
That
most
is-
of the game and did
that is
absolutely
the
nothing
T1
with it.
Dota that I want to see. Get aggressive, get out on the maps, prevent the enemy team from doing the big objectives that they want. Don't allow them to farm. And Vici, they just looked completely confused by this. This is night and day between the T1 that we saw in these past couple of series that they've been playing.
I wonder if questions have to be spoken about now with how you deal with this primal beast, because they let it through. I mean, I say there's a lot that you have to ban out as well, but with what Thompson can
Questions
do
have to be
early on
spoken
for T1,
about.
those rotations to the side lanes, one of them didn't work out, but we saw still around the 4-minute mark.
That
rotating
was
to top
actually,
and at least
guys.
trying to help out Cuckoo's lane because he was having a really difficult time.
Not asked,
Yeah,
but questions
I mean,
have
it
to be
was looking
spoken
rough.
about.
I think you just got to make sure that you're taking away a lot of this comfort that they've got from a lot of these heroes, because
Whoever won the upper bracket finals
Thompson,
qualifies,
he hasn't
unlike
shown the
previous
greatest
tourneys where they have
versatility with his
faced
hero
winner of
pool
lower bracket.
so far
Yep.
this TI. Well,
Winner
he
of
has, but
To be
sometimes
fair, it
it's
makes
looked
sense
super
that the winner of
cloudy.
upper
So
bracket
the stuff that's
qualifies
worked, you got to get rid
because
of that. I think that would be the main
they're
priority,
just the
because
best.
I mean, we just saw some of those early rotations coming
And
through.
then the
right?
winner of
3
the lower
minutes, 4
bracket
minutes. It's
qualifies.
clear he's the one that's wanting to get
I
out
think
there
that's,
and make a lot of the action
fairest way
happen.
to do it.
But enough about us. I mean, we casted a 30-minute game, but we got to get rested up for the next one, and we're going to throw it back to the panel to see what else they have to say with Nat and the gang.
I'm gonna go grab some breakfast.
Thank
Be
you
right back.
so much, Danog and Aries. You know, he highlights there that, you know, Thompson might not have the biggest hero pool or whatnot, but it doesn't matter when you look that good on Primal Beast and you're able to get your hands on it. Fear, giving Thompson Primal Beast just seems to be a massive mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about him having a small hero pool. I think that guy's got a pretty big hero pool, but in this particular tournament, his Primal Beast is tiny. Like, he just does things. Look at this right here. What's the timer? 4 minutes into the game, he's ganking top lane. This man is level 4, is a mid laner, and he's ganking at 3.5 minutes. Like, who else does this? Nobody else does this. And then, like, he's all over the map. He's ganking bottom, he's ganking top. Like, he has a very unique playstyle. And by the way, they first picked his hero too. He's top net worth. This guy is like just having incredible performances on this Primal Beast. But he does it on Tiny too. It's not only a Primal Beast thing. So can you get rid of all of his heroes? Maybe. If you force him into an Oracle, you might be in a good spot. But that's the only hero so far I've seen him on where he's not able to have this type of early game impact. And for the rest of your team, if your mid player is having this performance where he's first pick, he's ganking all 3 lanes, winning his lane, the game is just pretty easy for you. So he's got to get the MVP for me for this game.
It's like watching dads versus kids playing ice hockey, right?
Oh gosh, I don't know if I would have put it down that low, but maybe T-Fan. And I mean, Fear, you talked about we might be able to ban out his hero pool, but even if you were, it means that you leave open so many more options for Honor. And the question was, is his slug enough? Is he able to do enough? And yes, that was that essence of Thompson making so much space, but the slug also doing really well. Because for you, how well did you enjoy T1's tempo that they were able to bring to this series in game 1?
Also, I think that their lanes mid lane went really well, and then with Thompson, you know, going around as Fear highlighted, it like turned open the whole game for them because Cuckoo was not enjoying this top lane so much. And then Vici, I think for them, they actually had to try and land a few more plays with their Mars and Snap, because in the mid game, eventually with how fast T1 were playing, now you can even see that they're ahead in this clip. They have Aegis Gem. When you fall behind against this Radiant Draft, you're gonna get picked off by Disruptor, Nature's Prophet. You're gonna lose all your vision against Slark, who's running around with a gem. You're running into Veno wards and Treants blocking cams. So once they fall behind, I feel like it's nearly impossible for them to get back in this game on VG.
A hero that you were looking forward to, T-Panda, was BAB on that Mars, and he even had the pairing of that Snapfire, but there wasn't much more VG could do despite getting that comfort in something that we were looking forward to.
Yeah, I think their map just got really small. Like, I kind of feel like everything culminates towards this Primal Beast, but that also enabled all of their cores, meaning that this CK just didn't feel like Eric actually had a game at all. Like, these were very high win rate heroes for VG Gaming, but they were completely in the hands of T1 in terms of control in the game. I could see that they made a couple attempts where they would attempt to answer the aggression from T1. But in the end, it just kind of solved out that, well, we are, even if the game looks like it's even, we're actually playing with a very big deficit because this is a Slark lineup taking team fights and having a better team fight than your lineup. You have a puck that's supposed to be dominant up till 20 minutes, maybe even after that. You have BAB with his Mars. Like, these are the kind of things where you are in, it's a difficult situation to put yourself in when you're playing behind against the Slark lineup.
Fear, do you think that VG is able to handle such aggression from other teams, or is it very much you try and match their tempo and they're going to be the team that might struggle?
They can definitely match it. They need to keep an eye on, like, first of all, Thompson, right? You need to limit his hero pool so he can't have this good of a game. I think Danog mentioned as well while he was casting that Slark is, I didn't really think about too much, but Slark is a hero that is very aggressive for Ana. It's not a hero he sits back on, so he joins Thompson after he has a good game, like on a Primal Beast or a Tiny, and they get really aggressive really fast. So checking these two heroes' player pool is, like, very important, and I think, you know, between the rest of the players, they all play pretty static for the most part. You know, Cuckoo's going to be on his NP, he's going to be ready, but, like, the setup has to be there. And I think if Ana is playing the Slark, I think he's undefeated at this point on this hero. He gets really aggressive really early, and this is when T1 look the best by far.
Yeah, that's what you pointed out, Kezu, that we needed to see Ana not really so much sitting back, doing that farm, trying to go into that later game. Here they had it, T1 knew their timings, and looking at the scoreboard, items, builds, is there anything out of the ordinary, or are you just impressed with how quickly T1 were able to close it out?
I mean, if you look at Ana, he has 0 deaths, and he's playing against a Snapfire Mars Puck. So I feel like this already, like, shows you a little bit of the game where it did not go according to plan. And I also feel like this Primal Beast has got to go. I feel like unless you just came up with a genius idea, people are struggling against this hero when it's played well, and it's by far the best hero for Thompson.
Do you think there was an area or anything that VG could have done to potentially come online? Were there some moves or any pickups that were available to them throughout this game?
What's up, bitches?
Not really. I don't think VG Gaming really had, like, these big openers. A couple team fights, I think we saw they did try to put up a good fight, but they were usually getting caught by the onslaughting Primal Beast into a glimpse. One of your heroes already out of the play, then VG has to kind of recover onto that. You've got BKBs to counter the Mars and
As far as
I love Gareth. I think he's amazing.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of a move off the beaten path here for Xtreme Gaming. Not going for these kind of late game, you know, your Dooms, your Ember Spirits, aiming for 30+ minutes, much more tempo, much more lane-oriented draft here from them.
He's one of the players that I really think improved massively over the years.
Gaming and Na'Vi.
B-Cop's also casting VG versus T1.
The lower bracket run and Xtreme, a similar position they were in yesterday. One game down in this elimination game. They've got a lot of pieces to pick up.
Have just not
absolutely got a draft here that they can
and they need to
attempt it with.
maybe even turtle up
already
the game
starting with a long smoke wraparound into that bottom jungle.
Yeah, it feels like Xtreme. I think a lot of their drafts just feel like a bit more standard and cookie cutter, and it's kind of the same thing again. Like, you know, they've played this Death Prophet multiple times, and it gives you a clear hero to play around and force these objectives with, but
Not going to do too much to help the mid lane. Maybe that's where you start.
Game 2, Xtreme Gaming versus Na'Vi.
Is there anything else that you
oh,
want to
draft's
add on
done.
top of that,
Oh, I didn't even check.
Standing on that enemy high ground.
What's the
Try
draft?
to scout out any vision. Paparazzi holding an observer, which I think no one has seen.
Yeah, I like Navi's
He's
draft.
figured it out. He doesn't know 100%.
See, what are the
for sure,
odds?
but might get a sentry placed in towards that mid lane, while down in the bottom rune spot, Oh, old 11,
pretty
the
slow.
Earthshock, the shards. He's incredibly slow under the shrapnel as well. And Slardar, he gets a 3-man crush, but no one. The mid laner to claim the first blood is a huge victory for Na'Vi early days here.
Yeah, something no one queues up a second Wraith Band. Like, he didn't even have double. It's like you get that first blood gold and you're like, okay, 2 Wraith Bands it is.
And there's the D-ward immediately as well.
Sorry, I'm eating
As if things
cereal.
can get any
It's called
better for
Smacks.
Na'Vi.
I don't know if you
Solo's
have
gonna
it
quickly
in
TP
other
down
countries,
south.
but it's
And as he's laning
from
that
Kellogg's, I
Sansa with the
think.
Ursa
Oh,
against
probably.
the Nyx and Slardar.
This mid lane's going to be, I think, rough for Paparazzi. Like, he can use the Crypt Swarm to farm. He's not going to get
like made of
destroyed by any
honey or
means,
some
but
shit.
He's got no way to really contest the sniper from free farming, and
Which
the
is
fact that
weird
Sniper
because
got
normally
the
I despise honey.
First blood gold just means this lane's going to be even worse because every Wraith Band just adds up so much for the sniper's laning stage.
Yeah, becomes incredibly potent. A bit of lane dragging here from PYW. Solo. Ooh, the final touch on the courier. He just about gets the range on it. Don't know how he managed that. He walks around the tree line and spots it.
It just feels like Na'Vi have set themselves up to have a really good, 2 out of 3 of these lanes, both mid and bottom, are very favorable for them. Top lane, Enigma's in for a rough one against the gyro counter, but all you got to do is just, deny as many range creeps as you can. You can't really farm with your Eidolons. I think as long as you don't feed Eidolons and just deny some range creeps, you're going to be happy enough with what Enigma gets.
Yeah, you'll keep dragging that wave back, and that will allow Sweden Strong with his Orb of Venom to kind of tag on to DY, keep the Phoenix at bay in these early levels.
This is so good
DP
for
in
my
the mid
breakfast.
lane, not doing too poorly. 7-0 against the Sniper's equal amount of last hits.
But
Gets
little
his
things
bottle.
like losing that high ground ward meant that he was throwing Crypt Swarm onto the range creep, but the sniper dodges it because there's no observer ward to give high ground vision. So all these little things can add up.
And we'll get that refilled with the water rune.
No one's
Back into
dominating
mid.
that mid lane.
Well, Sweden Strong, Fiery Spirits, very annoying. DY now level 2, so we'll be able to dive away from the initiations that come.
Yeah, the problem for Xtreme Gaming is they couldn't really send the Phoenix into the 4 position off lane because of the silencer pick, but maybe it could be a kill here.
I've seen a lot more silences being
bash
picked up
out
these days.
That's the crush.
Okay. It's a
Kill the
return kill.
silencer.
V-Tune doesn't have any kind of boots or Orb of Venom here, but he's doing some good damage here. Old 11 needs another crush just to survive.
He will get out there. Going to need all these tangos, though, to keep himself in the lane. And they've brought so much regen down here. PYW had 2 sets of tangos, Old 11 with 1. They've got themselves Ring of Regen, Bracer, so they absolutely
they're about
looking
to start
to weather
drafting the other
storm
game.
and that chip damage that comes from the silencer with that Arcane Curse. Even a value point from PYW into the mana burn early on.
I feel like this bottom lane still does not feel good for Xtreme Gaming. It's like, yeah, they get that kill, but Ursa's free farming, Slider's getting some CS here and there. But, Silencer just comes right back to the lane, and you've still got yourself an Ursa problem.
It's like every step forward is a struggle for Old 11.
Yeah.
Really has to toe that line because, V-Tune, he's on the tail of Slardar every step of the way.
Yep. They're forced to ferry out quite a bit of regen, but, Slardar at least got the last hit on the kill, so gave him a decent chunk of gold to kind of continue getting that regen here. No one getting very low mid, but he's holding his ground here, and with multiple shrapnels being used, almost gets Paparazzi down low.
And he's got these early boots to create that gap, and Paparazzi equally buying the brown boots himself to try and make up that difference. And Lou up at top.
Needs the 4-minute rune, and Sweden Strong rotating, so they're going for
Holy
the double
shit, he's
rune
playing
on Navi's
aggro.
side, and Paparazzi can't fight the sniper. He decides he can't go for this bottom rune, and as a result, he's not going to get any bottle refill. That's so important for no one's mid lane.
And what's Lou up to? He went diving behind this tier 1 to kill off Eidolons, but now he's got a TP back.
That's a good question. I don't know what he was doing at the top tier 2 tower. Not a place you expect to see a gyrocopter.
4 minutes 20 into the game. Just find a little place to hide in the trees. Sweden Strong. Yeah, are you okay?
Where did Lou actually
Not
come
quite
from?
sure. It does allow DY to
I
get
just
a
haven't
pullback
seen
into
enough
small
of the
camp
Chinese
mode.
region.
Looking down at bottom again. Old 11, he's got a crush here, and the Impale from PYW to create that gap and slip away. But they've burnt through so much regen, and they're still struggling. Like you've been saying, it is just such a simple, straightforward lane for Na'Vi.
Okay. Let's see. Draft's about to start.
We have the first pick. So where is that Primal Beast going to be ending up? Is it going to be banned? Is it going to be picked up by VG?
it's two options. You either are okay with it and you play it yourself because that's what you just talked about, or if you're not, you need to ban it out. So I think right now with what's happening, they gotta be picking Primal Beasts themselves. So they banned Veno. I think this is only to take away a little bit of the comfort that T1 have, especially from second pick. It makes it easier for you to just mask where the hero is actually going. Is it the 3? Is it the 4? I mean, most of the time it's a support anyway, but you know, it makes it easier for you as T1.
Yeah, Undying is really ban slash
Undying
pick
also being
material
banned
every
away.
single freaking
One
game.
question I do have, if the Primal Beast does get picked up here,
And there's the
which it
Primal.
will, is
let's go.
it nice, good guess, guys.
4.
I fear, is there a little bit of worry being like, okay, T1 know how to play Primal Beast, like they have this down pat. They clearly have to have some amount of solutions to it
So
themselves.
Vici
right?
going for it.
I mean, I'm sure Thompson does for the mid lane, but this hero is flexible. You don't know where it's going. It could be in the off lane, it could be position 4, it could be mid lane, and maybe at some point people experiment with the
Honestly,
position
Fear's
5
such a
Primal
good
Beast, but
analyst.
that's the scary thing.
So
with
is
the hero.
Gezu.
It is flexible. I have no idea where Vici played this hero, so that'll be interesting to see. And
I know Sweet.
T1, either
No,
they have
wait,
that information
Vici.
themselves
Actually,
as
don't know where
scrims,
Vici
or
plays it.
Has anyone actually played it on Vici? That's my real question.
Yeah,
Offlane.
I can
BAB,
check real quick.
offlane.
So
Oh,
the
BAB
Primal
has
Beast
played
has
it?
only been played by BAB, and that's a win and a loss, so 2 games.
Okay.
That was against Virtus Pro in both series.
Alright, so we saw this before against Team Secret, actually, where Thompson picked up Tiny against
Yeah.
Primal Beast in that mid matchup, and Thompson did win that matchup. I think it's a hero that can follow the tempo of the Primal Beast, but I think this looks like it will most likely be an offlane Primal Beast. So it'll be a completely different game
Morphling
than,
Primal.
you know, the Morphling is now out.
That's
2 heroes
pretty
that
quick.
are pretty
This
good
is-
versus Morph, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, you have the tiny response to the Primal Beast, and both these heroes, it's not like they're weak at all against the Morphling. But this is literally the exact opening that Secret had earlier against T1 in the series that we watched. They also had Primal Beast into Morphling.
Yeah, they're warmed up now, right? They played
I
against
was
it
about
once.
to say,
They had the Tiny,
Yeah,
so...
what were the lessons from there that you think, what alterations are going to happen for them to not have the same fate as when they went up against this when they first Secret?
Oh, you gotta be
I
very
think
careful on the
Thompson will
heroes that you
be
pick.
much more aware of the fact that this Morphling
Because
can
you
join the fight,
preferably
turn
don't want to
into
give
the
Morphling a good
high-level
target.
Tiny from the mid lane, right? And then he is very, very strong. So pay a little bit of respect to that. I think if you're playing, if this Tiny is Thompson's Tiny, of course, that this Morph, when you are being aggressive, you're diving. If he TPs in, this Morph is really strong if he puts a point into his ultimate earlier.
10 seconds remaining.
Where are you sitting with this
Excellent.
draft so far, T-Panda?
One thing that I'm kind of curious about is the Morphling builds that I've seen of late, where they might go for something like 3 points in adaptive strike if the opponent's offlane or something that you can poke. That's usually been against heroes like Pango. You could do the same against this Furion if it ends up being in the same lane, just to provide them that extra bit of damage, because the 3 points at level 5, you have a very good damage ability, and even look through kills from that. Now you got this Primal Beast.
Wait,
if there's
is he actually
anything-
saying to get 3 points in adaptive strike at level 5, not an attribute shift?
or vice versa, if you have Morphling rotate
Who the
in a
fuck
fight
goes
that
for
breaks
3
loose
points
on
in
the other
adaptive
lane,
strike
where
instead of
you might be able
attribute
to get
shift?
that. I would really
Bro,
just
attribute
max
shift's
out
the only
on
reason
as
the
much
fucking
damage
hero
as you
does
can
anything.
throw early on. Maybe sacrifice a bit of survivability on the side if that's an option for them to go.
Yeah, I mean, I could add to that too. Like, the Morphlings nowadays, like, when you're playing versus NP, this hero isn't really harassing you. You don't need to keep doing the attribute shifting. Like, he's out CSing you. He's using his trance, he's using his right click. But now it's a little different from the Morphling. You can level up your
Ooh, Witch
waveform,
Doctor's kinda
you can
cool.
put more points into your W as well. And you actually have good kill threat on top of this Nature's Prophet now. And if you add a Witch Doctor to that, like, if you play the CS game, maybe you'll win with NP, but this NP
Witch
is
Doctor
very,
against
very
NP feels
killable
kinda
against,
weird,
like, this
though.
new meta Morphling where you only have 1 point into the attribute shift.
This Witch Doctor coming out is a little bit interesting. So far, it's only really been played by Liquid and Nouns in last chance qualifiers, and we haven't seen VG on it before, Kazu.
Yeah, so what I was thinking they were gonna go for, just to make sure that your Morph has a good game, because I think
Shaker.
Vici are more comfortable with the
I
Morph going to
always
the safe
love
lane.
myself
So
some
when you
Earth
see the
Shaker.
response from T1, which is Nature's Prophet, which for them has worked out pretty well against Morph, you want to pick a support that helps your Morphling to actually play the matchup. I was thinking there's a chance they could pick Enchantress to help out with the lane, but I think they would rather have a little, you know, some more kill potential as well, and also team fight, so they go with the Witch Doctor. Makes a lot of sense. And now they also go with the Shaker, which I guess is going to be paired up with the Primal Beast, and if I'm not mistaken, they've played a similar lane. I'm surprised that maybe, you know, the Nyx Assassin doesn't seem as contested in some of these series, which makes me, you know, it surprises me a little bit.
Vici have they have some good stuff, and then they also have some worrying stuff in terms of numbers. I guess like when you look at the draft,
I like Vici's draft.
But
then again, I like Vici's
Morphling
draft
is
game 1 as
4-0
well.
for Erica, but Frisk is 1-5 on the Shaker, which is a bit worrying. But I guess like Shaker has I think when we talked about it, was it yesterday? I think with Fear that Shaker's kind of, you know, he has to tank the bullet in most games where there has been a Morphling on the opposing team. So it could have been a big reason why Shaker has such a bad statistic.
Clockwork,
for
very
sure. I
good
think,
against Shaker and against
And
Witch
this game
Doctor.
will be a bit better because he doesn't have to be the main source of initiation. I think that's like playing versus Morph is hard.
So
for
that
starters.
makes
He's not
this
gonna have
a
to do it this
core
game,
tiny,
because
probably
Morph is
tops
on
and
his team.
tiny.
And the second thing is if he's the main source of initiation, it's hard, but you got a Primal Beast this game, so it should be a little bit of a different story. Team Secret had Earth Spirit with the Primal Beast in the offlane, so similar idea it looks like Vici Gaming is going for.
Similar idea. Earth Spirit.
Yeah, that Clockwork now
and
makes
Shaker.
So, I thought for a second there, it's like, huh, NP
I mean,
tiny,
strength
that's a
melee, that's the
classic
only
lane,
thing
so
that's
maybe
similar
Thompson will
about
pick up
them.
something new for himself later in the draft, but I think with that Clockwork pick, unless we're going to see a Thompson Clock mid, it's probably just going to be the Thompson tiny mid and Clockwork in position 4.
I mean, it could be. I saw.
Plus one tiny?
I think I saw like less than a week ago. I think it was Weeha who was playing mid Clockwork and was actually doing pretty well with it. I was like, okay, I guess that could work.
All these questions are throwing around like where things could end up is the reason why T1 can have an advantage though. So many different things can go in so many different roles. But Kazu, what do you want to focus on?
What would you necessarily
Maybe not even
need
just a
to
specific
ban? You're
role, but
looking
something
for
that
a
T1 might be
probable
looking
safe
for
laner
in
that
their
can burst
draft
down a
to round it
morph.
out.
Scotty builders
so
are
what's
always
important for them right
scary.
now
You
is
don't
to
fear
make sure to
illusion
pay
heroes
attention to
because of your
Ana's
two
hero pool,
main,
because
your
more
offlane
likely than
duo.
not, they're just gonna need
Your Vici.
a carry pick, as Nature's Prophet is most likely just locked into this offlane role. So they're just banning out heroes that work well against the morph in the game. At least Ursa is
Troll
definitely
could
one
be
of the
kind of
best.
scary.
I'm looking at some of these carry matchups, and I'm not sure if probably Fear might be able to answer this better, because I feel like
What?
they're maybe not having the most carry options. But now that they pick Lycan, this
Primal
could help
mid?
a little bit, because now this
Lycan
Primal
off.
Beast is indeed going middle.
I'm sure they were looking at.
Well,
the
this is a
drought
mid
until
morph
that
and a
Lycan
safe
pick.
lane
Now they're definitely
Lycan.
not going
That
to
could
be
also
able to
still
do
be the
that, so I
case.
would not
I
recommend
actually have a
that. So
triple
choices
flex
against the Morphling, but also playing
with
versus
Vici's
Lycan. I
draft.
think you just have to first and foremost deal with your lane at hand, and that's gonna be the Lycan here. So it's definitely hard because their options are incredibly limited when you're playing versus Morph in general. But now you have to address playing versus Lycan in the laning stage. So what does this mean though? Who's the so it's gonna be mid primal then, right? Okay, mid primal beast,
Yeah.
Lycan.
Yeah.
Some people they could go to the troll route. Is that in the pool? Troll could be okay if they want to lane versus Lycan. Could be decent pick.
I honestly
this is Anna,
think-
though, we're talking about.
I don't actually know.
I
Spectre?
think he's in a rough spot here. I don't think there's like super obvious picks here. Like Sven's pretty difficult as well to play against. Lone Druid is something he could do. I know Anna
I wouldn't
plays
mind
it.
Spectre.
He might use all the
You'll
reserve
just
time, 'cause
blast
I think this
open
pick
the
for Anna
Witch
is
Doctor every
incredibly
time.
difficult, and nothing really comes to mind. Is Naga is in the pool?
What?
That's something we've seen before, and there goes the Lone Druid. That makes sense too. Pretty good.
Yeah, you called it. It is going to be picked up. There it is going on. Honor.
Oh, they have a definite heavy push.
But, guys,
Lineup
mid lane, how's it going to go out? Is it
on
going to be a
T1
tough
side.
show yet again, Kezu?
I feel like not as much this game as in the last game for sure. He's gonna do well and he's gonna try to go around. I feel like a little similar as to last game. This time I prefer Vici's draft, but if T1 can keep up a similar tempo to last game,
I kind of
that's
like
how
the draft
they can
of
win this game. Because I think the longer this game goes, and if Vici have good lanes, this Lycan Morph
Yeah,
Primal
Vici
Beast,
looks
they
scarier.
can run them over real quick.
T-Panda, same boat.
The last time Vici actually played the Lycan Morphling was against Tempest, and I don't think this is Tempest that they're playing against right now, so it's going to be a tough challenge for them. I kind of want to say T1 on this one. If Vici don't hit their timings with the Primal Beast, this is going to be a tough game for them.
Okay, and Fear, you just have to tell me the team, no reason.
Vici.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. We're going to jump into game number 2. It might be done and dusted for VG if T1 can secure this as we head over to Daniel Canaries.
Thank you, Nat. And wow, I mean, T-Panda, SA is just catching L's from the grave there. Just saying it's not Tempest. I mean, he's right, though. There's no SA, there's no NA left in their tournament. And, well, at the moment, there might be no Vici if they're not able to get this one. How about you, Aries? What are you thinking? Which side are you looking to predict here?
Oh, it's a tough one. I'm worried with T1 with their capability.
Let's see what's going to happen, guys. Who do you think's going to take this one? Anyone in chat want to throw out their predictions?
To make a lot of plays as well. I think at least Vici have ways to be active early on. I think that was one thing you want to try and Tiny, the pace of
always
T1,
nice.
So I think we're in for a good game nonetheless. So what are you thinking?
I think we're in for a good one. Again, I feel like this game is set up for T1 to have very
well, both teams know where the enemy's wards are.
Error, rather, is probably the better way to put it, right? Because if you're able to get up into these timings and make these early pushes happen and get a good amount of farm with the Lone Druid, make a lot of successful rotations with the Tiny, it's going to work out really well. Especially considering, like with the Lycan, with the Morphling, you can't really fight too early.
I should really sell my Axie Infinity thingies.
My thing was T1 have just got
they still have 6 of those stupid Axies. I probably get like $2 for them, but
they
still.
did Nature's Prophet, they did Clockwork, and then they followed that up with a Lone Druid. I think the bans that Vici put forward were completely the correct ones. Oh, this might
I don't actually know I ever bought that shit.
That's not a good spot to run up, Mr. White One. As XM just charges
that was a
in,
lot of damn.
Paralyzing cask as well, so already XM's off to a great start. And
he's stuck in here.
Easy CS. He gives him a tip and he feeds over a train, so a little bit of extra gold.
The price not moving. Yeah.
What's he walking up with like a bunch of units for the cask to bounce to? I'm not sure what that one's about from Whitemon. Typically I'm a big Whitemon fan, but yeah, that was a little bit odd. I think up top they do have Zephyr playing the Clockwork alongside the Lone Druid. It's going to be really good into this Lycan plus Earthshaker lane, just because of course it makes Earthshaker's life horrendous.
Power of tiny
and,
big fat trees.
Deals reasonably well with the Wolves, right? Previously, with a lot of these summon units, you could just throw them in there and soak up a lot of the battery assault ticks, but now it actually deals double damage to them, so it's not quite so bad.
It definitely seems like this is a lane that T1 can find kills. It's going to come down to, I think, if Frisk gets caught out, I mean, the Clockwork, not only in the lane, but in the game, has very good answers to the Earthshaker, so...
But to be fair, all crypto is kind of low at the moment. I mean, Ethereum is like 1.3k.
If he is caught out of position, it's really going to come down to the update. Micro, if he can tank up his bottom lane. Whitemon, you were just saying... You're saying you're a big fan of his, and unfortunate for him to give over first blood, but at least he's going to be able to rectify that.
There's a reason I'm a fan of his, is they're even able to bully out on the top side as well as mid lane. Topson is going to need to be a little bit careful. I mean, if there's anyone that knows how to play against a Primal Beast in mid lane, it's going to be him, though, right? He has had by far the most success on it, so he's just got to make sure that he's saving some of those cooldowns to be able to get the turnaround potential there, or just to disrupt that trample or the charge.
Tossing him away is always very useful.
It's all about finding the windows on XM to be able to go for those kills, because Tiny, early on, incredibly squishy.
Yeah, we saw Topson in the previous game put a lot of emphasis on
making
rotations. Spot him. Yang might be in some trouble again.
Not
with
even
the
needed.
right clicks coming through. This double range lane for T1, even into the double range from Vici Gaming, is proving to be a big issue for them at the moment.
I think that's why it's working. Most of the time we would be like, oh no, you don't want to go double ranged, especially with your off-lane pairing, but if you're into double range, you don't really care. And Erica, you're a little bit too far forward, my guy. You don't have a stick.
Nice comes back from Whitemon. He's going to be playing with the Fairy Fire if required here from Erica. Instead, he's actually going to look to the TP, the T1 tower. So Erica will be okay.
If only Glimpse had such a short cooldown
Rough
that you could
gaming
just do
for
it
Vici
again,
in that bottom lane.
Not this time around. So the other thing that I'm looking for this game is just like, how are you going to be
under the
addressing?
T1 tower, XM.
Yeah, there we go.
For the onslaught into the trample, but yeah, Thompson just instantly used to the avalanche, and XM won't be able to continue to play aggressive and get the damage out on the Tiny.
He's going to be looking for those level timings, right? As soon as XM levels up, he realizes that he hits a huge new power spike. So if you're able to deny that away, if you're able to just use a single spell, like this is a Thompson going to be going for kills in this lane. Primal Beast so incredibly tanky that you're just not going to be able to take him down. So
Anna's struggling on the
sure
lone druid at the very least, but so is the morphling, and Anna does still have double the last hits.
He won't let him do it though. He's just going to shove the wave in and force him to come back to that lane because, you know,
I don't like the Witch Doctor going for a point in the regen. I really don't.
Yeah, do you think there's going to be an easier lane here for XM to rotate to maybe put his stamp on one of the side lanes?
It's got to be the bottom lane, right? Like
I still think, you know, going back,
so
just ignoring the healing is way better.
You're going up against that dual
I know it's a value point, but it costs so much mana. Honestly, it feels so shit.
Yeah, maybe he's just
it's
thinking,
good with
you know
morph,
what,
obviously,
I'm good at a lot of things that Thompson isn't, but I'm no 3-minute rotator, so I'm just going to get back and secure that that water rune for myself and make sure I've got the ability to make plays.
You were mentioning about bottom there with him potentially rotating. I think this is going to be later on as well in the game, but you know, when BAB gets Helm of the Dominator, I'd really like to see VG Gaming along with XM put some emphasis to try and play with the Lycan, because if they can try and push this lone druid into the jungle,
Navi game actually going. I
powerful
know
thing
that they're
about
giving
this
stats in the
you're
top left,
relatively
but I want to see
self-sufficient.
them
You can
myself.
stay in a lane for a very long time.
Okay.
You don't want to be back in that jungle too
Yeah,
early.
4K-ish
No,
net
and
worth
the way that you
advantage.
counter the lone druid most of the time is that you just look to try and
Not bad,
deal a
not
lot
bad.
of damage early on. And I mean, if you have a look at those heroes, like I mentioned before, you've got this Lycan and you've got this Morphling that want to be a little bit more passive. They want to be farming up those super early items. So a single pickoff for T1 can actually result in a lot, because we've seen how quickly lone druids can look to melt towers if they get the opportunity to.
You know, I think that's a scary thing here. Like, both sides have capability to be able to take towers incredibly early on and hit a very, very early kind of mid-game timing.
Actually, that's really good against Primal.
Who's able to get out of the laning stage. And at the moment, it looks like we're pretty even. Erica is in fact struggling. I mean, the panel was expecting this, but kind of the change that we're seeing with the Nature's Prophet being able to match up into him. He did go for the 2 points in the attribute shift, though.
And he did already use his waveform as well, so they are very capable of just tossing that Sprout onto him and getting a few free right clicks in. Let's see if... I wonder if Whitemon's going to look to try and toss down an Observer Ward deep into the lane just to make sure that he's able to get that glimpse off if he goes for it again, or even just preventing any TP rotations.
It's actually kind of surprising that BAB has such a good lane.
Looks
like a freaking Lycan.
Be eventually hoping to come up top,
Though
but Thompson's
Clockwork
doing a very
can't really
good
do
job
much against them
continuously,
either.
like I was saying before, shoving that wave in.
We have our first power rune spawning. Both sides putting a lot of emphasis, starting to rotate the supports. Looks like Zephyr's going to be able to snag the haze, so Thompson and XM won't get a free refill, of course. These are two heroes that we're going to see time and time again. At every 2-minute interval, both T1 and
Disruptor
VG Gaming
plus
need to be keeping tabs on the power
Clockwork
runes,
is a
'cause if you
pretty
give one
nasty
over for
support
free
duo.
to an active hero like this, then they are going to capitalize and get kills on the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, they're not quite ready yet on T1. You know, we were mentioning all of these heavy rotations coming through from Thompson as Zephyr underneath
Zephyr's
this tower.
kind of stuck,
Hopefully he doesn't
luckily
get
enough the
body
bear
blocked up
tanks it.
by Anna's bear. It's not going to be like Cuckoo and his treants from the last game. But yeah, you actually do need, like, the item to start with.
Hobson's in a bit of trouble. Eldict is actually going to look to the TPR, but XM has the onslaught to stop that. It's a big kill for them to
Maldic
find.
level 1.
Hobson, one more tick. It's not going to be enough, though. And XM doesn't have mana for the trample. It's going to be a long chase down.
Can anyone
the
help?
clarity popping. We'll see if he can catch back up. The trample now available here for XM. Hobson's going to toss as well if required, and... oh, all right.
The onslaught, though.
Oh, does he hit? Oh, just off the mark.
Come on, give him the tip, give him the voice slide. I think it's probably on cool.
Yeah, that's the problem with Yang going for the regen. He only has 1 point to Maldic, and Maldic level 1 is no kill threat. I mean, unless you do 80% of the enemy's damage. Or otherwise it does
you just
nothing.
leave the lane for even a couple of seconds, and that tower's nearly gone on the top side.
The rotation from Cuckoo with so much damage they're able to do to it. The Cuckoo's now back in the jungle, and you're giving Whitemon some solo experience, and somehow a Disruptor's already level 5, so an early Static Storm could be nice here for T1.
Anna's actually getting some pretty okay farm.
Oh, I get it. White one. The baller. Look at him.
The ignition god. He's hit the ignition.
God. Honestly, the Static Storm can definitely catch them off guard if they look to smoke around with it.
Oh, they got the DD as well. That's really big. So the 2 key power runes that you're hoping for, they're the 2 that have already spawned this game, especially if you're a Primal Beast, right? You want the haste rune just so that you're able to get a lot more of those trample procs going. And trample's damage is based off the amount of damage that you do as well. Your right clicks, so double damage is going to do so much to be able to assist with that.
Just also pretty good value.
Importantly, the first movement from Thompson, they smoked onto the Observer Ward, so Vici Gaming are aware of this. They're set up as 3. They can TP in as well if they need some extra numbers to try and help out.
Two-man
Look
catch.
at the wrap around the clock where Cogs holds Frisk into play. Zephyr, a worthwhile sacrifice of his own life to make sure that Vici Gaming will not retreat, but XM, he showed up to the party with a trample straight on top of Thompson. There's nothing that Arna's going to be able to do to keep his mid laner alive.
So 2 for 2, but they lose Thompson.
Right? Not realizing, or rather forgetting that he might have that double damage available. Having to be careful here on Erica. They connect with
double
the
damage on Primal doesn't really do that much.
A little bit better, but still,
while you're trampling, you can't
get on away,
attack someone.
It's causing him to suffer in terms of that net worth. The lucky root coming through here from Ana. Will he be able to claim it? Again, he's praying. RNG, okay.
Again? Oh, XM? It looks like this is very awkward.
Okay.
Sometimes luck on your side.
That was weird.
I just remembered Anna's bear's name is a little interesting.
Yeah. It's okay.
Mm-hmm. He's talking about the range that it attacks from, you know?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thompson again. I'll try and see if anyone from Vici Gaming wants to play top. One person
Zephyr is very dead.
Zephyr.
Oh yeah, good assistance there from Frisk. He knows that he's not able to just drop.
But Anna is top net worth. What the frick? Thompson is struggling a little bit more this game though.
Because of the relatively lower cooldown.
BAB trying to block him in so that the rest of his team can rotate through. Frisk is there. Does have a fissure to slow him down further.
He's like baiting out for as long as he can.
And they get the catch onto Thompson.
Getting close to the tower.
Smack.
Finally, one person will TP in, but a little bit too late on Zephyr. He might have just TP'd to his own grave. Look at Otto. He says, peace, brother. What nothing to do with his skirmish as XM gets the double kill. And this might be the tier 1 tower now. They've got no creeps, but
well, they sent Lone to the bottom.
Exactly what I wanted to see. XM
Erica.
Playing with this timing on the Lycan.
Yeah, but they're just saying, look, we might be giving up one, but if we can get multiple from it in exchange, then it's going to be well worth it. Static Storm's already been used, though, and White one's completely out of mana. Unless they get another lucky root, he should just waveform away. Ooh. Never mind.
Oh, still on cooldown, and he maxed all the way to strength, so had no more room to play with there on Erica. They've been putting a lot of pressure onto the Morphling. Almost being able to find multiple kills on
him. Morph is struggling, but they do have Lycan pretty much as a second safe laner.
They're going to get another tier 1 tower to their name.
And they've protected all of their own towers as well, which is the key thing too. It means that you're able to farm that little bit more greedily on the Nature's Prophet and allow the supports to take the lane a little bit, like Zephyr's doing now. Yeah, they just realized they don't quite have the fight potential.
They can take Roche pretty early on the side of Vici, though.
I don't think they're going to be too sad about that. They've just been able to claim far too much on the map, and I'm sure Vici are going to be feeling not too great with how their map presence is looking to be, especially considering you've got one of these heroes like the Disruptor where you have a good early game.
Ooh, Zephyr walking up the high ground right to his death.
Zephyr, though,
and he tries to hook shot away, but
first might have to. Okay, no.
Bit unlucky.
He's going to be able to cut through.
Oh, Thompson wants blood.
Starting to connect though. Thompson and Cuckoo hand in hand.
Oh.
And he's going to be able to get the combination up, but Thompson's in trouble, especially with XM charging to the middle. Now he's going to pick up and shut down the Disruptor as well. As they've got big Primal Beast issues. 7-1-0 is XM. We spoke about how important he was in their victory against Wildcard, being able to get off to very good starts against Alone in the mid lane. Game 1, we didn't see as much out of him, but this second game, he's well and truly performing.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, the thing is as well, that probably is a gank that could have gone a little bit better for T1, but again, just forgetting little things. You're going up against a Witch Doctor, you're going to go in solo on the Tiny, and Kuku unfortunately had one of his treants there, so the cask was able to bounce back and forth between the only 2 targets that were available. Chain locked him down, gave the Primal Beast the earliest and easiest possible trample opportunity. We do have that Deso though, coming out for Ana.
Okay.
So it's still one of these cases where if they're able to win a team fight, T1 are going to be able to open up that map even further. And I just want to see how close they're getting to some of their other
Xtreme
items
versus
as well.
Navi is
And
very
Nature's
close.
Prophet, once
1.5k
again,
net
going for
worth
the
advantage
orchid,
for
realizing
Xtreme
they
so
are
far.
not quite as lacking in lockdown as
It's
they were last
very
game,
minimal.
but it's still not looking amazing. Clockwork this time around going for the Vlads, Disruptor, just a little bit more survivability so you don't get those solo pick-off situations
I
happening.
actually played a bunch of Dota
So it
games
really feels
last
like
night with
T1,
friends.
while they've
We
been
did a
fairly
5 stack
aggressive so far, they're just a few minutes away.
with
Thompson, I feel
Samji
like
and
they're gonna
Chodex,
allow themselves to
Certus,
be a little bit more
and
passive, get
Jason.
this extra 600 gold that they
For fun
need,
games.
and then once it turns into
Our
nighttime,
mid laner
then start
random.
to make their move.
That was Chodex.
Yeah, I think that's
And we
going to be
still
the
won.
big thing here for T1
They
is,
still
is
don't know
how
how.
you're able to utilize his first blink timing from Thompson. He's very close to it. It'll be an okay timing out of him. Of course, I mean, you take a look at his counterpart again on XM. We said how good of a game he's had, but I mean, the Primal Beast has a big advantage with how much farm you can find, and well, he's going to be further enabled now with an Arcane Rune on Primal Beast. So this
And
is also
BKB also
coming out
ready.
of the chorus. So do we want to see Vici Gaming look to smoke? They are very close to the Helm of the Overlord as well. I feel like this is a big timing for Radiant.
They are for sure, and yeah, I think they could wait for the Helm of the Overlord. I don't think you necessarily need to be consistently making plays with this Primal Beast. It's not like there's any amazing stuns
Thompson's
outside
got
of
the
Thompson's
blinker
that you need
at
to
the ready.
be too concerned about. But well, speaking of him, he's picked up that Blink Dagger, and right now, Zephyr, Whitemon, with the duo that they are, they just understand completely what's needed from them at all times. It's just about positioning to make sure they scout out these ganks onto Ana, and make sure that he's not going to be just giving up his life for free. They are the sacrifices right now. You would love to be able to give the Glimmer Cape over to Whitemon, just to, again, enable a little bit more of that survivability, prevent a hero that the Primal Beast is looking to get onto with the trample, just surviving that little bit extra.
I think for both sides, you really need to be considering about how you position on the map according to Roche, because both sides have the capability to be able to take it. Now,
Yeah,
with
and
Ana
Frisk
having Desolator
lurking
completed,
about.
with the Helm of the
BAB,
Overlord,
Helm of the
both sides will
Overlord.
be able to bring
Ooh,
it down
Deso is
really
ready for
quickly
Ana.
if
That's
they
actually
get the
pretty
pick-off
pog.
and if they win the team fight. So at the moment for Radiant, they've got pretty good vision.
You can take
around
down
top.
buildings and Roche
They
pretty
might also be
quickly.
able to get a pick-off as well. Look at this, Thompson and White on top lane, but great reactions out of Erica. Attribute shift's going to be fast enough, and
They're pinging.
it's a window now. Static Storm on cooldown. You get to reveal the Blink Dagger as well onto Thompson.
Oh, they were hoping to catch them on Vici on the pure retreat through the jungle, but still under the cover of smoke. They might get them as they walk back to base, but it looks like T1 might just be a little bit too quick there, and able to get out of dodge without losing anyone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So now for Dire in particular, I mean, Ana's just taking a tier 2 tower down bottom.
Yep.
No glyph will come out as well, so this is really the big thing about
Did he get the
that
catch?
top lane.
What the?
In the tree line, a bit awkward position for Zephyr.
Zephyr
You'll
trying to be a
really make
nuisance?
him- No way.
It's
Smash.
No way, Zephyr. All right. XM, there we go. It's the pulverize, but like you said, it's just space. Ana's continuing to get another full wave
Ask
down
Commanders,
bottom. He's going to go back to the jungle and
AC
get more
once he has
farm as
AC.
well.
Honestly,
This is the important thing
melts
about
buildings
Dire.
in
You
seconds.
need to always have bottom shoved in if you are going to prevent a Radiant lineup from going and taking this Roche on.
Yeah, they're going to see that the Earthshaker's down here. It's because he's so close to picking up the Blink Dagger for himself, and he's actually got it coming out onto the courier now. They're going to go into Roche, and it looks like they should be considering claiming it, but T1 doesn't seem like they want to let that happen. You've got a rocket coming out from the base as soon as Zephyr respawns. They're going to scope this out, and they feel like they're ready to go. But who can get caught out on the backside by Frisk? We were talking about
What was that bear's
the win
name?
rate on this
10-inch?
Earthshaker, 1 and 5. But can he make the big turnaround to change that? Smoke coming through.
Sam, he'll start the fight
wants
onto
to make
Ana.
havoc.
He's isolated from the team inside the river. He's going to be able to
Perfect
get the
vision.
ultimate form off. So the bonus health, that might not be enough. It looks
Oh,
like
that
he's getting
echo.
enough to damage in Fritz. He's done it. In with the Echo Slam onto 3. Your team fight secured and Roche for the grand prize.
Oh, not just the Echo, but the perfect Fisher block as well, making Ana feel like he could go off into that area to potentially get back to safety, but he just couldn't. He was completely locked in one place, and that's exactly where you don't want to be when you're going up against these heroes that if you just stand there, the Primal Beast is going to melt you. The Death Ward, it's going to do the exact same thing. So really just changing their fortune a little bit here on the back of one great play. Here we go. Fisher.
That fissure
perfect
was
on point.
perfect.
Good reaction coming through from Ana to get the true form off, but it was just that little bit slow. The rest of T1, they were a little bit more focused on taking care of a sentry ward
Where
as
did
opposed to
Frisk
helping their
actually
carry.
come from?
I mean, this is what's great about a Primal Beast, right? You just create all that havoc and give you that huge window of an opening.
Woo! Back to live, Yang. I'm not going to be reacting too much to that one. I think one thing that was set up by that is...
Did you look at
something
Yang's
that they-
camera as well when he died there? I did, just to
No,
see if there was anything. No, nothing happened, but I was
bottom
just
lane,
like...
XM.
Okay.
Glimpse into Static Storm with Ana hitting it by
Okay.
and Thompson as
6
well for
kill
good
streak.
measure. It's a big streak for them to find. It's gonna
Ana
be
finally
Whitemon
gets
that claims
his
it, which is honestly not
Right
the
clicks off. He
worst.
does hurt like
Get
crazy.
towards these items.
Oh, they want to
Isn't
keep going.
rushing the scepter, yeah. They might go up high ground here. Alright.
Why not? No shapeshift, no echo slam. They're going to at least have to pop the glyph here. This is one thing that, again, T1, they just got to press the go button.
Okay.
I mean, there's not many better heroes to do it on than this lone druid. And, I mean, this fortify, it's necessary, but, I mean, it's not going to clear out that creep wave. You're going to be stuck down here on the bottom side for a little bit longer. They're going to look to wrap around through the Radiant jungle, perhaps get some D-wards off if they can. And if they can get a pick off, that would be even better for themselves. But, well, top side needs to be dealt with. Cuckoo, he's making the rotation up top, but I don't know if he's going to be able to DPS down this Ancient Black Dragon fast enough.
Cuckoo is
Looks like
Orchid.
he might just be able to.
Again, Ian, silence is pretty
So I
okay
think
against
one
Morph,
big
but
advantage that
doesn't he have
T1 had in game
Link-
one was just the multiple ways they would be able to find information across the
Manta
map.
at the
Of course, that
stage?
Slark
Yeah,
and
yeah,
really early
Manta
gem
on
picking
the
was a
Morph,
big
so.
reason why.
Thompson.
Mid lane, XM. Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble. Thompson just gets the toss away. XM want to play with the Pulverizer or the BKB as well to try and secure the kill.
They just want more. Ana, or it's not one of these cases where you're baited by the neutral item, is it? Very nice. Quick fingers coming through from the Savage Roar, and he catches them on the wrong side of the Fisher. So, again, it's just about waiting for these little windows, right? Are you going to be able to get up into that next item? Do you have the burst damage to be able to take out some of these heroes? Because Lycan is essentially a walking
Sure,
Helmy
we're
Overlord
going
at this stage. He doesn't
BKB.
have too much
I
more
mean,
than
it's
that.
not a
And so
great
Thompson is
axe
able to
game.
get off
I
that,
guess if you turn
that tree bowling with the
into
Aghanim Scepter that he's looking to
tiny,
pick up
it's
soon,
pretty okay because
then
you still
can really take
strengthen
away a lot of
40%
the
status
sustain
resistance.
that provides you just in terms of the Vlad's aura.
Thompson's going Ags Rush after his blink.
Power Rune's gonna go Thompson's way. Go himself out. And we do see as well Erica's game. He's completely stabilized after the kind of rougher lane that he had. Third in net worth. A big advantage over, of course, his lane matchup in Cuckoo. And he's closing into Ana's lone druid as well. So I've been very impressed with Erica with how he's been able to catch back up. Manta style into the BKB is going to be the next item for the Morphling.
And how many times have we seen this on the Tiny as well? You know, you might have a pretty decent laning stage. You might know how to deal with the laning beast like the Primal Beast. But unless you're getting kills, unless you're farming heroes, then you have a much
He
harder
tried
time.
to glimpse him away.
Smoke from VG Gaming. Look at the wraparound. Thompson's going to get the initial jump. It's onto Frisk. Static Storm should be able to secure the kill, but T1, they got to get out. Thompson's getting
XM's
stalked from the
coming.
walls. So they're going to see
But that-
Whitemon in the tree line, and XM should be fast
Damn,
enough to
Whitemon takes
cancel
so
out.
much damage from just
That
the
is one beautiful
wolves.
thing about Vici Gaming. An issue they had in game one is that they didn't have ways to gain information. This time you do with the Lycan Wall. So we see multiple times now they've been able to see out the positioning of T1's heroes.
And you absolutely love getting that bullwhip as well on to the Primal Beast. Not only can it speed you up, it also slows down the enemy, just enables that trample to be an even bigger deal to be able to take out these supports in particular. Even just tossing it onto the whipping the bear, right, means that maybe one of your supports is able to get away while they're going for this run at you style. Still though,
It's a really good spot for Radiant to fight. They got a cliff ward still that scouts out all of T1.
oh, Frisk,
They've only smoked us 2 at the moment.
he's considering it.
Cuckoo, don't group up. Oh, don't group up. There's going to be a big Echo Slam. Frisk is in with XM's follow-up.
That
Oh,
was
no, they group
filthy.
up and Vici Gaming penalize him for
Cuckoo
that.
and Ana
Oh, I
both
was just about
boom,
to say that
bitch.
they've been doing a really good job of just kiting out this Aegis, not losing too much, getting relatively even trades, but then that happens. Although only about 15 or so
Whitemon's
seconds left.
rushing
Aegis is
Ags.
going to be gone.
So is
You're not
Thompson.
going to have that Echo Slam available, and Thompson
This
is
one
only
was
300 gold
so
away, but
nice,
this is what
that
Frisk
Echo.
has been dreaming of every single time he's been picking up that that Echo slamming Earthshaker.
Hey, sup, Kevin?
Decent vision. I mean, we mentioned the cliff ward, right? That Vici Gaming have had inside of their own jungle. Well, this is a pretty decent one as well. I'm sure they're picking up on the high
Yang
ground, saying,
has
"Oh,
the
help me out here a
voodoo
little bit, Lycan. Give me
switcheroo."
some of that vision." And,
Indeed.
well, it looks like they'll be able to get the D ward off. So Vici now in a really
Thompson does
solid
his
spot. We
Ags.
saw
So
the
if they
win
get a good
probability
sack, some
previously,
there's always a
75%
threat in the
their
late game
favor.
with Ags on
Each little
disruptive,
pickoff like
maybe,
that, especially
coming
onto
into play.
the Tiny, is just going to leave them in a much better spot to be able to progress into the next stage of this game. Ana just level 15, not the highest. It really does feel like until you reach level 20 that you need to be playing very conservatively, off the map as much as possible. It's that minus 50-second true form cooldown that you're going around.
BAB.
That'd be big.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of damage with
Nice
the double
blink.
damage rune from Thompson. Bring down the Lycan, and our Frisk. Easy use to the glimpse back as
They're
well.
gonna get a
as
couple of
T1
very
is
big
successful.
catches.
Smoke will net them 2 kills. And now this will give them an opportunity to try and get the map into a position.
Yeah,
They
because
get the
Lone
economy
Druid,
back
if
on
he
their
just
side.
needs a short opening. He
Again,
also
they
has
knew
the
that they
Hyperstones. His
they
attack
didn't want to
speed is
take that
pretty
fight on
insane.
Vici, right? They knew that the Echo Slam was down, so as soon as you hit that timing, I mean, some of it is just great individual play from Thompson, right? The blink, as soon as he gets a glimpse of the Earthshaker, realizing that that counter initiation is going to be there to try and save the Lycan. He blinks out, he's able to land the toss still. Ooh, he's going to need to back away here on Erica, and it looks like he'll be able to in time.
Alright, so they would have done it.
Primal is falling behind. Well, not falling behind in farm,
definitely
but
felt like it was more of a farming Aegis, though. As we spoke about,
not
Eric and his
as
catch-up.
dangerous, I would say,
Very close to the
as
net worth of
Thompson's
Ana. Even
Primal
BAB
was.
is top of the net worth as well, so hasn't been able to get it too far out of
Headset
hand. In fact,
again,
T1
bro.
actually dropped the net worth a little bit. I think at one stage got up to 6,000 for Vici, but down to 4,000. So we do have no advantage now for Vici to play with. 1 minute until potential Roche
Sorry,
is
big
up.
yawn.
We're looking for a fight shortly here. We're still waiting for some items for T1 to be able to cut this lead even further.
I think they're wanting to go as quickly as they can. You know, their vision on the map isn't that great, so I think that's the big thing that they need to establish, especially like in these few minutes before Roshan. You know that if you get some really clever wards up, not necessarily in the super obvious spots that are going to give you the greatest amount of vision, but just ones that scout out some of the
they're
enemy
sponsored
smokes
by
in the lead up to
BMW.
Roche, because
Oh, yeah,
to
of
be honest,
course,
it's the
T1
second
is,
one that's the most
SKT.
important of the game. That gives you the big 1,400 gold swing that
Samsung.
comes with the Aghanim Shard.
I mean,
and
not of course
someone
for
like the Tiny
BMW, because
Thompson, he's going to
BMW
be
is
doing a lot of
German.
his damage from the tree
But
volley,
Samsung,
of course,
for
but
instance, is
if you're just
Korean.
able to get a few of those consistent right clicks in after, you could just
Red
see what he's
Bull?
going through on his quick buy. He's going into the data.
I
list,
guess
he's going
that's
into the
because they
BKB,
used to be
so
OG,
he wants
and
to be able
OG's
to
being
consistently
sponsored
swing
by Red
in the
Bull.
middle of these fights, particularly on top of the Lycan.
Because he doesn't have Samsung on his jersey.
Well, you said Thompson has to be able to deal with the Lycan, but who does BAB have to deal with in these team fights? Who is he going to be charging down with his summons and with the shapeshift to try and take out of these team fights?
I think you got to get the disruptor down. I mean, that's really where they've come unstuck a lot of the time. Just someone being isolated. You've got two ways to be able to get that this game: through the toss, through the glimpse. And if you're able to get rid of the disruptor, suddenly one of those are gone. Disruptor's never going to be one to commit onto the front of the team fights. So they're going to need to go for a
And
clever play,
AC
maybe
almost
using the
done,
Lycan wolves
and then it's
in
gonna
their
be
invisibility to be able to scout out Whitemon's position.
BKB, I think it was.
And we see Whitemon is
And if you have 1 point
Working on
just
the Scepter is
randomly
gonna take
manage to
quite
get
some
yourselves an
time,
Aghanim
unfortunately, no
Scepter,
Philosopher's
it's
Stone for him.
GG.
get even
You
closer
got backdoor,
towards that. So it's kind of
backdoor
a pipe
Lone
dream
Druid
with
coming
the
into
late
play.
game team fights that could be a big X factor for T1, but I'm not going to have it for quite some time. So eyes onto this second Roshan. Both sides, once again, need to be considering how a team fight is going to look around it, and that's why Vici pick up the gem. They will now have pretty much full control of this top side of the map, which means that T1, they're going to have to smoke and place a ward down on a high ground as soon as they look to take a fight.
Yeah, we've seen some of the issues with T1 in previous series, and they just weren't. They were like 5 seconds off dealing with the correct Aegis timings, with the Aegis expiring. This time around,
Okay,
I'm
wrap
sure
around
they've got
play.
it down
They
to the
want to go for a
absolute
fight. 40
second when
seconds
that
until
Roshan is
Roche. That's the
potentially
shard
spawning.
Roche. That's a
You
big
just see
one.
here,
1,400
Thompson cleans
bucks.
out the wave.
Plus, of
They
course,
want to clump
Aegis.
up together, potentially push in this one a little bit more because Lycan's doing a good job with the Ancient Black Dragon to make them commit onto the mid and top lanes. But they really want to get out on the map. They want to get the backlines. They want to
Cuckoo
try and
should
disrupt
split
Frisk
push the bottom
and make
lane
sure
out
that he's
now.
not able to influence the team fights like he has the past 2 times. They're going to need to get back now.
Because now he's just standing there doing nothing. You can TP bottom, summon Treants, TP back into top.
Good
Be ready
scan
for a
coming
fight.
through from Vici, just preventing any kind of wraparound attempt. They see them with that deep observer ward outside of the base. Might be able to
Nice
pick
feature
off
block.
this Ancient Black Dragon, or even get the pick off onto BAB. Alright, no shapeshift for a little bit. They're going to take out the Ancient Black Dragon, which is quite nice. Slows down their push quite heavily. Does Zephyr go for the hook? Not quite.
Rosh is up. If Vici don't instantly go to Rosh, and that's going to be shapeshift on cooldown, and T1 could force a fight.
And again, you've got the Rocket Flare being able to scope this one out. Their damage isn't amazing on Vici. Actually, the Rocket Flare is just a little bit short, but they're
I
still
think
going to
Morphling
continue
plus
backing
Lycan
off
is
as
pretty
they go
much
for that
amazing to
four-man
take
smoke.
out Roche.
Yeah.
But
Or
yeah,
did they do
See
it
the
outside the
choreo.
base? Okay.
No, they saw the choreo under the ward, so they know exactly, at least a roundabout position where they are. But again, shapeshift is not available for this team fight, so BAB will have difficulties of dealing with Whitemon.
Thompson needs to connect with the rest of his team, though. Unless he's just here to shove out this lane, I think it's going to depend on what information Vici Gaming show on the map. Frisk, he is the one that they're looking to go for, and they're just trying to cheat out this team fight a little bit on T1. Find that
Frisk is
next couple
going
of neutral items.
dataless.
Tier 3 is a big jump up from Tier 2.
interesting.
So they've already gotten a little bit lucky there on Vici Gaming, being able to pick up the Elven Tunic. Perhaps
Oh
make
man,
fight a
tend
bit
to see
easier.
Morphling. Oh my, that hook shot!
Oh, look at the hook from Zephyr! Onto 3, stuck inside the cog, so they've been able to isolate XM's Primal Beast. He's just able to
pops the
reach
regen.
off the back of the BKB. Now he's got the regen rune and might catch T1 off guard. As Erica, meanwhile, continuing to stack up the damage onto Thompson, stuck inside the
That
middle.
hook shot
And
was so
Vici
sick,
Gaming
except for the fact that
somehow
they have
lose
zero
no
follow-up.
one. It was looking like a disaster start, but they'll bring
That
2
was,
members down of T1,
like,
and now they can look
This is
to
a
claim
good lineup
Roche.
for the hook
Oh, they
shot.
will
There's
claim
no
Roche
one in this team
100%.
anywhere
I mean,
close.
what a hook shot coming through from Zephyr, but they just don't layer the Static Storm over the top of it. I understand the importance of being able to take out that Primal Beast. You know, he is such a big part of the front lines coming through from Xtreme Gaming, but when you make an initiation like that, all of Ana's damage is single target. You've got to take the opportunity while you can. Oh, lucky regen rune as well, man. The tree just misses as well, so he's able to re-engage comfortably, and yeah, that's such a big swing going in Vici Gaming's favor.
That is disaster
high
for
ground now?
T1.
I mean, we saw Vici just poke the high ground before, even without the Aegis. Now you've got second Roche, so I'm trying to. I think
Whitemon's
Ag's
Ag's
giving
getting
over to
closer.
Erica, and he's got the Aegis of the Immortal as well.
Yeah, potentially, but I don't know if you even need to commit Erica for
Are
that
you going to
purpose,
see
right?
reverse
You've still
sweeps
got-
upon reverse sweeps
Like,
today?
you've still got the Helm of the Overlord creep that's going to be able to do it, and eventually Thompson's going to run out of trees to be able to toss at these waves.
Look at this bottom player. Okay, this is interesting from T1. Whitemon playing with Ana.
The Rat Dota, they're just trying
Maybe,
to see
yeah.
if there's any TPs back that he just glimpses them straight back, and they look to get the advantage there. Frisk.
Frisk with the ward. They see exactly where Ana is. Hippies are starting to come through. Ana's going to turn with a Savage Roar. Kuku's even got a TP in, but now with Erica here, they're in trouble. Look, glimpse away the
Maybe a
Morphling.
triple.
But it slows them
It's
down.
like T1 successful in the retreat.
Oh, Zephyr is trying to find that pick off, but he was just off the mark with XM there, so wasn't able to find vision of the Primal
AB.
Beast. Could have potentially gone for the hookshot play, assuming that the rest of the team
I
would
mean,
have
it's
been able
gonna
to
be
connect.
very
They've got
scary
an
once
Nature's
Disruptor
Prophet.
gets
He's able to
axed,
get
though.
there really quickly. You have Thompson, so if they could have found a 3v2 situation, that's a big bonus, but Zephyr, hookshots all the way to the creep wave. All right. Cute little play. But I like that T1 are understanding the state of the game and just saying, look, we can't play 5-on-5 Dota. That's just the situation that we're in. We don't have the tools to be able to take out this Morphling
Who's
unless,
going
again,
first
we
side?
find the backlines.
Yeah,
It's
how
gonna
do
be
you
pretty
kill
hard
off
to
Erica
do,
twice?
or we go for this Rat Dota play. Just trying to keep
It's
them
not
away.
easy to...
Trying to stall
Ooh,
out the game.
interesting.
Yeah, it's possible. Again,
I just-
Whitemon's playing alongside of Ana, and they're going to force a glyph out. It's something.
Nice scan. Very nice scan from T1. Wrap around attempt, but will not be able to catch them off guard.
And even Cuckoo is going top. He realizes that this rotation is coming, and he's like, all right, well, I'm probably not going to die up here. Or if you could catch that courier, that'd be a big benefit. He's just going to let the boys do the work. Unfortunately, it's not the old Aghanim Shard. Otherwise, that tier 2 tower was probably going to be going down, right? They just used the tier 3
split push
fortification.
is the name of
So
the
they
game for
could have had
T1.
that
That's the
multi-shot
way
to
that
be
they
able to
could
take out,
possibly still
any
turn
sort
this
of
one
wave
in their
that's pushing
favor.
in on the top side.
And Xtreme is going to be
T1 whether
nasty,
we-
it seems. But their
We
draft,
see
really?
how difficult it is for them to siege into this tree volley. It just clears the whole creep wave and pretty much all the Lycan summons minus the Helm of the Overlord. And some of the issues usually with Tiny's defense is you don't particularly have trees to play with, but you got Nature's Prophet. Just chuck down all the sprouts, so it really will be difficult, honestly, for Vici to siege up this high ground. You can't just hope that the trees are eventually gone.
No, you can't indeed. Ana has to be a little bit careful with where he's positioning right now. There aren't too many people showing on the map, but they just walk
Are
underneath.
always looking
this
for Enigma.
pretty obvious observer ward, so T1
I mean,
gonna
they
have
have
full
no other way of
understanding that
interrupting a BKB black hole
they're
except
around
for a
here
Phoenix
on
Egg
the
explosion,
high
so...
ground region.
Yeah. It's pretty heads up to chase after Enigma. I'm not watching the game, but I can see why.
Look at them again. Even Zephyr's just cutting mid. T1 doing everything right. Finally, Vici Gaming, they might have an opening. Tier 2 towers claimed down bottom. Considering about walking up.
They've still got the glyph. Tree volley up and available again. Thompson's making sure that he can be as far back as possible. And there we go. Wave cleared.
Easy 250 bucks.
Okay, well, now you can deal with Helm of the Overlord. You get a couple crits apparently, so...
Reverse sweep day. Every day is
very cool.
reverse sweep day
Titans
in
to
this
the
fucking
tiny.
tournament.
Oh,
Remember those
my
days?
God.
Dude, alright, so I felt like whenever we were watching a Tiny position 1, it was 100% drop rate for this neutral item. Now, I legitimately swear, whenever it was a Tiny 1 in the game, it was written into the code that you had to get a Titan Sliver.
Yeah, the tiny sliver. Another important thing just to note, Ana, he just hit level 20. So that means that you can afford to play a little bit more aggressively now, just because you've only got a 10-second downtime on that true form. So I think they might be looking to eventually rally around him a bit more.
Nico
Not if
Baby
you're losing this
retired?
and it's a 5v4
Really?
fight, though. Ana, again, just TPing around the map, trying to get
That's
that next
actually
little bit of
really
farm. He's
not
going the
surprising.
old gunner build, maxing out the Wraith bands.
I mean,
Looking
it was
above his own
obvious that he just
survivability
didn't
as well
like
as the damage
playing
of
the game
bears.
anymore.
So if this continues to be an issue, which I imagine it's going to be for Vici, you're going to have to look to itemize it to address the split push, whether there's some stuns to be picked up or some extra mobility to be picked up, even some Tinker wards as well, because that's a full 5 minutes of the ages that Vici pretty much get nothing out of.
They might at the very end of it, ironically, though, right? You don't have many trees to play around there on Thompson, so this Ancient Thunderhide might do a good amount of work. Do they get the crits this time around? And they do deal with the creep.
Well, XM.
He's it deep.
Ooh,
Good
that-
quick orchid coming through from Cuckoo.
Shiva's guard AoE looked
well,
pretty
I was
cool.
gonna try and flop himself away. They're going to glimpse him back inside the base. Zephyr's found an angle onto Erica as well. Not the greatest person to target down at the moment. Well, Thompson's in trouble. The McCabe's going to be able to cover the retreat on the Tiny. Abilities being chucked out. A lot of posturing from either side.
But Zephyr's able to get away from that big initiation. They're still probably
dog.
going to be able to claim this, but could have been so much worse for T1. Ana has to be careful with his bear there. They're going to afford to get the resummon.
You can't go though. If hookshot's on cooldown, there's no way for T1 to start.
Oh, maybe
Oh.
now
Thompson
you
wants to be
can.
playing with the
Free
tree
volley?
volley.
No
Clicks back.
Aegis.
XM's going to
What?
charge in. Look at the damage! Oh no! Erica doesn't have an opportunity for the attribute shift. They clean up too. XM stuck inside the base as T1.
That
Beautifully done.
was
The cogs to push him out
filthy.
so he couldn't find the bonus strength to stay alive through the damage from Thompson.
This is what they were so anxious about. They were just worried that they have this potential to be able to defend inside their own base. They thought that they could wait it out, but it's actually once the Aegis is gone that they look to go for that pickoff attempt. Obviously, oh, Frisk on top of Cuckoo. Is he able to claim this? He's got the double damage, so maybe.
He had the echo. He could have killed him.
Cheeky little plays here.
If he echoed Cuckoo,
Oh,
Cuckoo
look
would
at
have died.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, what's going on?
Oh, the hex.
He ran back to Cuckoo, thought he was going to teleport. They cut him off. Another kill for T1. 50 seconds without the Earthshaker. They're going to be able to force a buyback, maybe.
I'm actually surprised that
Frisk could
Xtreme
be
won game
vital
number
to the
2.
5v5s
Like,
on
really
Vici.
surprised. But I'm not surprised that T1's going to beat
being
Fiji.
used, but it's not going to stop that bottom lane. So Ana just connects on 3. He's got the AC as well. So the big thing that prevented Thompson from doing even more damage in that previous fight.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Just murks the Witch Doctor.
Oh yeah, and they're going to back off entirely. They don't want to again take this 5-on-5 fight. They want the isolation. Good glimpse coming through. Are they going to be able to catch out anyone? Doesn't seem like that's the case. So they're just being played with right now on Vici Gaming.
Erica, Silver Edge, BKB, Dragonlance. What?
And
Bitch,
T1.
get Axe.
What an
Why doesn't he have Axe?
incredible last like 7 minutes for them to kite all of that second ages.
I really don't get why he doesn't have
fight
Axe.
up top. Yes, you lose the melee barracks, but now the network
Every
lead is
Morphling ever goes for
back
Axe.
on T1s.
You steal 40%
I think
status
Ana could sell
resistance
those
from
3
Strength
iron
Hero.
branches in his backpack.
40%
steal.
steal.
They're doing nothing. A little bit of wasted XP. He's no stranger of selling items.
It's good luck. It's for good luck.
Sure. Let's go with that. You got the Daedalus now on Thompson as well, and he's going into the Wind Waker. I mean, it does kind of feel like it's the clutch late game item of this tournament so far.
Oh, wow. All right. And I hope they give a little bit of farm to this shot, though. Ana just yoinked Whitemon's Creep Wave. Pretty close to this Scepter, which really
Next
could
Roche in 2
turn the
minutes.
team fight around if Vici Gaming are not aware
Third
of
Roche.
this.
That's
Someone has to deal with
possibly
the
the free
spotlight.
Axe Roche.
Yeah. Like, Lone Druid pushes pretty far. You can't just leave bottom now completely open.
Now if you had such a nice draft yet, XG1.
Go
I
into the
really
Missile
did.
Blade next, but I mean,
Not
if it gets
even
super
only
late,
that I
Lone
liked
Druid's
Navi's
still
draft, I
can be
really did
relatively
not
scary.
like
You've got a like and you've got a
Extreme
shot.
Gaming's
Caught out
draft.
BAB by the triangle. A beautiful catch from Zephyr, but the Sprout pushed him out.
Goku?
What is going on in this game?
Goku
Oh my.
is Secret Agent Goku right there.
See? Vici,
Let's
they're gonna look
see.
to smoke up
Chat,
and catch
Goku
him on
false,
the retreat.
Goku false.
One though, great
Goku
read
3
from
to
them,
2,
looking to
Goku.
back all the way off.
Goku
They see
Mancer.
no one farming the triangle. They see no one inside
Agent
the base down
Goku.
bottom looking to set up to address this pushing lane.
That's always fun to see.
I wonder if Cuckoo's going to go at level 20 as well in terms of his talent. They've only got the 1 4-staff so far that would be able to assist the Morphling if he gets caught inside that Sprout and is just completely rooted, even through the BKB.
XM wants to go Axe. Break
Kind of see
is
how the
okay
map
against the
controls
Lone
change
Druid,
now
I
with the
think.
gems being picked up from T1 as well. A lot of the wards are staying up for a little bit longer.
I actually
And
don't
for
know.
Vici Gaming, you cannot leave this top jungle, but you're going to be forced eventually. Again, this lane getting shoved back here from down bottom will enable T1 to reclaim their top jungle. And if Vici Gaming lose this area, then it's going to make it very difficult
And
for them
Axe
to
now
be able
done
to
on
set up for this next
Disruptor.
road.
This is where the
Balls
scary
up
part
there by
really comes
Kuku.
through.
Their vision up on the
And my
top
dog
side,
is
especially
making
considering
weird
they
noises
knew
behind
that they
me.
were all
Or
there.
no.
Is it's confidence for sure, and they're playing to win. They're not playing to not lose. They're not playing conservative Dota, and they realize how important that Roshan is. So claiming back their jungle, taking back the outpost to enable the buybacks, it's going to go a long way towards giving T1 that chance of moving on forward and claiming this 2-0 victory.
So now it just comes down to the micro from BAB. If he's going to be able to somehow get the Wolves to the backline and scout out some of T1's heroes, because they have no wards to play with. They need to use the Wolves, or they need to use a creep wave to catch someone off guard.
Don't even have a healthy
There's one more series after
Overlord
this,
creep to be able
indeed.
to play with either. Bottom lane, there's
But
an
that
arcane
series
grid.
should be played
So if
after
someone's able to claim that would be a big benefit for them.
Division. They see
Navi
XM.
game.
The T1 going to move to the triangle, the Rocket Flare as well. Oh, XM, they're running straight to T1. XM's
That's
not going to be
Ags.
ready. That's an Aghanim Scepter Static Storm. There's going to be no BKB to protect him.
Does have the
Can they
buyback,
continue
though.
with the team fight though from Vici Gaming? Erica's going to try and pummel into Ana. Echo slams out from Frisk as well. It's going to lock the Lone Druid into place. Is Erica starting to stack up
Ana's
the
just
damage
not
for their
dying.
detection? Ana protected inside the Glimmer Camp for the moment. XM charges into the middle, gets the Pulverize out as well, but Ana is still slipping away. Finally, they're going to
Oh,
be
they
able
kill
to
the
break
bear,
him
kills
down.
Ana.
They'll deal with the bear that provides the damage to get rid of the carry on T1, and they'll find Zephyr as well. Erica with the triple kill,
That's
and
Roche.
Roche is up for grabs.
Oh, they were just
Is that
banking
an
on the
Ags or
on the fact that he
Refresher
didn't have a
Roche?
buyback there on the Primal Beast. It really does feel like they would have been able to take that. Oh, they actually go for the
Thompson.
charge in.
It's got the BKB available.
Oh
Damage
no,
coming through from
T1, what
Eric
you
is
doing?
Too goddamn fast. The Glimpse will buy him some time. Hobson will TP out. This is now Roche completely free for Vici Gaming. Third Roche of the game. Aegis Cheese and Refresher Shot. All the
Oh, Refresher
components
Shard.
going
Oh,
the
they're
way of
lucky that
Radiant.
it's not the Ags.
I mean, it's great to be able to find this singular pick-off, but it really does feel like they needed more. They needed to be able to claim more. It was a fantastic Maledict coming through as well here onto the Lone Druid. It did a ton of damage, but look at how tanky he is inside of that True Form there with the AC, with the Wraith Pact placed perfectly by Zephyr, but it's just a Morphling taking an extended team fight, the buyback with the BKB coming through from XM, and they end up killing the bear instead. That's what kills Ana at the end of the day, just the damage that it does, so they get double value out of that kill.
Did cost a buyback from XM though.
You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to come and kill my Primal Beast.
DD Erica
on Erica.
plus Aegis plus Refresher
Push up
Shard.
onto that high ground. They're not going to give them the opportunity this time around, but they've got all of their ultimates available. Oh, this would be a big
Thompson, he's going to get blown up. Oh, the damage coming through for the Morphling, thanks to the power rune, will force a buyback out of Thompson. The Hex is there as well. Might catch him off guard. The fault from Zephyr. They need the damage.
That's the first life
come
gone.
through thanks to Arna's bear.
They killed the
Static
bear.
Storm's ready
Could
for
be
round
pretty big.
T1, they can turn it back
He's
around
stuck.
here. The tree volley pummeling through. Thompson's going to
got
jump
him.
into the middle as well. They brought down Erica, and now VG Gaming need to get out. But can they cover the retreat? Can they cut their losses?
They want XM. They know he bought back.
Prior, the Primal Piece, caught out inside the lane. There's
leashed.
nothing VG Gaming can do to keep alive their position.
Here's the cheese.
Frisk will jump in.
The
Hail
cheese.
Mary play. It'll buy enough time for XM to play around with the cheese. He's not going to be able to onslaught away, so instead, it's going to look to try and get as much damage and take Whitemon into the grave with him. But that will not be the case as T1 protect their captain. They protect
Frisk,
Whitemon.
though.
Frisk will finally get the finishing blow. As T1, they'll still catch up to him nonetheless. Some crits raining down thanks to the tree volley. And T1, a big opportunity for them to walk it
No
down
buyback
mid.
for XM.
And Zephyr just yoinks away the old arcane rune in front of Thompson. I'm sure he's, a little bit annoyed about that. And Zephyr, you can see him there. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm going to make the big plays. I got my hook shot coming off cooldown in a couple of seconds because it was that initiation. He's got the Aeon Disc to be able to play around with. And he could look to find that backline, create that havoc so that you don't have the ability to turn around and show the continuous strength. This is a really big fortify as well. They will not get the refresh on this one. And they actually
Voodoo
get enough
switcheroo.
too. Have they thrown this?
What's out? Ooh.
This is 2 lanes of racks, man.
All the other lanes do kind of need to be addressed from T1. You do have respawns
Yeah, I
coming up
guess.
as well.
All right. This is playoff Dota. This is what happens, right? People get nervous.
I've never
people
seen a
make
team lose that
mistakes.
many clutch
Big
team
plays can
fights.
happen.
They
They
like
were
that
able
one
to
was
get the
big,
kill,
but
instant
then
buyback onto Thompson. He was ready for it. He realizes how
Erica
important
just
his
caught,
damage is.
hexed,
It was that
blown
that
up.
leash that I was talking about, right? The level 20.
and then afterwards
on the
Whitemon
Nature's
coming
Prophet.
out
They
with
dropped
this Static
the-
Storm
the
kinetic
Wraith
field
Pact
was
totem
everything.
right on top of his head, so there's not the turnaround potential. Even if there's an amazing Blink Echo Slam to come through from Frisk, it wouldn't have done anything. It was on cooldown anyway. So T1 and high ground defenses, huh?
We'll see if they can do it again, though.
This
big
one was
question.
also pretty fucking neat.
Whitemon is
Cuckoo
priority
getting
number
echoed,
1.
boom,
You brought it up before that
by
BB
Frisk.
has to kill him through the fights, and I think it's even
XM
more
getting
prevalent now with this Aghanim
glimpsed
Scepter.
back.
There is some big issues. If he's able to get a Static Storm off, even onto 1 core, they have plenty of damage to be able to pummel in the inside to follow with that mute. So Vici Gaming, you have to find Whitemon if you're going to be able to succeed in this next team fight.
Are they trying to bait this one out? I mean, do they have the gem? I'm not quite sure if they could see the wolf standing on top of it.
Yeah, Zephyr and Whitemon got a gem.
Yep. They're just wanting to make sure that they are instantly moving forward. There's a lot of heroes clumped around this high ground area, but no one's got vision. It's just Zephyr flying around on his jetpack to try and give that understanding.
Cuckoo
just
almost
so
dying
close.
base,
He
but
does
Morphin
eventually figure it
Earthshaker
out.
ignore.
I was worried that gem wouldn't have been able
Oh,
to
I,
catch it
I
there.
didn't see that.
They're walking around underneath the outpost, so that's going to reveal their position. Cuckoo up top. He's having to deal with this top lane continuously pushing in.
You have some pretty big level 25s for T1, however. Honor with the Spirit Breath, and we see that Thompson's gone for the Avalanche cooldown. So he's got 4.5 second cooldown
Didn't
on
go for double
Avalanche thanks
toss?
to the Octarine.
Oh,
Love to see it.
a 4.5 second cooldown on Avalanche? Really?
Spamming out Avalanches in the fights, Cuckoo. Gonna try and protect the ward. Chuck a Hex, maybe
I saw that too, and no
call
why they
Yang
did
to
not
get
kill
away from my
Cuckoo.
jungle.
Oh, I missed that.
Nice little
Was
bits of
that,
extra damage
where
about to be
Erica
coming out
died?
soon from
There on the high
XM on
ground?
his Primal Beast. Aghanim Scepter, I believe, was coming out on a courier, unless I'm mistaken.
Just completed.
Yep, so there's nothing amazing to break so far this game. I guess the Demolish and the Root is going to be kind of nice, so you're able to man-fight a lot more into that Lone Druid. They might just look to turn onto the Bear and have him maybe not know that understanding. I mean, Ana, he's been spamming games, you know, literally 200 plus in the past couple of weeks, 10 games a day, but you know what? Primal
That's a
Beast
lot of
Axe, it's
games.
a relatively new thing, so in these high stress situations, that's the sort of thing that can slip your mind.
Just
Spoke a
before
lot
he got
just
DD.
before
Oh,
about Vici Gaming and how they need to take the team
Okay,
fight to
that's
dealing with White.
surprising.
What do we need to see out of T1 here? Who's
I mean, VG
priority
Gaming
number
are
one in this next
really
skirmish?
making a lot of mistakes.
I think it's
Granted,
still got to be Frisk on his Earthshaker, right? It's either got to be him or XM.
not
You just gotta have
respecting the
an inkling of
disruptors
what that buyback
ags
status
is
and it's been
like
long
the
enough
biggest
that,
one. And also, to be fair, they
you're
need
going to
force
have
staffs
enough
against the
gold for
Sprout
it at
because
least.
the
Never mind the timer in about a minute, but
the
XM doesn't
Sprout
actually have the
leashes from
gold for that
Cuckoo has
purpose,
been
so if they're able to find a
absolutely
pick-off onto him,
deadly
sometimes
for
it can
VG
just come
Gaming
down
as
to
well.
luck with who you're able to catch out.
Is that Zephyr's job to get on top of Frisk?
I think it's the entire team. It's worth committing multiple people because outside of like the perfect cask, which Witch Doctor doesn't want to be super close into the middle of these team fights, what else other kind of like big turnaround is there?
No, there's really not. There's not that potential if you group up. You're worried for T1.
Dobson's got the
May-
overwhelming blink.
Maybe one thing
the
to be concerned about shortly is XM's 25 if he does go for the polarized.
Anna needs
PC
to get
matching unity.
Ags.
I know it's single target, but in particular, if a core over positions and then if XM's on top of him and then if Erica has enough damage as well, which you should on a Morphling at this stage.
That Fisher range though.
They could have multiple leashes. Have they addressed this Force-Staff situation? Yeah, they have. So Witch Doctor, he's gone ahead and finished one up for himself. No one else can really look to go for it. You've got the Dragonlance on the Morphling. Yeah, but they've got two now. Previously, they just had one. Erica, he's close to his level 25, and he actually sells the Dragonlance. I was wondering if he might be considering going into the Hurricane Pike, just because Clockwork, if he gets level 20, he could also look to go for that Power Cogs
Yeah,
leashing
what the
units
fuck?
inside
Why does
cover.
Erica not have Hurricane Pike? Dude literally died top lane in the Dyer's
Blink,
jungle
and there we
because he
go.
got
Level
leashed
25,
and he
so-
doesn't go for Hurricane Pike.
So often we see the waveform charges, and that's going to be the case once again. So either side, it's like we're just stalling this one out.
There's what,
getting ourselves
like
set
they
up for this
have
next
no
Roshan. Of
counter
course,
for the
Erica's still
leash.
holding the refresher
Zero.
shard, no other
One
components
force staff, sorry,
from the
from the
previous
Witch Doctor.
Rosh.
That's their entire
Great,
counter for the leash.
Great farming in
Isn't
terms
it?
of the timing that it's going to
Items?
hit as well. Right before this potential Roche respawn, he gets the full
Oh,
Swift
Frisk
Blink,
also has
and
a
he
force
the
staff.
buyback
But if
still,
he just had the
because
Hurricane Pike on
surplus at the
Erica,
time, but it's a
it's-
full-on smoke from T1.
It's a great ward. It's a great ward to play.
Oh yeah,
with. Look at the
Swift Blink.
jump as well.
Woohoo.
Thompson,
They see him.
he's pretty separate from the team.
Well, they almost found
They want
Frisk.
to go on this for Vici Gaming. Eric is actually going to waveform into the middle, trying to target down the Tiny at the moment. They won't have the damage as Thompson
found
steps
Whitemon.
out to the right side. but
Okay,
they've
no
been able to
static
deal
storm
with
for this
Whitemon,
fight.
And it looks like T1 need to get out.
They want to
Towards
get
the
Thompson.
triangle. Zephyr is in a bit of trouble at the moment. Thompson's also trying to escape.
They're
but no one
fighting
will
in
be able to
17
catch up.
different
Kuruku's
places.
gonna be
Roche
able
is
to
up in a
BKB
minute.
TP.
That's
Zephyr
4
should stick
throws.
out to the
That's
Melody.
Ags and Refresher.
Will die inside the base. So Vici Gaming finding both supports. Roche is up in a minute.
Yeah, lucking out on T1 that time. If it was another fight that they lose right before the Roshan and it was super
I kind of
quick,
need T1 to win because they need
be a
to
little
end 3rd
careful
place
here.
Well, they know.
for me to
No,
win my
honestly,
own
he's alone.
contest so I don't have
What
to
can he
pay
do?
you
He's
guys
gonna have to
shit.
get crafty to be able to escape. As
Cuckoo's
XM
coming.
onslaught to the right side, he's going to need help and he's going to need it fast. Maybe the bear can look to address the primal beast. They're actually going to turn to deal with Cuckoo instead. Stuck inside the sprout.
Okay,
so the waveform
Cuckoo.
will provide division.
Hello?
Vici Gaming,
Abyssal.
they're still on top
Blink.
of Arna. BAB with the blink in. He's got an Abyssal Blade. Arna needs help.
Dream Volley?
Thompson's here. He's going to try chucking the damage from afar, but with the BKB protecting XM for the moment, so the Savage Roar is not going to be an issue
Thompson,
to push
toss
him
him
away.
away!
He
Toss him
won
away!
not to buy back
Oh,
just yet.
tree
Another
volley!
resummon from
Oh!
Arna. Going! The Bash is in the control. Erica goes down at T1. They baited them. They set the trap inside the base. They'll be able to turn to Yang. He's trying to escape to the northern side. They'll finally kill him off in the tree line as Thompson
What
gets the triple kill.
frick? And Roche just respawns.
Buyback from Cuckoo.
Hello, guys.
They commit a few more, and this time it's when the Roshan's going to be up. They've got the vision, they've got the understanding that it's going to happen. Man, just that turnaround damage, the burst potential.
It's just impressive how Vici are so good at getting an advantage and fucking it up immediately half a second later.
Oh no, Doctor doesn't have his own force. Oh no, the worst sequence of events here from Vici. He's out mid lane as well. Wyvern. He's got Erica.
Oh no.
Morphling just brought back. Where's the control? Can Cuckoo get in range? Erica's not gonna mess
Yeah,
around.
they deserve to lose
BKB
after
preventing the
this
hex
game.
coming out
This
from
was so
Cuckoo,
terrible.
But that was almost the end of the game. Vici gaming.
Holy
oh
shit.
My Lord, glimpse of a TI just being taken away potentially.
Oh, with those buybacks. Someone's going to need to get back to base, or Cuckoo might just choose to stay here instead. Commit, take this Roshan away. Such a heavy buyback commitment and so much damage coming through with all those crits. Frisk, I don't know
Wolves
if
got
they'll
to
get
deny
there
it.
fast enough this time. Oh, how quickly can they put stuff in their inventory? Ooh. Well, at the base, it's getting hit. Cuckoo's got to get back. Hit the siege creep, my guy. The siege creeps.
I know the deal would tell. Oh god. Alright, they gave Cuckoo tomes, so trying to get him his level 25.
But they found the right target at the start.
And now
The right
Anna's
one
got
is
a free
easily
Ags.
The best target. Zephyr ended up
So you got Lone
hook-shotting
Druid with a
through
bear
onto
that
Creep
lives
Wave on the other
separately from
side.
him.
Tops are just using these little things, lucking out with the flicker there, bringing him forward a little bit just to be able to escape the range, kite out the fight long enough, force them into these areas of uncertainty where they didn't have the vision advantage. And then Anna, I wouldn't call this a bait. They just
yeah, it is on Anna.
It was just a little bit of an outplay coming
Free
through here.
Ags
They
on
thought they
Lone
might be able to
Druid.
take out the
God.
bear. Anna again, the level 20 talent coming in handy with that super low cooldown. Thought potentially they might look to go for that quick kill, but the voodoo switcheroo lasting 3 seconds instead of 2 now means that they don't feel comfortable enough to go on forward. He's laughing, he's laughing, he said, come on, come into my house, see what my boys have got for you.
Yeah, fucking Thompson like a beast.
A game deficit in their hopes of continuing on in the lower bracket. 22,000 lead for T1. Probability is somewhat pretty even considering.
I think it's just the rack situation. It's still slightly favoring Vici Gaming, and of course they're like, well, this is a bit tiny, not super great into the later
Wait,
stages
is
of the
Morphling
game,
going
but this is
Silver
a
Edge
Thompson
into
mid-time.
Daedalus? Are
We've
you
seen what he's
fucking
able to
kidding
do
me?
Time and time again.
Why doesn't he just ever get
14,900
agged?
health you have to go through on the tiny.
He really wanted that quick pick off. Got a spread.
Guys, Erica is going Silver Edge into Daedalus, which is
Zephyr under the
literally
ward.
crit into crit.
Again, do you want to jump the clockwork?
Nope.
Are you kidding me? I don't get the
The
Morphling.
Bear's just going to freely siege, and meanwhile, once the
Just get
Bear's
Scotty,
going
you
to
dick.
Zephyr's ready, and Thompson's ready as well with a tree volley. Almost enough to bring down Yang, but Vici Gaming at least keeping the heroes alive, but the barracks will not be so fortunate.
The only one with buyback is the Lycan, and I feel like that's nowhere near the main target for him now at this stage. There was a big period where
No
it was,
Hurricane, no
where a
Scotty,
lot
no
of the damage
Ags.
coming through for
Yeah,
Vici
'cause-
Gaming was
okay,
because
let's
of
see
that
what
Helm of the Overlord, both from the
Swift
creep
Link,
as well as the aura,
Manta,
and of course
Static.
kind of
Because you
raw
don't need
that
Scotty
Sherlock
against
used
a Lone
on
Druid who
the Lycan
heals himself
but
like
now it
stupid
does switch
amounts.
over to the supports, or
That's
even the cores,
you know,
honestly.
dumb.
We've seen so many times that White Monster
You need double crit.
these amazing static storms, especially talenting heavily
Dude,
into
the
it
fucking
to be able to
Lone
fight it out.
Druid,
Of course, the double static
called?
storm potentially coming through here.
Spirit Link, shared
Move on
lifesteal,
forward, catch out anyone that
65%.
wants to push out this lane because it's
65%
all melee, essentially,
shared
that they've
lifesteal.
got outside of the
Let's
ball
not
front. You
get
can't afford
ourselves
to
a
get into the
Scotty.
front of the team fight.
Let's not get
You're
stats on
gonna
a
need a square key
Morphling.
from Vici. The Rocket Flare and the Bear in the front line just giving them way too much information. T1 know exactly whenever they're going to get the jump.
Could be the last team fight.
XM, chuck in, double fissure. Not the worst start, because Frisk has got the follow-up Echo Slam as well. They're going to try and blow up Thompson at the moment. A decent amount of damage coming out throughout the Pulverize, but Thompson's going to step out to the right side. But Vici
Thompson's
Gaming,
dead.
they've locked onto
Dieback,
their
buyback.
target. Can they reset, however, on Rainy? Because Anna's still in the middle, trying to 1v1
Anna's
Erica at the moment
lose
inside.
first
the start,
life?
they've been able to deal with the first life.
What?
Vici Gaming Can they set themselves up for round 2? Ana's vulnerable. He doesn't have the boys nearby to protect him as XM trampling all over the Druid, and they'll bring him down, and now they'll turn to Nature's Prophet as Cuckoo just brought back. Be cautious here, T1. You can't continue to bleed your members. Such a heavy commitment to Thompson. He's got Whitemon nearby. Static Storm's gonna get laid down, but look at Erica.
Dieback Thompson, Dieback Cuckoo.
Static Storm, Erica just pummeling in left, right, and center.
Why is Ana here?
Ana's separated as well. T1 are crumbling.
That's the second bear.
They can walk.
That's the game.
The Glyph will only delay this. I think
Triple buyback.
I think we are as well. It's going to need to be the biggest plays of all time coming through from Clockwork and Disruptor to be able to influence this one. They're just trying to spam out those rocket
That was
players.
9 kills.
Make sure that you've got
in
some level of
trade
backdoor
of
protection.
1.
And BAB instantly just trying to make sure that
VG had no buybacks on anyone except their Lycan.
The creeps, man.
He doesn't have buyback.
Ooh, he's in miss.
Dude, Jeff, how are you asking for a high five? You're about to lose the game.
Oh,
what the fuck?
Nice blink reaction.
Ooh.
No way they all get out. They all got out.
Oh, if the creeps got him, I would have lost my... Is this going to delay for long enough?
I don't actually get this game.
Pretty good damage. Does Clockwork sell everything to buy the Scepter so that he can spam that rocket flare to push out the waves? I mean, he's not, but I wish he did.
Oh, okay, that's another dieback.
I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures.
They're going straight tier 4s, and why not?
Yeah, we're going
VG win?
Oh my, what was this game?
VG win?
It's only fitting we go the distance. T1 VG game.
How the fuck does VG win?
To see it.
Man, it can't be understated how good that was from Vici, just in terms of their coordination, in terms of their
Bro, that's
hero,
a fucking
their shot
lie.
calling, and being able to find
Vici,
the exact target that they want at the start of the...
That one fight at the end was good. The rest was...
Under T1's
they
vision.
fucked up
They
17
had
fights
very
this
little
game.
to play with outside of the Wolves just patrolling around in the team fight. So the fact that they were able
Only
to get
that last
quick
fight
pick-off,
they did
force that
really,
buyback where he's
really
not
well.
able
The
to
rest
quickly
of the
rejoin
fights
the
they
team, and they
actually
just dropped
fucked
like
up
flies one at a
everything.
time. There's still smiles coming through from Kit Track, and well, not so much from March there, but it's entertaining for us at least because we're going to get to see that.
I'm
okay,
glad we're going
that
the
was
distance here, because it really wouldn't be fitting with some of these players potentially.
That was
being
insane.
in TI. I know it's still a long road having to make it all through the lower bracket, but I mean, one person in particular in the China scene who was out for a little bit of time, Frisk, really the X factor, what felt like in a lot of those team fights, especially the early game as well. And he...
Okay, let's see what's the draft in the Navi game.
I think just standard, but we'll see for sure.
Oh, out we go. Xtreme on
Oh,
the
see
Radiant
chat?
side,
Oh, sure.
smoking up.
Cuckoo.
Feels like they play
red
Dial
flag.
every game I've cast of them.
No more NP
It looks
cuckoo,
weird
please.
seeing XG
Just
on
get
Radiant
cuckoo,
side.
cuckoo NP.
There's Navi
Who's
over on the
cuckoo?
dial. Might get a run out here, V-Tunes TB. Leading out is PYW Nix. The smoke breaks.
See, what's
Couple of
this
pings
draft?
from
V-Tune
Snapfire.
TB against Naga.
They want to try and scout again with old 11 smoke now.
Playing Naga on Xtreme?
Skirting around the edge of the outpost. Smoke breaks. Solo. A Chen going to get spotted, but the rest of Xtreme have already removed themselves from the situation.
Kind of like Navi's draft.
It is just old 11 up here at this point.
I think the good news for Navi is like any lane Timber gets is going to be good. Like you're not worried about lane swaps because whether it's Slada or Naga, you feel like you've got a good lane. So this Timber pick definitely, it makes sense on some level. Like it's a great Timber game, but as far as what Navi's draft now looks like, you kind of feel like, is this really the kind of draft we want in a game 3 to decide?
Okay, I'm actually really...
Pressure is going to be on Xtreme Gaming to make some of those mid-game plays
bio while I
find
keep
these
this one
big team
open,
fights.
and I'll be right back.
Paparazzi's Death Prophet has been really solid for them so far, and he needs to put up another big game here.
Kind of interesting that, that top lane observer ward actually down bottom in that jungle. And DY is getting run out. Going to have the turnaround with old 11 here and force Sweden strong back. But yeah, usually that observer ward is in the medium camp to block the camp from Chen and give vision. But it was outside of the camp and it still gets dewarded. So a little unusual there from Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, maybe it's something Navi have kind of studied or seen that ward before, but definitely nice that they can get that early deward off and
Lane swaps.
Yeah, they are swapping. Interesting. This is not what I necessarily expected. I feel like if you're Na'Vi, you may have just been happy to settle for it. But yeah, they're going to make sure that they get that Timbersaw in the lane they want it, dealing with those Naga and Naga illusions.
Yeah, and Sweden Strong didn't go for boots, so no lane dragging from the Clockwork. On PYW up top's going to drag the wave away from Lays. Give Chen some experience and gold under the tower. Not the ideal situation, but Solo's going to be pretty happy about it.
Yeah, he's getting these last hits. He's already level 2. Not sure. Yeah, Lays is like, do I stay with this wave here? He's actually TPing bottom.
Interesting. I guess they've already seen the Naga TP down there, so they immediately swap their lanes out and put the TP back up top.
Yeah, everyone's TPing, so this means Na'Vi get the lanes they want. Both sides don't have TPs all of a sudden, but I guess the support's the ones who don't have to move, so maybe Xtreme Gaming feel like with the supports they've got in these lanes that they can kind of still do okay here.
And it feels like a little unusual from the Terrorblade as well, going Metamorphosis level 1. I feel like we've seen Reflection just be that a spammable spell. You go for meta at level 2, and he wanted to secure some early last hits before transitioning back up to top.
Well, one lane we haven't seen too much action from or talked about is this mid lane. SF versus Death Prophet. I definitely agree with what you were saying. It's not quite as SF favorite as it once was. Death Prophet does have the tools to kind of stick around in lane and, you know, heal back up with those runes. So I don't think we'll see too much action there until these supports start rotating.
Yeah, especially with boots on Paparazzi. He forgoes the early blink rush. Boots to get away from razors. Nice handy tool to have. And then down bottom, Lou, 13-3 on this Naga. Having a pretty good time so far. Lays with 3 last hits on his Timbersaw. Really having some difficulties even getting to the wave.
You see the CS on the dire side, and you're like, oh yeah, they're doing okay. But then you wait a second, it's Chen with 10 last hits. TB and Timber both not getting any farm so far, so...
And the cookie forward. Good bit of damage onto Lays. Doesn't have reactive armor. Went for this 1-1-0 build to try and get damage out. He's going to have to salve back up.
Being an underleveled Timber is not a good feeling.
It's definitely not. He's a feast or famine hero, that's for sure.
Yeah. That's where all these lane swaps, like a lot of these supports got experience and gold. Like Clockwork's almost a full level ahead of Timbersaw. And you look at the heroes that are getting under leveled, it's heroes like Timber who want to be ahead when it comes to the lane.
Yeah, Naga leading out with the last hits. Feels very good for Xtreme. You do have that silver lining of no one starting to handle this mid lane. 21-3, pulling out ahead of the DP. Going to be a couple of waves ahead with this fresh one arriving at his tower now as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. We end up with the lanes like you'd expect, standard lanes, but it didn't start that way. And it's the lanes that are better for Na'Vi, but because of all the swaps, something just kind of went amiss in the early game and has put them on the back foot. They're going to need Solo's Chen to like have a bigger impact because you got all these early levels in farm, but Chen just is kind of this passive lane securing hero these days to some extent, so there's not a whole lot Chen can easily do. And they're still TPing. They TP. They're going to force... Yeah, VTune doesn't have one. Like, that's the thing. You don't get free TPs unless you're feeding, and no one's died.
He doesn't want to buy a TP. He wants to buy stats and boots and stuff.
He's got a TP on his courier now, but he's got to bring it out, so it could be some time before he can lane swap again.
Yeah, I realized during the draft it might have seemed or sounded weird when you were talking about passive heroes, and I brought up the Chen, because previously Chen has been an active laning hero, grabbing creeps and dominating lanes. But I think the past several months, even the past year, he's kind of been an AFK farm to mech kind of hero. He goes jungle, gets mech, and that's his job.
Yeah, he's going to
passive one.
Want to have heroes to kind of play around and push with, but you've got these kind of 3 cores that all want to farm a bit there. He's probably wishing he had the Death Prophet on his team, but we'll see. For now, they are stabilizing these lanes a bit. VTune is catching up on the farm when it comes to this top lane. Has brought the TP out. I'm curious to see if he does go for that lane swap again.
Oh, yeah, might be a little late now.
His courier keeps it alive, and he's maybe gonna get this kill on PYW.
Yeah, with a reflection on him. Chasing Nyx into the trees. PYW. Can he TP out here? He's going to try and juke around, but he's found by VTune. Huge kill for Na'Vi there. Yeah, first blood for him.
Took a while to get there, but 5.5 minutes in, and TB gets the kill.
Oh, no one misses his first couple of raises. They were trying to get in there with Sweden Strong as well. As bottom lane Lays, he's hunted down by Old Levin, and the scatter blast from DY will secure it. Paparazzi mid looked like he was in a real spooky situation, but speedy enough with, what, 330 move speed to get away from the Shadow Fiend of no one.
Yeah, and he has that high ground ward in the mid lane, so he sees this Clockwork coming, which is also why Xtreme Gaming are able to dive down bottom. They know the Clockwork's missing. They know he's not going to kind of counterplay it, so some good vision enabling them to both avoid the gank on mid and also get a kill down bottom.
No one sees PYW coming across the D ward. Next assassin always causing problems. Just moving forward, getting some vision down of his own in that top dire jungle as well. And no one now relegated to jungling that large camp. All he can claim because he's so afraid of the Nyx lurking.
Tricky position to be in. I mean, Hasted Death Prophet, it's just the Nightmare rune. So until that one kind of expires, it isn't really a situation where he wants to play this mid lane. He's going to give it to the Chen. He's probably telling Solo, yeah, you go defend this one. You may get killed, but we need somebody here, right?
Oh, more gold, more experience for Solo.
Yeah.
Or his 17 last hits, needs more.
He's ahead of the Timber on net worth. That's that's pretty crazy.
He's going to have a 7.5 minute mech or something, like 8 minute mech here for the Chen.
Yep. Nobody is defending or playing mid lane on the dire side. That's the problem with power runes on certain heroes, and Death Prophet's just gonna get bored and say, okay, no one's playing mid, I'll take this tower then.
Free tower.
Yeah.
PYW as well as DY here to fight as well.
That's a tier 1 mid. That's not one of these kind of, yeah, you know, it's a side lane tower, not so great. The mid tower going to give them full access into both jungles and put a lot of pressure on the Na'Vi when it comes to securing their farm. Yeah.
Like, you take towers early and you've got this Naga who's then cutting waves and split pushing. Down bottom, old 11. He's going to turn and fight into Sweden Strong, but trapped inside those cogs, he's done for. A Battery Assault secures it, thanks to V-Tune coming down here with his Metamorphosis.
Oh, that's such a good point, though, about the Naga. It just feels like Lou is going to get insanely farmed this game when it comes to basically farming out all of this mid and top side of the map. TB can kind of do the same thing down bottom a bit, especially the way Na'Vi have rotated all their supports down there. So at least Na'Vi kind of understanding that
no one.
They need to set this TB out.
Requiem, Carapace, the Spirit Siphon still going, gets a raise out onto PYW.
There's an Invis room, but he doesn't want to go for it.
Oh, Paparazzi's going to keep chasing. No one does get the kill. And thanks to his wand and still holding a Fairy Fire, yeah, he survives.
That was bold from no one. He's like, I could get this rune, but screw it, I'm going to take this kill. And you know, he knew he wasn't really in any danger there, so great play from the SF.
And that now allows Na'Vi to move on to tier 1 bottom themselves. TB chipping away at it. Should be easy for them to claim.
As far as this game goes, the main thing that hasn't gone according to plan for Na'Vi is just lace this game on this Timbersaw. If he can kind of, you know, get some catch-up time, which he's going to have a lot of alone time. He's on Naga duty. He's just going to be camping top, trying not to die, and trying to de-push against this Naga Siren. So at some point, you know, this Timber is going to be able to have an impact on this game.
Yeah, just bodyguard that tower for as long as you can.
Yep.
Try and stop the wave cutting from Lou, but he's doing well with his Illusion Micro.
And they can't really kill him. Until, I'd say, Snapfire level 6, I think that's really the main way Timber dies at this point.
Speaking of Snapfire, Hurricane back into the cogs of Sweden Strong. Does get the cookie out. And Paparazzi with PYW will turn back onto Na'Vi and stop the aggressors in their tracks.
It's a little support kill here, but Xtreme Gaming finally decide they've had enough of this TB just farming out their entire jungle, so they bring enough heroes to repel Na'Vi away, but some farm to fall back to in the Ancients here. The big issue for Na'Vi is just like, is there enough farm to go around? TB, SF, Timber, 3 heroes that want a lot of it. Chen also, like, you know, you kind of end up farming quite a bit on Chen when you're in the jungle here, but it does feel like Solo's going to be the guy who just has to push out lanes and maybe put his life on the line a little bit. But Xtreme Gaming, they're not interested in Chen. They want to kill these cores. They smoke up to the top lane. They have their eyes set on this Timbersaw.
Yeah, these 2 wards, so vital for them. The one in the jungle saw the SF and they knew he was retreating. So the lane ward top gives the vision onto the Timbersaw as he... Oh, PYW tries to carapace the Chakram. Will get it done in the end, thanks to Old 11 with the bash there as well. And Paparazzi using Exo just to get on top of this tier 1 tower. Na'Vi need to swiftly move elsewhere. Find room on the map for your TB.
And that's the problem with these greedy drafts is when your opponents make a play like this with Exorcism and stuff, there's no real response. Like, you can't trade towers. You're just trading a little bit of farm elsewhere, but you're not trading favorably because they make that play with 4 heroes while Naga's, you know, farming the entire map plus jungle. So It just feels like all the moves Xtreme Gaming can make are a little bit more efficient. They get to take towers plus find these key kills on cores while they maintain a pretty equal farm distribution, or at least an equal farm compared to the Na'Vi cores.
I guess if you're feeling comfortable with Naga, Riptide, and the Corrosive Haze of Slardar to be that minus armor strat against your TB, your Timber Saw, just get them the items and levels they need. I feel good about it. And even Paparazzi just rushing straight into BKB. Knows that he's the tempo hero here, and Naga is going to be soaking up a lot of this farm on the map. While Slardar going Echo Saber this time around, rather than that Mask of Madness we saw previously.
I guess probably just because of TB in this game, I think you can't really expect to be able to run in against a TB who is just going to meta and destroy you. Right now, Na'Vi feel like they've hit a pretty strong timing. The Chen Mech, the TB meta with a Yashin, they want to pressure this T1 mid tower.
Xtreme looking to respond and snare the Terrorblade. Missed the stun though. PYW now inside the cogs. Trapped in the cage as Lays will arrive with a Chakram to zone them away. Tier 1 still standing tall, but in comes Lays and Sweden strong with a hookshot on Paparazzi. A Hand of God keeps them topped up and healed, but these kisses. Mortimer zones them out with the artillery, and PYW always getting cookied away and saved. Old 11 on the runaway, and Lays just keeps on chasing forward but misses his Chakram. Luckily for him, because the carapace was going to be there from PYW.
It's okay.
DD now bottom as well.
Just a casual 0-for-0 team fight where like 30 spells were used. Calster, where's the team fight recap?
Well, there's the win rate probability. 53 to 47. We get something.
That was, yeah, no one died. There was a lot that went down, but I mean, that's
every ulti?
Sorry?
It was like every ult, I guess Sandy got used and Exo was coming off cooldown, but everything else, yeah.
Yeah, and Paparazzi got low, but Na'Vi got low, but then they had the Chen Mech plus Hand of God. Some good disengages from the Nyx Assassin, and yeah, wasn't even like a Song of the Siren or anything to kind of break things up. It was just a good old-fashioned cast your spells and run away.
That's not even leveled up, is it? No song for Lou. 4-1-4 build. Has he taken stats or is he holding a point? He's level 10. Oh, he's got the talent. Of course he has. A 30 Riptide damage. On back to a period of calm. Get your farm in. And Solo's going to have his Vlads pretty soon on this Chen. And no one. Similar story to Paparazzi, just going straight for this BKB to hit that early to mid-game timing. 15, 16 minutes in.
Yeah, I think he knows he's got this TB on his team. He can't go too greedy. Plus the Timber. Like, Timber is just this hero that there isn't really like a selfless Timber build or like a team-oriented one. At least not like any that feel good to go. So no one's dropped BKB plus. He had Blink queued up earlier. I'm curious to see if he goes back for that. But very likely we see some kind of more spellcaster build out of him. Utilizing the magic damage from these raises a bit more.
PYW with the kisses. The pairing of the two supports.
Sunder a teammate.
V2 and Sunder onto no one. Buys a bit of time for the TB to escape. While in the back, Sweden Strong gonna get good cogs onto board 11, allowing Lays to shred through him with a Chakram. Sweden Strong though unable to finish the job. Slardar's out, the reflection comes. But Terrorblade just holding high ground, watching his teammates die. Na'Vi looking to escape now.
No, I'm always
Lays
tired.
has the corrosive haze on him. DY and Paparazzi tracking back to find this Timber Saw. Hey, you're right, on cooldown for 40 seconds. He's going to go back in aggressively, though. He wants all 11 and try and get a kill before he dies. He knew it was coming.
Yeah. He saw the writing on the wall. He's like, I'll try bring one down
Wasn't
with me.
Na'Vi 3-1 ahead
I mean, just
previously?
a tough fight for Na'Vi to take because the TBs used Sunder on the Shadow Fiend there. So both TB and SF ended up pretty low. Like, I think SF was on 25%, TB was on half health. So their two highest damage cores can't really take that fight. Whereas the rest of the Na'Vi supports were kind of like, oh, we're going to run in and help
really
out,
farmed
help out
on the
our buddy,
Naga.
but the end result was Xtreme Gaming getting a few kills and they're not done. Solo, in some trouble.
Old 11 going for the solo kill. Does he have a Hurricane to push people around? He's turning and trying to fight.
Okay.
Does get the Hurricane, but doesn't survive in the end.
He gets the solo kill, but he also doesn't get the solo kill.
Yeah, help came in from DY.
If Xtreme Gaming and VG Gaming win game 3, then it's going to be reverse sweeps all day, every day, bro.
Right? The Nyx and the Snapfire, they set it up, and they basically finished.
Yeah, especially the fact that, you know,
all the
It's a
wards.
very
Like,
interesting
I believe it was
coincidence,
Kyle
but
who
people
called
are
it,
gonna
like,
say
the tower
scripted.
strategy, where you just drop the
You know,
tombstone on top
TI
of the enemy tower, you
qualifiers,
drop the
you
shaman wards on the enemy
you
tower,
make it
now
through
drop the
this, you
Venom
go to
wards, and how
TI,
you
where
fight into that.
last
This is a
place I
very
think is
slow
already
volley lineup where
100k.
they can take objectives incredibly easily.
Scripted.
Visage as last pick for VG.
Fucking the
team,
biggest
and,
tournament
how
in
is
the year,
everything
scripted.
shaping up
No.
for them?
5 seconds remaining.
Ooh, that's a
Throwing for money.
that's a tough one. I mean, looking at the idea that they've gone for this aura builder Visage, I would suspect them to get something that utilizes the lifesteal and the right click damage. Maybe something like, I know XM has been the one to play sniper. This is a lineup from T1 that's gonna struggle a bit trying to break through the front line, basically.
Okay, let's see.
Of PG Gaming, but I don't think they want to play sniper.
Another
as a
morph
safe
game
lane
for
carry,
Erica.
'cause they've usually played it
Or
in
glass
late.
game. Plus this time you could steal
and
Tombstone.
room
The
for
Shadow
it. They
Fiend
got
also
Morph
banned in the
and-
first lane.
I'm
Yeah, they
digging
got Morph
Vichi's
and
draft
Fake
so
Tutor,
far.
I don't know if they and Visage. I don't know if they have room for another core, do they?
True. They probably don't want to go that way then.
5 seconds.
Yeah, the
remaining.
Visage for me, the way I look at him, he's gonna be like the street.
Just
sweeper.
pick Erica
Like, his
Morph and
job
play
this
around
game
him.
is,
I
like,
still
kill all the
despise
wards of the
Erica's
Venom,
item build
kill the
from last game,
Tombstone,
and they were
kill
really
the wards
lucky
of the, Shadow
that
Shaman.
XM
He's just
played
been
really
killing all
well
these,
on the
like,
Primal
pesky
Beast.
wards this game.
Honestly,
As
Erica
far as,
did
like, the
fuck all last
pick,
game.
I'm not entirely sure. I think they definitely do.
He
need-
he
they have a lot of
almost
cores
cost him
here,
the
unless they
game
get
like 3
something
times.
crazy and put Void Spirit,
I
like
actually
you
think he
mentioned,
played
on
the
support
worst in
role,
his
which they could
entire
do,
team.
'cause Sniper looks okay outside
And
of
yeah,
the clock.
he did a good job in that
Yeah,
last fight
it's
by
okay,
dealing
but I
damage,
guess if they
but
wanna go for
you know,
something more traditional,
Dobson
it's
was already
probably
almost
something
dead
like
from the
Lich
Primal
Witch
Beast and the
Doctor,
Shaker.
somewhere between that, Axel. I mean, they don't necessarily want to get Witch Doctor. Don't think they get that much out of the Malediction, considering they have a lot of burst damage and a couple squishies that they're playing
I
against.
didn't like Erica's
Maybe
morph
something
thing
that
last game
provides
at
some
all.
bit of extra durability. I would have loved the Disruptor pick if it
Especially
wasn't
the fact that
straightaway
he sold his
banned
Dragon
by
Lance
T1.
instead of making it into a Hurricane Pike against Sprout
I'm a
Root.
little bit surprised that that VG didn't put importance on potentially picking up that disruptor, considering how well it was played last game. But Kazu, any thoughts on some final picks for them, especially on the side of T1?
Just
Because
different minds.
you're
No,
right,
bad
apart
mind.
from Nine
Bad.
dying, which would become tankier.
I mean, that
later,
Shaker
yeah,
had
this
some
is quite
really
squishy.
good echoes. And I think
I kinda
XM
want
in
them
general
to
played
pick a carry
phenomenally
matches,
that previous
you know,
game.
the
To be
strength of
fair,
their
on the
lineup
other
in a
side,
way,
that
like
Disruptor
where
with the
you
Zagnum
just have
Scepter
a
caught
hero,
them so,
you're gonna
and
have
this
this
Sagstrom
Venomancer
caught them
or
off so many
Undying. I
times.
don't really know yet who's gonna be the core. I could see some merit also for Venom being core with Vessel, but I guess every time they have this
But
hero,
for
it's just
instance,
a
the fight
support.
where Morphling was like
But at least for
diving
heroes that
past the
want to
tier
fight
3
early.
towers
So I would want
in mid,
Ana's hero to
then gets
kind
rooted
of,
in
you
the
know,
Sprout,
join that timing with his team. A hero that
and
can
afterwards
go
his
into this timing,
BKB
but then
ends,
also like scale a little bit
dies,
through the game later.
comes back alive,
Might not be the
and yeah, of course,
easiest
Xtreme on
pick
his
to start
face. He
off
can't
because
do
I think
anything
this
at that
Visage pick
stage.
from Vici was pretty good. Something that Fear mentioned is that it's going to help you kill the Tombstone, it's going to help you kill the wards. I think also a hero that potentially builds Wraith Pact and or Pipe is very good against this T1 draft, and they end up banning PL. I think that hero could have been pretty good for them.
Is there
I
anything
mean,
else
for sure.
for you to mind as honest heroes?
I mean, if they want to direct counter the Morph, there's a Drow, but the lane matchup for
10
Tusk is
seconds
pretty
remaining.
abysmal. I mean, I was gonna say Bristleback is something that is good versus the Visage, but I don't know if it can carry the game. Yet
What do
again,
you
in a
think about
position
Naga
where they have
versus
to
TB
find a hero
matchup?
that can do well in the laning stage and also carry the game.
It's kind of weird. I think it's Naga possibly Naga
favorite.
favorite. It depends on exactly
wouldn't
what
mind
the
if they
TB's item build's gonna be,
Lone
because his
Druid,
Ags
I
is
think,
actually
is
pretty
what
good
I
against
would
Naga,
probably
considering
go
you got the
for.
AoE fear.
Just have that.
I think it
follow-up
is
potential,
slightly
adding
Naga
more to the
favored,
play, just try to end the game
though
early.
with the addition
Something
of the
along that.
SF joining in, I think they can take out the Naga
Faceless Void.
Void.
Well,
Okay.
with Rec Room, Fear.
not
Okay,
a
so they
huge
got
fan of
Void,
that, but
Chrono.
It's okay. Like so, like in this
It's
matchup here, like the
Decent,
Void,
but
you
they
can,
have Snowball
you know,
save.
backtrack
Yeah,
a
Snowball
lot
save
of
is
the
kind of tough to
harassment Visage,
completely
but
master
that does have
against
a
the
long
Chrono, but it is doable.
10
It is
He's got a
possible.
nasty lane,
And also
stage in
catching
general.
Void
I think there's a
Spirit
lot of threat
in
that comes with
Chrono
this,
is kinda tough.
This Void Spirit and the Tusk
Yeah,
roaming
sup,
around
Broken
the map
Darkling,
trying
how
to
you
hunt
doing?
For this Faceless Void, I mean, it's gonna be a bit difficult, but you're actually gonna be pretty safe when you think about the Chronosphere. Like you can actually make some really good plays with it. You kind of enable.
Oh, you
the rest
been?
of the
I've
team.
been doing
Catching
okay.
Morphling once is already
little bit
enough.
sick
You can
right
also
now.
Blow up this Winter Wyvern.
I was at my
Pretty nice.
girlfriend's place, and Well, she's sick. So Sheep got me sick.
So where do you feel like VG are going to have to go if they want to match the tempo for T1? And, you know,
I wanted to watch a little bit of the TI qualifiers.
Faceless Void was the type of hero where I was like, yeah, I think it's good for the T1 draft, but against Vichi's early game and some of this laning stuff he's playing into, he's going to have to perform. Like, I think in a very good state for him to have a good game in this game. So it's good for their draft. Not that easy to execute
wants to
against
be in
Vici.
EU again, right?
And for their
I'm good doing
+5,
a little
I feel like
cleaning.
there's one route
I
where
did
you
that
can either pick a +5 that gives you like
last week, and then I went to
semi-save.
the
I don't know if
GF,
they've
so
played
everything's
bench
still
before.
pretty A-okay.
I don't know if it's the best pick
say.
for
I am
them, or
getting
if they
some new
still want to do some swap around where you put
books
this Void Spirit
delivered
to 4,
today
which is
to
what
put
I
in
feel like
my
they
Pokemon cards.
will not do. But I feel like this
Because
+5
I have a
pool
lot of
is
Pokemon cards
a
that
little
I still
limited.
need
I'm
to
not seeing a much better
put in
option here
cases,
than this
especially
type
my
of bench where
Mewtwo.
you just end up having a
God,
save.
this card's so beautiful.
Yeah, and like
Mewtwo V.
Chrono counter or classic Faceless Void counter being the Venge would be true. Yeah, I just don't know how the lane, like, is Venge just going to suffer in the lane?
Because I have a bunch of
lot,
Pokemon
but I
cards
was
that still
thinking
need to
that
be
could be
put
a
in.
possible pick for them. I'm also
But
thinking
I have one, but I kind of
Wyvern,
want to
for
sort it
some
by,
reason,
like,
or Winter Wyvern.
the series.
Could be something for them. Get a good setup with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think
They're
Vincent's
also
the
gonna
same.
be-
Rubik.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Now select
Okay.
So
I was gonna
Rubik,
say,
they're
both
going for a more
teams
aggressive
practically using
route.
all of their
Pretty
reserves.
good Rubik
Wow.
game. Dream Coil Steel, Shackles,
So not going for
Serpent
the
Wards,
going
or
for more of
Hex
the
Steel,
aggression.
Chrono Possible
All of the
Steel.
spells you steal from Shaman are really game-changing when you're playing Rubik. It's tons of lockdown. You can steal Chrono in some fights. There's a lot of good spells.
Yeah,
here.
I'm liking again
Definitely
the
steal
draft
them,
here
so-
of Vici.
Not going the defensive route, going more for the offensive route. So very interesting.
Yeah.
I guess
mean,
they're gonna copying T1's playstyle from game number 1.
as exactly what I was going to say, game 1, T1 brought that aggression. Game 2, you know, it was a little bit longer, very tumultuous, very back and forth. But game 3, VG decide they're the ones that are going to be trying to run over T1. And Kezu, do you think that's able to happen with this? Where are the tempos
terribly.
laying it for the two lineups?
I think, again,
Actually, is T-Panda ever saying anything in these panels? I swear to God, I barely hear him talk.
then I'm quite afraid for T1's chances in this game.
And what about you,
How are
Fia?
you,
Who
friend?
are you
I'm
rooting
doing
for?
fine.
Which
How are you? How's
well,
the UK treating you?
Oh, I'm not rooting for anyone. I'm just rooting for good Dota here. But I think this Morphling Faceless Void matchup, I have not seen the Faceless Void come out on top yet, so I'm not gonna bet on it. So I'm gonna go with Vichi's lineup here.
All right, very quickly, T-Panda, you don't get to explain yourself. A team. That's it.
BG.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. Perfect. Let's jump into game number 3. This is going to decide who is going home in this last chance qualifier. It's game 3 with Dan Organares.
Well, we saw from True Sight what happens when you pick a Rubik in a elimination game. PSG LGD mentioned it with Shinkyu's Rubik in the grand finals of TI10, but I mean, who else would you want to play a hero like this? Frisk, previously known as Fade, has probably one of the best position 4 Rubiks out there in Denog. I could not imagine a better Rubik game. Look at all the abilities that he can possibly steal for them. Vici Gaming T1 at game 3. Like
there is
he
still
said,
a better
Denog,
one, but
I just want good Dota.
I want great Dota. Good's not enough because we've already got great Dota so far
Ooh,
with that
Yang's
game
got
number
the-
2. And
the
I feel like this
smouldering
game
gem.
might match those expectations. I mean,
good,
like
just
you've been
got to get
saying,
to
the
school, and I'm
MVP from the
cleaning a
last
little,
game in Frisk,
and I'm
he's
about to
going
do
to
my
look to do it
makeup. I
again,
have
put
an
the team on
appointment.
his back.
Okay.
I was really wanting T1 to go for a Sven. I think it would have been an amazing last pick for them. Just provides so much in terms of protecting the team, the burst,
still
but
playing,
the Faceless Void,
Dead by
it provides a
Daylight.
little bit of that too. You've got some damage to
These
go inside of the
days.
Chronosphere, and of course, it is very important to have some of the lockdown to be able to deal with the Faceless, with the Void Spirit, with the Morphling, and more importantly, the Visage, the main hero that's going to be setting the tempo for the early game. So with things as they're positioned right now, it looks like Ana's going to be paired together with Whitemon on his Shadow Shaman, but I was really wanting that Veno to go into the Visage lane just because of what you're able to do. You don't really care too much about the Gravekeeper's Cloak if you've got that consistent damage over time going with the
And
Venomous Gale.
Apex
So
mainly.
we'll see how it ends up working out with the
Okay,
Shadow Shaman.
okay.
Of course, you do get some of that
I
damage
haven't
over
played
time
Apex
with the
in a
shackles,
long
but
time.
certainly not as strong as the Veno.
I used to play a lot of it with friends,
We'll
but
see how this mid lane
considering my
matchup's able
friends
to
quit
shape
playing,
up. It
I
is a
kind of quit
very,
playing.
very back and forth kind of affair
And
between
I
these two.
am
Like Fish
right
said, I mean, a lot
now
of people like picking the
so
Void Spirit
terrible
into
at
the puck,
shooters. I
even
feel
though it
sad
hasn't
when
had
playing
the
them.
greatest amount of success, but it does. There is a stage when you can deal with puck once you get that Yule Scepter, but you are also very vulnerable.
I'm thinking
to a lot of
about
the
just
control.
going back to like
We'll see what
childhood
XM can
games
do.
of
I mean,
mine.
this is arguably
Games
one
that
of his
I
more comfort
have
heroes
never
from
managed
previously
to
in the
actually
days of
finish.
him playing on CDAC. He knows his matchup through and through, and I mean, we
Thompson,
already
oh
see
no.
he's almost solo killing Thompson.
He's going to go for that
He's
bounty
got
rune.
another Resonant Pulse. Thompson has the Fairy Fire for Quiet. XM's just going to body him out of the lane, though.
Yeah. Surprisingly enough, that bounty rune wasn't even picked up to the start of the game as well. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he's going to change about the way that he goes through with this Void Spirit item build as well, right? Because a lot of the time, the reason that you pick this up against the puck is you've got the Yule Scepter with the Aether Remnant for the guaranteed setup that the rest of your team's able to connect in with a lot of their damage. But I wonder if this game, if he might just consider going like an Aghanim Scepter rush, because when you consider what you're going up against on T1, barely anyone, like, you're not going to buy a BKB on anyone except the Faceless Void this game, and he might even just choose to go like a Manta instead as well. And if you're just silencing everyone on the team, there is 0 damage coming through from T1. It's not like you've got, I don't know, an Enchantress or even a Tusk that's able to turn around and do a little bit of burst. Marcy, similar sorts of things. Whitemon bot side, in a little bit of trouble.
Dilation leveling.
Able to get away, though. I mean, I saw the Shadow Shaman, and it's a good Shadow Shaman game for sure. Like they were saying, they can just look to set up the Mass Serpent wards, you can set up the Plague wards, you can put down the Tombstone. Oh.
Yang might be a bit... Okay, they're not... Sorry, trying to secure the hard cream. There was a gale out and Cuckoo is moving over.
Yeah?
Still a little low.
Okay.
Has to be
Maybe
careful.
we'll get the kill in the end.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, not like that.
Not like that. I mean, it's a big get for a Venomancer. You know, you're one of these cores that, one of these supports that doesn't really do a great job of rotating. You're all about just setting yourself up in a lane, and if you could get yourself off to a fantastic start, it means that you're so much more capable of doing that. You can see he's already got the confidence with that extra
Looking
experience
pretty.
to just continue bodying Erica out of the lane.
Pretty neat so far. That first blood. Mid, Void Spirit's doing a pretty okay job. Morphling from Erica is kind of struggling topside, but not surprising because, of course, Strength Seal is nasty.
Morphling has the capability to always catch
Mid lane.
up. Mid lane XM, again, bringing Thompson down incredibly low.
Is he going to go for it? I mean, it's Thompson. I was wondering if he might just jaunt there, but still a little bit too early for the puck. Might look to go and secure the bounty rune for himself again with having the lane pushed out. So nice little bonus coming through there for Thompson, being able to double up some of his mobility on the map, as well as not losing too much in terms of farm.
It's a very similar game where we saw in game 2, both these mid laners have a lot of priority, a lot of importance, I should say, on picking up the power runes. Of course, we're not there just yet. Bottom lane, Ana in some trouble. BAB wasn't able to get that second round of the Soul Assumption off. Ana quick on the fingers with the Time Walk. Gonna be another game, though, when we need to see the supports rotating to try and secure some of the runes here for XM along with Thompson.
It's rough, though. Like, neither of them really want to be able to do it, and a Venomancer rotating has nowhere near the same level of impact as, you know, some of these stunning ones, the ones that can look to go for kills. I suppose Void Spirit's one of those heroes that, as long as you've got like a point in the Dissimilate, you're generally able to just get away from a lot of these ganks. But for now, XM, he's just focused on winning the laning matchup and potentially getting that solo kill onto Thompson.
Nice block from Yang. Not going to end up ticking up to 2 points into the Gale.
This time he's good.
This time it was a nice shards. I think one thing I've always been impressed from in regards to the China region
T1
is
starting off
their
the game pretty well.
They always
Morphling's
like
still
to
only
rotate whenever their mid
7
laner has level
assets.
6, and I think this is something you just mentioned. Like, you can't particularly on the Venomancer, well Vici can. So you if your lanes are in a position where the equilibrium's okay, you can definitely consider about rotating Frisk and Yang behind the tower, because with that ultimate from XM, you could definitely blow off Thompson or at least force out a defensive core.
Erica.
Yeah, I mean, you sure can on Whitemon,
Get
but
away.
the thing is, Ana's nearly died a couple of times in this
Tombstone.
bottom lane with Whitemon there.
Nastiness.
In some trouble. They're going to lay the Tombstone down. They can continue the
fine,
dive.
and
They've got the
actually
creeps,
going back
and
in.
Zephyr's even going to self as well.
I won't cancel
Frisk, I
TP.
believe his TP got cancelled, so they won't have the Rubik to try and kill Zephyr. Now Yang, he's overstepped the mark a little bit. Was expecting the Rubik to get involved, but instead, it looks like he still ends up dropping. So we got some kills across the board. BAB kills off Whitemon, and Yang does still bring down Zephyr as well.
I mean, that's kind of what you have to commit, right? You put himself a little bit further forward to be able to cancel that TP and ends up paying with his life on White One. Death probably shouldn't have come from Zephyr. He just ended up taking, I think, 3 different tower hits with not being able to swap.
Erica's just taking a beating
bottle
from
refill
every
if he wants it, though.
decay.
XM's going to get his own refill as well. So the kills on the side lanes will enable the supports now to rotate. Look at the importance in XM. There's the level 6 advantage. Doesn't have too much mana, so Frisk's going to give him a main go, but Thompson gets his own 6.
Oh, that's big.
Resident Pulse going to buy him some time. We'll see if they got the magic damage to go through the Void Spirit. Shaman's going to hold him into place, but the telekinesis will cancel that. Instead, XM, he just jumps in. Why not go for the kills instead of going for the power rune? As XM, with the help of the support rotation from Vici Gaming, will find a double kill on the river.
That's pretty aggressive.
Snatch away the bounty rune as well. That's the advantage of having this
Look
Void
at
Spirit there,
Erica's
right? With the 3
farm.
points of the Resonant Pulse. Big rotations just means more of that absorption coming your way.
Anna's going
That
Midas.
means that BAB's having a free time down bottom, and I really think, like Kesu said, this is a game-winning pick. I think there are some issues with your lane matchup into the Faceless Void, like Ana will have a pretty good time, but you address the Shaman incredibly well, who also addresses
Erica
the Void
farm is
and the
sadness,
Morphling,
Tony.
which is going to free their game up a little
upon
bit.
sadness.
They don't particularly deal with the push at all, so I think BAB is going to be a big reason of why Vici Gaming can potentially take
Every
this
single
game.
time he says BAB, I'm
Now,
thinking
I have
of
to say,
pen,
I don't think
pineapple,
it's
apple
a
pen.
surprise to
I have
anyone
a
that
pen.
Cuckoo's been copping a lot of
I
shit
have a
throughout
apple.
his performances so far, but
Apple
have a look at the
pen.
net worth this game.
I have a
He
pen.
is doubling
I
Erica's
have
net worth on this
pineapple.
top side, having a fantastic time
Pineapple
and confidently
pen.
just trying to deny
Apple
away this
pen.
entire creep wave.
Pineapple
Yang might
pen.
be forced to try and secure a few of these last hits for himself, but
pineapple,
if you
apple
go
pen.
too far forward, you're going to get denied and potentially still end up dying. I don't know if you can go for this kill. Cuckoo's just way too farmed right now.
Thompson mid lane. Cautious Frisk. Oh, he gets a telekinesis. So again, Thompson forced to use a defensive coil. Is going to be able to sidestep the Remnant. Another round of the Astral Step from XM. He's actually going to jump onto the Puck's location instead of waiting for the Jaunt. A tricky play to make.
They're trying their best to
Always has
knock
that
down
advantage
Thompson,
being
but
able to go
Thompson's
either
still
way.
second in net worth. With
So
Cuckoo
close,
being
though.
top
They're
net
playing
worth,
on the
baby.
edge.
Cuckoo
Thompson,
Chan.
I wonder if he's asking for a few more rotations
Cuckoo
because
Chan.
of how much they're emphasizing on
Cuckoo's
Vici.
doing it, boy.
This mid lane
Cuckoo.
doesn't look like anyone other than Whitemon is in a position to be able to help him out, and they're also
Does
pinning
Erica
out the
ever
fact
come
that
back?
they've got a Rubik to the right hand side.
Honestly, he should just get a Morbid Mask in
Yeah,
jungle.
they're going to secure that DD rune for XM.
Morphling can
You
farm
can't
really
afford to go for
fast,
it,
but he
unfortunately.
kind of
So this
should just leave the
power now on
lane.
XM enables him to rotate top, especially with a double damage rune. I don't know prior if they
Yang.
would have been able to kill Cuckoo's Undying,
They're pinging
but
it.
now I think he can. Now I think he can definitely rotate, and well, he's going to go for Zephyr instead. As Yang having a 1v1 at the moment,
They see him.
trying to at least hold Zephyr into place as long as possible, so the rest of Vici can start to show up. Will not be able to TP out, of course, with the adaptive strike, and Eric is actually not going to continue the chase. Meanwhile, bottom lane. Thompson, well, he's going to make his own rotation. They're on to BAB. This is a big pick-off if they can find it. Slowing down the Visage's game is incredibly important, and they'll do just that. Not even requiring the Chronosphere and also
100
getting
buckaroos.
familiars.
Some free
added.
gold as well, yeah. Coming from the familiars. Ooh, will they be able to finish it off?
Easy money.
Very nice coming through from T1, and that is all of their early game tempo, right? Void Spirit, great at being able to gank and great at surviving in these big team fights and
Oh,
providing
Xtreme
a
is
lot of
beating
disruption.
Vici,
Still not
Navi's
100%
ass.
sure exactly about how XM wants to go about building. Doesn't have anything queued up just yet. But I still feel like that Aghanim Scepter could be worthwhile.
So
Extreme
again, that was
gaming
a really
winning
big
means
advantage that
you're-
Vici were playing with, and the
Well,
and
they
the fact
can't
that Thompson
win
rotates
anymore.
and
They
gets
can't
a
get
kill.
first place, but your
Now
prediction is
he's
still
second in net
alive
worth, and You
ish.
see the Void Spirit. Like, this is someone who really does have some difficult times at being able to keep up in net worth if your rotations do not pay off.
Yep. It's the power of vision, right? They just de-warded what they had previously, but that Observer Ward paid
I just
dividends. It
need
allowed Zephyr to make the rotation
T1
away. You
to
cause
get
two cores to
Third
follow
place,
you, and then you
Outsiders
just
get
TP
first
out, you
place,
get the
and Secret to
kill
get
in
second
exchange
place,
onto
and
the
then
Visage, you get
DK
the
Truman
familiars,
will
you
keep
prevent
his
your
30
tower from
bucks.
being under threat.
I'll still have to give away the
Big
Twinion,
wins
the
coming
10,
through
but
here from T1 and Zephyr. He's even able to make the rotation to
if
potentially
I win,
help
I
out with
keep
these
my money.
10-minute power runs.
Gonna have the numbers advantage at the moment here from T1. Great
Oh.
use of the Hex. They might target
Nice
down
catch.
Whitemon instead, and well, yeah, they definitely will as soon as Thompson jaunts away.
Instantly
Was able to
goes
at least
for the invis, though.
If I saw that it's
If they're
impossible
gonna
to
look
get
to make a
first
play
without winning all
onto
series,
this Morphling who's farming up inside of his own
I actually did
jungle.
not know
They've
that
got an
either,
observer,
but
but they
yeah.
don't have the sentry available.
Jen gonna. Oh, smoke there, he should know.
They just caught him. Oh, that's so close, man.
So Thompson's still nearby.
He's going to back off completely. But, I mean, again, look at Cuckoo. He's completely taken over this top side of the map. You've got the creep wave with the siege creep pushing into the tower.
He's going
he doesn't
holy
even need
locker?
to right-click it. He's just going to extend that net worth lead even further.
What the fuck is he going for?
Cuckoo's getting completely out of hand, and
Lotus?
counterpart here. BAB also looking to try and take the bottom tower as well. They've got the catapult timing and the familiars.
He went for the phase boots, considering his farm was stupidly
Ooh, I
big.
don't know. Anna's got a TP up.
Also,
I was wondering if they might
the
look to
serpent ward
commit,
placement
considering
top lane
you've
was
already dropped
really
the mass serpent
unnecessary
wards.
there.
You're probably going to be able to secure that
From
one
the
really
Shadow
quickly.
Shaman. Completely
Instead,
unnecessary.
T1 looks like they're keen to set up inside of the Vici Gaming jungle. Enable much more space to Anna to farm.
Also DK, sup Tony?
They built up quite a net worth
Finally
lead
found a
here.
job. Hey,
Targeting
what
claim will
job?
Drop it down to
Holy.
only 1,000. See what T1 can
Sorry,
look to
I just
do.
don't know how old you are. You're
Are they going to
from
consider about maybe trying to pressure this T1 tower mid, or are you
Malaysia.
really waiting for that next Serpent Wards to think
Fuck,
about the next objective?
I have a terrible memory.
I
Starting
think you do
work
need the
on
Serpent
1st
Ward
of
still.
November.
I mean,
And what's
thing
the
is,
job
I
going to
feel
be?
like you want to enable Anna to be able to take these towers outside of the mass serpent wards, but you're
31st
just not
November.
there yet, right? It's
Okay,
way
that's
too
a
early
whole-
into the game.
31st
so maybe
October.
once he gets a little bit more value out of the Midas,
Which one
once
is
he
it?
gets into the Maelstrom, and you can push out waves a bit easier, even the Mask of Madness potentially. That's the timing that you can look
Office
to go for
job
that
or
sort of play. But for
Singaporean?
now, you
I
just
always
gotta wait for the
confuse
Shadow
those
Shaman,
fucking two.
unfortunately.
Not necessarily the countries, but I always confuse if you're Malaysian or
check
Singaporean.
them out.
Midas.
You're same I either
Thompson's
think you're
coming
the same
with the
country
haze,
as
with the
Felix or
Dream
you're the
Coil,
same country
Whitemon
as
backing him up here.
Kill.
Darksteel.
Goes to the T2 tower. It's going to break the coil instantly.
So what's
Is
the
he
job
far away to the
going to
right
be?
side where Wyman
Coordinator
won't
for
be able to
clinical
enter, and it
databases.
looks like that's the case.
Nice movement.
That sounds like a pretty decent job.
Good defensive
Congrats.
understanding. Only using one TP as well onto
That
the
means
root,
I'm not gonna
actually
see you on
committing
my
the one
streams
Yang
anymore.
there. He was just roaming around, realizing that his
I
role
will
this
miss
game
you.
as the position 5 is to scout out a lot of these ganks, and well, they're
Man's
gonna see where
evolving
Ana
in
is
life.
As well. No stranger to being set up on this top side,
Not that
especially
I stream that
considering the
often
tower's
anymore.
gone. Looking to go
lane.
for this. Yeah, they
He's going to be in trouble here, Thompson. Beautifully
Manage
done.
and analyze clinical
XM,
data.
this is
Yep.
the answer. Early game can prove to be a bit of
That
an issue
sounds
here
like
for
a
the
nice
Park
moneymaker.
to get to the later stages, but you might have at least one defensive item.
It
This
sounds
is
like
even
an
without
expensive job at
At
least.
your scepter.
You just see how much more of a challenge Cuckoo has of dealing with these multiple units, right? The Familiars, the Visage, don't really care all that much about the Decay, even with it maxed out. His very heavy net worth lead over the next core is just evaporated because he's not able to just set up in a lane against a hero. He
Okay,
just has to
Xtreme's
deal with
actually
multiple
beating
now,
Navi's
lots of
ass.
these different little units.
95%
This
win
would be
rate.
big. They really want to open up that mid tower. If they can do it without dropping the Serpent Wards, that'd be even better. They might be forced to. Still looks like they're going for the pick-off, though.
I don't know if I can defend this tower if Serpent Wards and Tombstone are laid down. I think they will very much struggle.
My offer wasn't
Gonna
that
wait
good
until they
due
get that
to my
next creep
background.
wave, but that just
Yeah,
gives the
but
time for Vici Gaming to be able
you
to
can
come
grow
back
in
here.
it. Do you have like
They're just trying to
layers
start setting
in
up
the
a few of these
job?
plague wards as
What
well.
do you get? Scales?
The AB
I think
realizes how
it's what
important
we
it
call
is
it
to not
here,
let
where
the Venomancer
you know you start
establish
off on
that
skill
territory.
1 and there's a max of
Been happening
skill 14 or something.
consistently. A lot of people are memeing on the T1 Venomancer, but it's got a 60% plus win rate for them so far.
Erica's catching up. Erica's catching up very quickly. The power of morph, baby.
Unable to crack mid.
Also, do your
Vici,
best
they're gonna
on your
mirror this.
job,
Look at this,
Tony.
either
I
side
want to see you
pretty on
succeed.
point with their initial move.
Always
Expecting
do
where
the
carries
extra
are
step.
playing.
This is where the communication
the
needs to come
triangle.
out. Ana,
Oh, they
time
see
walk
Can always
Ana.
be very strong in
Uh-oh, Ana's
communication.
in trouble.
They found
Frisk,
Morphling too,
he
though.
gets initial stun. They're going to be able to follow up. Plenty of lockdown to bring him down. But meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, T1, they will also be able to convert on their smoke.
You would have to
Good
say
to
that
hear.
it's a little bit more important for
Yeah, be mid lane as well.
They can donate more.
Close out.
That's what we
No
want, baby.
hesitation
That's
to
what we
poison over.
want.
TPs are starting to come through. They will end up losing the life for BAB. And they catch up to Yang, however, is actually going to slow
No, so you
into
can
the
make it
middle,
to the
has
next
some
TI.
familiars to play
the
with.
stun.
But the rest of the team,
Look at
they're
that
not
slow,
here.
though.
Yang's going to try and chuck up Zephyr into the air, but the damage is not enough with just a toss. So a great play from T1. The sequence of events from them, killing the Morphling, and then taking
Cuckoo's
a team
got
fight
Echo
under the
Saber.
tower where you can get usage
He's
out
going
of the
Shard
Serpent Wards for the
Blink.
kills and also the objective.
Cuckoo
the
God,
fact
baby.
that they didn't need to
Cuckoo
commit
God.
the Dream Coil to kill the Morphling is the bigger deal, right? It means that they can use it onto that valuable tower. They can open up the map. Ana can start to get more value out of the Midas, farming a bit more greedily. It's very
Navi-
clear that they're
Navi
just
lost?
going for this 20-ish
Yeah,
minute
Navi
timing
lost.
where
Navi
they
is
look to push
eliminated.
forward,
That's
probably
actually-
level 2
that
mass circuit
actually
boards at
makes
that
me
sort of
sad.
time. They're just going lane
really
to
like
lane,
Navi.
tier 1 tower
As an
at
org,
a time.
as a
Play with the
team.
siege creep, see what you're able to do to open up the map and make life a lot more difficult for this Morphling.
We see is just continuing to stalk.
PPAP.
His Thompson and Whitemon's always going to be a difficult game for Erica. I mean,
So
probably
that's
will be
reverse sweep
forced
number
into a
1 done.
Lincoln's as his maybe second item. Make an attempt onto Thompson. They know the orb was used prior. Might be an opportunity for them to secure the kill. Again, a defensive
Erica?
use of the coil. Whitemon stepping in. They get the control before the attribute shift. Thompson's going to try to give it a fade ball. Oh no!
Frisk beast.
Play, but it'll be Vici, a gamer that comes out on top. And a back to the river. They're also making another move. They're on to Cuckoo. The shards just shy, but it gave them vision to follow up with the snowball and Vici.
Oh,
They're
Yang
on
with the
prowl. They
sidestep
wanna
as
get
well.
Another kill, and they'll easily catch up to Zephyr as the 8th remnant drags him back into Vici's kill.
Oh, high risk, high reward is the perfect way to put that one. Imagine if they were able to turn that one off. Even when he was
China
mid-illusory,
number
he
one.
had a healing salve going
North
while
Korea,
he was
West
in the
Korea.
int treads. So just trying to find maximum efficiency out of that from Thompson.
Even
but it
though I
wasn't
know
enough.
that
Frisk again,
Dark
just with
still
that pesky
doesn't
fade
like
bolt
South Korea.
Maxed out, wanting to get it and
Or at least he
slam it
hates
straight
Manhwa.
into Thompson.
I don't know. What's the deal with Singapore? What countries does Singapore hate?
Really wanting
wants
to try and
revenge.
shut down Erica as best as they can. Look for a TP. They
Yes,
know exactly
Shackles.
where the Morph is, but they
No.
don't have the ways to counter him.
Okay.
The Morph will make it out, and Frisk will not be so
It's
fortunate.
like every
under the
country's
T1
got
tower
problems
mid
with
lane,
other
though.
countries.
The AP gets
But
a
I'm
kill
actually
to
curious
Zephyr.
about,
Ana wants to step in as well with the threat of the
what
Crow
the-
Sphere. They've
what
got
the
some
juice
damage
is.
over time thanks to the Gale. So Ana will have
Singapore
no
has
issue
any
going
hate
through the
with
Gale,
other
keep his
countries
close.
except for, you know, probably China.
Nicely done by him. He's got that Midas.
Not the
Again,
worst though.
good value being
Nobody?
obtained out of Ana, though.
Singapore
I mean,
doesn't
you
hate
just have
any
to
of
look
the
at
other countries?
Net worth disparity between him and
That's
the
impressive.
Morphling, and you can tell that T1 are going to be fairly happy with this. I'm kind of surprised with how
Maybe
how
Japan?
farmed XM is getting here. This is a Void Spirit that, like you mentioned, can fall off pretty damn quickly, but he's
Singapore
at the top
don't
of the
hate
net worth
China.
charts right
They
now.
don't?
3-0 and 4. And more than halfway towards that Aghanim Scepter that I mentioned was going to be enormous.
most of Southeast
for their
Asia hated China.
upcoming team fights, because there are no BKB buyers coming up very shortly for T1.
It's interesting.
Japan for
It seems
Japanese
like XM's kind of
occupation.
been playing his own game at the moment.
Oh
They're putting
yeah,
a lot
during
more
what World
importance
War
on
II,
his
they
own
did a whole
itemization
lot of
instead
nasty
looking
shit,
to get kills.
especially against
They just
China.
feel like
I think.
they are just wanting to try and
I saw
farm
history
instead of
stuff
slowing down T1,
about
because we
like
see the opposite.
atrocities that they
Thompson is
did with
really
mass
trying
murders
to
and
catch
whatnot.
out Erica wherever he's positioning as Vici with his deep ward
Singapore,
place, they know
Malaysia
exactly
has
where
a
Arna's
love-hate
farming. Oh, it's gonna
relation.
tie
Well, I
walk
assume
into them as
love-hate,
well.
but
And with 3 heroes nearby, there'll be no
personally bear no
escaping on the
grudges.
faceless Void. A great
I mean, to
movement
be
from
fair,
Vici that
that's
was
the
all
same
set up
probably with the Netherlands and
the
Germany.
previous ward
Actually, no,
placement.
we
Trying
love
to
the
get something in
Germans.
exchange, though.
But there's
BAB
always, you know, World War II jokes.
to make
The
sure
Wraith
that they've
Pact
got
not
the
going to be an
boys.
easy kill. Close to the T2 tower as
And,
well. They need to address the Wraith Pact. It's relatively survivable.
BAB needs to get his
Yang
freaking
doesn't have
shard
mana
for
the
once.
Snowball, however, so
Hey,
they're even forced to drop the Serpent Wards, get the kill and the Familiars.
Okay, it's an important kill. Again, they've only lost they've lost 2 tier 1 towers, I suppose, and XM doing another good job of pushing in that top wave. I mean, that's the thing with Ana's death, right? There's a reason that he's able to farm so much faster than a lot of people. It's because he pushes
They
the
see
limits.
Cuckoo.
Yeah, but
See if they're going to be able to bring him down. This is a beefy man. A lot of damage coming out. Cuckoo doesn't have the greatest amount of armor, so with Erica, all the IG needed to pump in the right-click damage.
Singapore
Now
is
Zephyr's
getting
also caught
affected
out.
by some
The shard
restrictions
placement
from
from Yang
Malaysia.
blocking the escape avenue as Vici Gaming hit back again. It
Oh,
feels
because
we've
they're
got
like
a
on
back and
the
forth here. T1 get a
such as
couple of
ban
kills
on-
and
of
Vici get a
chicken.
couple of kills, and back and forth that goes the
if
pendulum.
they ban
swings.
chicken in Malaysia,
absolutely. I mean, Whitemon,
What?
he's been saving up his gold as well. He's obviously got the 8th lens queued up, but could very easily just go into that Blink Dagger with the Morphling still.
I mean, Singapore is
quite ways
such a
away
small
from being able
country
to pick
next
up that
to
BKB, so you can even
Malaysia.
afford to get
I can get that.
the use of the shackles off
They
super
don't really
reliably
have the
in a lot
space
of
to
these
make
team
their own
fights.
shit.
So they're getting
Singapore is
a lot
just a
of-
very diplomatic country. We are like buddy
So
buddy
what
with
are
them.
the
Well, to be
triangles
fair,
scouting out? They're gonna
isn't
see
it
them in the
like
lane
if
now
you
as
would
well, so
have
Vici
to
get
take a fight with
confirmation
any of
that
the other
Whitemon
countries
along
around
with
you, you'd
Thompson
lose?
are
That's
potentially
why,
baiting Ana. They've got the chrono,
you know,
so T1 are ready.
you're in
We've seen time and time again that Vici wants to
defensive
try and
packs and
slow
shit.
down Ana, but
kind of like the Netherlands. If we have a fight
She's
with
enabling
literally
him
any
not
of
to
the other
run
countries,
blindly
probably not
into
with
the
Belgium,
Radiant
but the other
members.
countries, we're dead.
Power of information. They
Uh-oh,
smoke a
Erica.
pops and they're going to go in.
He's got the Manta though. Might
Kind of
catch him off
chicken
guard. He can
export
get rid of
to
the silence.
Singapore. What?
Instead, Frisk jumps into the middle, but XM with
Sounds
the
like money.
Interceptor,
Oh.
AoE silence. They're all grouped up, and they're all gonna pay the price as Vici Gaming find the puck. But hang on, Arna lived. He got the Chrono onto 3 with the help of the Poison Nova. Vici Gaming are in shambles. There's now Erica trying to survive to the northern side, has the waveform to get some distance as well. Vici Gaming, they've still got some members nearby. They're going to hold back Cuckoo on the Undying. Can they bring him down though? With BAB showing up the familiars, the damage is starting to rack up as Cuckoo, completely isolated, and Vici will end up winning out in the skirmish.
Ooh, what a turnaround from Arna to be able to get that 4-man Chrono off, preventing the Rubik from getting a lot of those steals off in the middle of the team
but
fight.
look at that
Frisk still
Morphling,
able to
third
come
in net
through,
worth right
get
now.
the lockdown needed onto
From
that
what,
Undying,
being
and even the Venomancer,
sixth?
that Poison
Almost
Nova
no farm
really starting to come into the
previously?
equation. Those beefy
Not a
heroes, the
bad
damage over
jump.
time, fantastic against the Morphling. It means that you can't really strength attribute. You're just going to start ticking yourself with more and more damage with the percent. Even got that strength morph off, otherwise potentially they could have looked to fully commit in here. What a reveal of that Aghanim Scepter though, coming through from XM.
Might have to go back live. They moved over to Arna. Let's see if they're going to have the damage. XM in and out. The Astral Step not able to bring down Arna. As Whitemon's going to try and catch up. Thompson has got the coil. The rest of the team need to get nearby to protect XM.
Nice coil steal.
Stolen coil from Frisk.
Frisk is
It'll help
playing
him
really
kill
well
the
on the
Shaman
Rubik.
and also cover the retreat. Beautifully done from
I think
Vici.
the
The
only three
reactions
countries we
to
ain't
instantly
in
move
good
over. No
terms with are
hesitation
those that
to
did
try and
not
help
give
the
us free
ganking
visa.
duo of Vici.
Frisk is just doing so much. The instant steals in a
Visa?
lot of these team fights, just completely turning things around, saving the cause, and making sure that they're able to keep that momentum, keep that map control up for themselves.
This is high level of Dota. You wouldn't expect it any other way, but T1, they're able to
Loquid
scout that
versus
out with the
Xtreme.
ward
I'ma
placement
go
down in front of
with,
the T1 tower. I feel like
Loquid.
I've brought up a lot of wards this game, but this is expected when these two high caliber teams understand all the movements. And well, let's see if T1 are able to read this, because Vici Gaming, they're inside the pit. Looks like they won't come to contest it.
They can't, no Dream Coil. You don't really feel confident in just putting Venomancer out there with his body, with the Plague Ward. You can tell that he's tempted, might look to try and set it up on their own side of the river, up on the cliff, but in terms of protecting Roshan, just not going to be able to.
And it looks like it's another back-to-back game.
Not a
where
fan of
Erica has been
Loquid. Yeah,
able
but
to recover.
Loquid have been playing
Don't have the
really
greatest
well.
lane at all, falling behind
This-
net worth, but he's only 2,000.
The last
Even
chance
under
qualifiers.
2,000
I was
gold
really
behind
impressed
Arna.
with their performance the last chance qualifiers. I mean,
Just looking at some of these next key
true,
items that you've
Tony,
got going
but
for them.
during the
Shadow Shaman, he's got the
DPC,
Aether Lens available, so he wants to
Hokori
stay
got last place
on the,
in Division
outer
1 as
portions
well.
of these
So
team fights, preventing the Tusk from necessarily getting that save off. I mean, you're
I think they
up
got
against a
last place
Rubik
or second to
with an
last
Aether Lens
place.
of his own and nearly into the Blink Dagger with how many effective team fights Frisk
And
has
now they're
had,
at
so
TI.
you're always
Oh.
going to be able to get that counter play through.
I don't know anymore.
Radiant's top tower
And the
is
ward.
under attack.
See outside Erica.
Erica, he's
taking
going for
down, they're
Ags
gonna
this
scout out
game.
Frisk,
Yay!
taking
Well, it
down
makes a lot of sense. You
Vici
are
Gaming.
playing against
Looking to
both
try and get
Faces
usage
Void
out of the
and
coil, but
a
T1 will
Undying.
avoid
Both
this area, so
pretty
now
good
they can go
spells to
look
steal.
play top. It's
You're
already going to be
still-
shoved out, and Thompson's addressing with this lane as well.
Also, if you get Ags and you turn into Undying, you hit them with the good old swash
Sees that from the
cadoodle
river.
decay, and then you steal
He's gonna
40,
need
50
Yang
strength.
to start, of course. The Tusk has the blink,
I
but a little
expect
bit
them
too
to get
far away, so
dumpstered.
it's going to be up to
Loquid?
XM.
Really?
But hesitant is the
Nah.
Void Spirit.
Matu has been playing
Doesn't have another
superbly, and they
defensive
played
item, so if he ever uses the
Pudge.
Your Scepter, always
Mickey
has to be
Pudge
cautious
also
of the
been pretty
position
nice.
from the puck. But a 4,000 net worth lead on Vici.
I believe.
Still feels like their lineup. Do you think Vici might have issues as the game goes on in regards to their team fighting?
Oh, I don't know, a Tusk late game, a Rubik late game, a Frisk Rubik late game, I think is never going to be too much of a worry. The thing I really like about what Vici Gaming did there, they made that rotation, it was scouted out, but they still start to push in this tower, and it feels like wherever T1 has looked most effective is when they can do exactly what they're doing right now. Set up all of their spells around an objective. The past few ones that have happened have been around cliffs, around high grounds, around choke points, and that's really not what you want against this this XM Void Spirit in particular, right? He just jumps in, gets so many of those heroes caught inside of the silence from the Resonant Pulse, but instead you just got to let your units do the work instead of your actual heroes, and well, T1, they're going to be able to claim that
Two
tier
for
2
two.
top.
Tier
The lanes
2
were
for
pushed
tier
out
2.
relatively effectively by Vici Gaming, but it's still not enough.
There's some big items.
By the way,
starting to work on.
Darksteel, the
sector now, which
reincarnated
pretty
sword
much
anime is kind of funny.
I mean, this is going to be big.
Any other
issues
good
for Arna to
animes
deal
this
with. He actually
season?
has to go for a Lincoln, so it
Mob
looks like
Psycho
he does
season
have
3.
it queued up. any
is pretty
agility
pog.
core is really going to struggle into this Scepter. So I like from Honor. We also see
Iruma-kun.
BAB is going to a Hex as well. So
Demon.
catch out the puck. That's going to force him to itemize
What's it called?
defensively.
What's the full name of that?
Potentially garnish Lincoln's block as well, then
Iruma-kun.
he could be caught out. So there's going to be some big items to turn the tide.
Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun.
Keeping the pressure up, though. They're saying,
Shita
We've
Iruma-kun.
got
That
plenty
one.
of ways
That
to
one's
defend
really
the high
fun.
ground.
I
It's much more of
love
an issue for
season
you
1
with
and
our
2.
net worth lead, with the Aegis. We're the ones that can be affording to play on the
So
front foot. We've
season
got
3
two
looking
towers
very
pushed
much
in, and,
forward towards
with
it.
that Aghanim Scepter as well on the Morphling.
What
He
else
just wants
is there?
to force T1 to come back to them. No Mass Serpent Wards. You can't really set the Tombstone up in an aggressive position.
I guess
Needs to be
picking up
dropped
girls in a
mid-team fight. By
dungeon,
that time,
but
it might be
honestly,
too
I
late.
didn't even finish the last season of that.
Look at this. Just let the illusions do the majority of the work. Let the familiars do it, and well, they're eventually going to TP back, but
Oh,
Tao's
the
already
pushing
gone.
power is pretty good.
Yang showed mid. So what
Okay.
they want to do with this here on T1. Oscar's a lot of the defensive factor with the Blink Snowball.
He steals
Steal.
Tombstone.
Oh, nice steal from Frisk and the familiars as well to cover the retreat.
So they're going to have double Tombstone in a team fight.
So big commitment being used.
Yeah,
They're
but
just going to wait out
Accordius
that
the
Tombstone.
underdog
Perhaps
story. Well, to
see
be
if someone
fair,
goes a
so
little
is
bit too deep into
Liquid,
the lane. Use
you
the
know,
Morphling with that Aegis as bait.
compared to
T1
the rest
know
of
how much stronger they are when they're able to fight
Western EU.
around where they can get set up, and so they just are
I
gonna
wouldn't
feel
say
a little
they're super.
reluctant
They
to go
used to
outside
be a
of the base.
superstar team.
Got the Blink Dagger on the Rubik. That might be the big reveal that catches them off guard if someone goes too far forward. Even a couple of steps outside of the base, and the protection of all those Plague Wards could mean the death of them.
Is this an opening you think for
Because it's
Vici
also
with
the
all
last
abilities
TI
used
of
from
Matu,
Oh,
so
absolutely. I mean,
you
if
know,
you could just
I
set
got
up
a
your own
soft spot for
Tombstone, then
him
suddenly
making
you're
it
not
to
worried
TI.
about going into like a meat grinder sort of situation. But seems like
This
they're
is his
just going
last
to respect
tournament
it.
and then he
Again,
retires.
elimination game. Loser of this goes home. Winner moves on to the top 4 of the regional qualifiers. And you got to remember, only 2 are going to get through to the real TI group stage, just a few days away.
But of course, it going to TI, I think it needs to be
Still
Secret
they push
Efforts
on.
Pro, because
Vici Gaming looking to try and maximize
Secret
as much
Efforts
as they
Pro.
can with the Aegis. Is about to expire though. So Second Life, not available for them. Great way to be able to counter a Faceless Void Chrono. So we might see T1 look to try and smoke. But again, like you said, they need an area to be able to take a fight. They need a choke point.
They do, and they need their
Same
Tombstone.
with the DD. They're going to jump instantly onto Zephyr. Shouldn't have
That's
to
a lot of
force
damage.
too many abilities out to secure the kill. And now, I mean, this could be the opening for the high ground.
Yep, no one's set up.
Frisk, he's got
The
the jump
vision.
on the puck. XM's going to be able to follow up as well. Thompson. Oh no, the vision from
Secret
the
not so
Tombstone, he
much.
wasn't
Why do
ready.
you
All
hate
they
on my
needed
boy
was one
Secret?
stun, and XM
We've
was
got
nearby
fucking
to have the
Zayach.
extra silence.
Rezo,
Yep, this is the sort of play that you need to be making. Arna just
Nisha.
trying to get anything out that he can on the map.
Chrysalis.
They're pinging him out now, saying, well, you got to be
Poppers.
careful. They might look to rotate back, but there's really no reason to. Puck is a big part of their team fight, preventing Vici Gaming from being able to run away when they do get all of those abilities set up. So while he's in the grave and while he's showing that he doesn't have that buyback, you've got to keep on moving.
Well, it's looking really rough for T1. Their TI chances look to
10
be
seconds
over
left.
soon.
Going to try and get rid of the Wraith Pact, and, well,
And also my
they'll only
chances
lose
at
the one
winning
lane, but doesn't
the,
put T1 in a great situation.
competition in my Discord seems to be
Oh, it doesn't,
dropping
not at
quicker and
all.
quicker.
8,000 deficit. A 20% probability for Radiant at this stage in the game. Who do they need to bring down in these fights? You mentioned about like kind of choke point skirmishes, but who is that ideal
I'm thinking
target
of
that
making the
has to
prize
go?
pool for the actual TI
I think
100.
it's got to be Void Spirit. I think he needs to be the one. Like he just provides so much
Prizes
control,
being
so
50,
much panic.
30,
really
20.
prevents the Venomancer from moving on forward. Zephyr, by the way, he's picked up that latent toxicity on the Venomancer, so for him to
Well,
get
they know
into
where
the
they
middle
are.
of a team fight's big.
Thompson's gonna jump. They see BAB and Vici gonna smoke on the back. Tombstone already laid down from Cuckoo. They're gonna jump.
Anna's just blown up.
Oh no! The burst is too much. Anna can't survive. He gets no abilities off.
Cuckoo
Maybe
going
Cuckoo
in.
and Thompson, can they do a miracle? Can they turn the fight around? Cuckoo's trying to move in, but Vici Gaming, they've got other answers. They're too far ahead. Thompson will try and slip away to the north, but they've locked onto their target. There'll be no escape
never
for the
considered
puck. As
T1
Vici,
for top four,
all
not
they
even a
lose
second.
is BAB.
Such a
I mean,
heavy
you gotta
commitment,
admit, they
and,
have
yeah,
been
you
doing
mentioned
pretty
it
well.
perfectly. No Chronosphere, no BKB. It was just the perfect chain control coming through with some of those Blink Dagger reveals, particularly from the supports, just able to instantly wipe him off.
Oh my lord.
At least he can set up a few of those wards, right? Defend against some of the high ground push that's eventually going to be coming. PG Gaming are going to test this one out. Normally, you would love to have the Visage there. It's level 16.
If
so
they
he's got that
won
armor
this
corruption,
series,
but
they would be
won't do you
4th
much good in
place
the
at the
grave.
very least.
And this is really starting to get to some
If they win
scary
this series, they
territories
get
here for
4th.
T1.
At the very least, 4th place. Right?
Here we go.
Yeah.
We have a look at it all. Just the scouting out. They have decent vision. They drop the tombstone. They have everything set up perfectly, but they just find the pickoff. It's all about the supports on Vici Gaming. They enabled that team fight
They barely
incredibly
made it
heavily.
to upper bracket. Yeah, but they did
ward
beat
instantly.
Navi in upper
That was the
bracket.
big thing. Dyer's ward was still on the high ground. It took them just like 1-2 seconds to get rid of it, but that's all they needed from Vici to see Arna starting to path his way into the team fight.
Overall, Vici Gaming feels like a better team than T1. Vici Gaming can thank the fucking Lord they didn't lose last game.
He is feeling himself, especially if
Because
he's able to make
honestly,
plays like
Vici
that.
Gaming
We're
was
used to the Frisk
so
Tusk.
disappointing
It
in their
shows that
previous
they don't
game.
necessarily need
They
to have it
won,
locked. They're going
but
for another one. It feels like
it was
going for broke
just so
here.
many mistakes.
Yeah, look how close Arna is to 20 though. This is a big talent for the Void. They won't have it now for this team fight.
Oh, Cuckoo was about to drop the
Cuckoo's smoke's
tombstone.
gonna pop as well. Oh, it was out. Not the easiest person to bring down with the Wraith Pack laid down.
He doesn't have
And
the
look at
shard yet
Arna,
on
he's
BAB,
worried.
what?
An instant use of the BKB. They should be able to deal with the Visage without committing too heavily. But Thompson, he's killed off on the other side. And T1, they've got to get out. They need to cut their losses, but Arna won't be able to make it. Yang's there. He's always there, ready for the punch to stop the teleport. And meanwhile, Whitemon, he's also caught out.
Well, they
Trying to
are
hold Erica inside the Serpent Wards. Cuckoo will
dying,
just
dying.
escape. Vici Gaming, another fight, the exact same
Navi
position
thrives
as the
on their death
last
ball
skirmish,
traps.
and once again
That's
they'll come
like-
out on top.
And it's right before the
So
Roshan
many teams
respawn
that-
as well. They just will themselves
OG.
to win these super
OG won a
crucial
fucking
team fights around the key
major
objective.
with their
That's the
fucking
quality
death ball
that
draft.
makes LGD the team that they are. They manufacture these situations that put them into a winning position, and they hit all
There's
the
so many
conditions
teams
that
that
require them.
rely
They
on
had their vision
specific
up.
draft.
It wasn't dewarded. Instantly go for the punish. Hit the
Old
timings
school
with the
OG
Blink Dagger
won
on the
because
supports,
fucking IO
used them
safe lane.
immediately for that quick lockdown. And you just saw that time around, Arna, super early pop of the BKB as well. He didn't want that
Every
similar
team has their
situation to be happening.
specialty.
It was some PTSD from Arna, just making sure they weren't able to blow him up. 'cause
EG
we saw
rely
prior
on their
whenever
4
he was
protect
inside
1
the middle of
almost
the
every
fight,
single
XM and
iteration
Yang,
they
just
ever
went
have.
straight to him. Didn't matter about anyone else. Tunnel vision onto the Void, and
Well, XG
well, now this
don't,
is
for sure.
Roche
Yeah, but I
moving
honestly
over.
think that
T1,
Extreme
they're
Gaming
alive,
is
but
very
they're way too far
disappointing.
away, it looks like. Oh,
I think
no.
Pop was
And
great. I think
second-
Lou is like
second
okay-ish.
White Denog, that is one of the biggest ways to counter a Faceless Void.
Even just the shard over to the Morphling as
I
well.
don't know, the
Gonna do
Chinese
so
safe
much.
laners are all...
You need silences
I
most of the
mentioned
time to be able
EG
to take
because
out that
Artesia
Morphling,
always
and
plays one
really,
draft.
It's only on tops, and they're going for it again. They have
Yeah,
to
but it was
try.
just talking specifically... I mean, this is one of the beautiful
trying
things.
on
They're going to be
T1.
bottom 4 in TI.
Following that
That is
creative
what
mid
you're
smoke
saying
drop,
right now. And then TI happens, and then
the
all of
AR
a
disc
sudden,
ready to be
all your
activated.
predictions are going to be
Not gonna
absolutely
be an easy
horrendously
pick-off for
wrong,
them, so
because
the
that's
smoke will not
what happens with
pay off.
almost
Maybe they
every
can get some
fucking
wards
TI.
down to set up for a further fight, and they're going to do just that by the bottom outpost.
That's just the beauty of it, my dude.
You mentioned
TI
that level
is
20
wacky.
on Ana. Well, he's been able to claim
It
it
wouldn't
now. He's got that
surprise me
extra
if
attack
all of a
speed during the
sudden Entity
Chronosphere,
make
but
it into top
does
3,
really feel
for
like a much
instance.
bigger nerf than just that 25 attack speed that it got
Actually,
from
I
the nerf.
think I have Entity even
The
in
Mjolnir,
my
it's
predictions
kinda
to
there
win the
be able
entire
to make up
tournament.
for it. They need lots of those little bits of damage over time to be able to take care of the familiars, the Gravekeeper's cloak, and it does feel like they're a little
And,
lacking in damage
Fnatic
on
is
T1
gonna
side,
get
doesn't it?
eliminated
The pickoffs
first.
don't seem to be connecting.
Yeah, I definitely do agree
Game
with
at
that
all.
one.
So you're at the stage where it's just split push.
Okori
saw
and
in game
Fnatic
2 what
are
they were able to
eliminated
do.
immediately.
To completely avoid the ages. I think it was game 2. Yes, it was game 2. That one went the distance. It has to be the same thing, but they don't have the greatest lineup. It's pretty much just Thompson that can do what he's doing. Understanding the role that he needs to play in this game, but top lane shoved out, and that's all they need from Vici Gaming to go high ground.
Let's see how good they are at checking inventories, because BAB just picked up a sheepstick. He is one of the main targets to be able to jump on at the start of these engagements, but if they don't notice
I don't
that, if
see
they
any
don't
of the
use the BKB,
last
not
chance
only can the
qualified
supports
teams to
get
win
you,
TI.
but he could just instantly look to hex
That's
and
the
burst you
Entity.
down.
Not Sonics.
Radiant's top tower
Oh,
Honest trying to
Sonic
get
as
close
well.
towards the Lincolns.
I forgot that they were
Trying to
even
find
at
that little
TI.
bit of farm. Now going to show in the lane, and instantly one person in a second will TP down. I want to make sure there is no room for Arna to be able to get towards that next item that could pay dividends, potentially allowing him to get that big ability
I
off
don't
in the
see
team
any
fight.
of the last chance qualifier teams to win TI. I actually do.
This as well from Frisk. He realizes how important Puck is at creating a lot
I
of
can
that
see
havoc to
VP
allow
winning TI.
Zephyr on his Venomancer to come in, land the Poison Nova, get the latent toxicity
You know,
off, not go on
a
the greedy
bit,
route. They're
maybe.
so far ahead that an Aghanim Scepter isn't going to change anything on Vici. They just want
I can
setup
see
to be
them,
able
like,
to pick
going
off
wild.
Thompson, and until he gets into something like the Aeon Disc,
I don't
he's
think
going
Gaming
for the Octarine
Gladiators.
Core
I think
instead.
Entity is
He
better
gonna
than
be
Gaming
super vulnerable
Gladiators.
to getting that pick off from the Yules into the Aether Realm.
Because I think Pure is just a fucking monster. Duraccio is pretty nice, but Duraccio relies on, you know, his off-brand hero picks like the Mars safe lane, like the
Just a slow bleed.
Dawn safe lane.
Elimination game, elimination series, and if Vici Gaming don't feel comfortable to go high ground, they'll use his ages to continue to grow the net worth lead. 14,000, and it is climbing.
You just saw the pings out on the map as well. That was from XM just saying, hey, he's got a Lincoln Sphere on Ana. They know it. He revealed on the lane. They know the situation that they have to play with
What
now.
about Xtreme? Nah, I honestly,
How do you
I
defend
rate
this? Yeah, Tombstone's
RNG
gonna be
really
forced
high.
down.
I
Kuku
rate
gonna get
rate
stolen?
LGD really
Oh, no,
high.
they stole Tombstone.
I just don't rate
Just push on forward. This is
Extreme that
one
high.
of the better ways to be
I
able to
was
siege high
watching
ground. They can't
Duraccio and
contest it
Tofu.
with
True,
double two.
Tofu big fan. And Duracio's just, I
Oh,
mean,
boy. Double two.
he's amazing,
Aegis still
Duraccio,
there for
don't get me
1.5
wrong.
minutes.
It's just-
He might even be trying to find a kill onto Ana, but he's
He
continuing
kind
way
of
back.
plays
Oh,
like-
What are you doing, Cuckoo?
Kuku going to the airport, baby.
Last defense coming through from T1, it feels like.
Thompson as well.
Duraccio kind of plays
Almost
like
getting
Pure,
caught on, is
but
gonna
then
jump
I
in the
think
middle
Pure is
as
better.
well.
You can't
Hex
chrono
out.
him. You can't.
Erica's gonna be okay. First Fumori Sun into the second, and there is someone as
Cuckoo?
well. Cuckoo trying to stand his ground and right click. Might be a dieback coming out. Arnie gets a pretty good
Good
chrono
chrono.
off to the right side. It's just the Void pummeling into them at the moment because the rest of the team are inside the base. He's got to turn back to try and deal with XM, but kicked up to the sky without a buyback. This might be the end of T1's
This looks
hopes
like
as
it's
VG
over.
Gaming will look for a reset because they see Thompson outside
No
the base.
T1 at
One
TI.
stun into the damage. He's got a buyback, which he'll use instantly. Vici Gaming, play it calm, get the resources back up, make sure there is no opportunity.
Duraccio was supposed
for
to be
T1
best
have a
Russian
miracle
carry before
defense.
Pure took
No, it
over.
doesn't
Sorry,
feel like
Ramses.
that there is.
For Ramses.
Zephyr, he's holding on to
I think Pure is the
3,000 gold
best
as well.
Russian safe
It's not
lane.
gonna be for anything. He doesn't have the damage through from the rest of the team to be able to follow
Southeast,
up. They're
East
ignoring the
European
Plague Wards.
safe
They know
laner.
that's not the important thing to deal with.
And I
This is
think
the last racks going down here. Mega creeps.
Epileptic
about to
Kid
be
is
enabled
second,
for
but
Vici.
considering he's now
They can
playing
breathe a
off
sigh
lane,
of relief, back off. Look to respect the fact that the Aegis. It's
you can hate on
expiring in
Erica
15
all you want,
seconds.
but I actually think he's irreplaceable. Don't see a carrier that can fit on VG.
Boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
Maybe.
First
I
we
mean,
had SA, then
I
NA,
just
and
am
it
not
might
the
be
biggest
SCA's
fan of
last hopes in
shiny
these
safe
last chance
laners except for
qualifiers.
Ame.
Just going down the drain.
I used to really like Monet
back.
and
Oh,
GG,
look at the
but
fake back. They see
Thompson.
Thompson. He brought back. Oh no, Thompson. Ren then dragged through.
That's it.
He's gone. Same with the rest of the team. Ana's up in 10 without a chrono. But the buildings are falling. They need him out of defense, and they won't be able to. The G's are dropped, and Vici Gaming will knock out T1 in the last chance qualifiers. Erica says bye-bye, Cuckoo.
And he just gives
Bye,
it right back
bye,
to him.
Cuckoo.
Bye, and well, it's a little sad for the SEA fans for sure to be able to come through, but what a performance from Vici. They were on the edge of being eliminated in that Game 2 epic, that massive comeback, the
but they pick up the DP. And again, this is what I mentioned before. You know, you go back and look at Xtreme's DPC days, and this is exactly the opening they were liking back then as well. They loved the Death Prophet. I mean, to be fair, everyone loved the Death Prophet in the third season of the DPC. But
Yeah.
Xtreme, this is their bread and butter. This is something they're very comfortable with playing with, and they're not changing that.
Yeah, this is what I was kind of calling their one draft that they've had so far
forgot about
in
Talon.
the lower bracket, and it does.
No.
They're kind of getting
Talon-
it. So
I
on
think
the one
Talon
hand, it
is
feels like
better
the
than
statement
Fnatic,
here
but
for
they're still screwed.
You know, Liquid is okay. We're going to give you a lot of the elements of your one draft, and we're hopefully going to beat it.
No, I think Talon's
and
better
for
than
Xtreme, I
Fnatic.
think the statement more generally is we're going to give you this enigma. We're not really worried about it. You know, we don't think you're going to make great use out of it. And
3 of
we're
my
gonna
prediction
put that to the test
in top
and
4
see if we
already.
can
What the fuck is your
beat
prediction?
this enigma again. Yeah.
One thing I will say as well is that
you have
people don't look particularly tense, you know. Seems
first
pretty
place
relaxed on the
Extreme, that's
player cams,
impossible.
you know,
Second
I'm
place
expecting
Secret,
everyone to
that's
be crowded
possible.
around
Third
a
place
PC, you know,
Outsiders,
papers
that is
everywhere,
also
hair
possible.
being
VG
pulled out,
Gaming,
someone in fire in the
fourth place,
background.
that is also possible.
No, it's feed up.
There's a
chill
possibility
outside.
that you have
Doesn't seem to be much worry at all.
two
It's
correct.
still only game 1, right? You've got you got a little bit of bit of buffer. There's still time to sweat. We could still have 2 120-minute games, and then maybe things will start looking a
Secret
little
versus
bit more
Virtus
tense.
Pro. I would love to
Yes.
cast that,
Both sides,
but
just
that game
targeting
starts at 4
the
a.m.
enemy's
So that's
carry
kind of like
pool.
near
We have
impossible
seen
for me to wake up.
some Mickey Pudge, but I think it's been less successful than the Matumba Man Pudge, so that gets removed. And this Naga has been one of the kind of breakout stories for Extreme.
Expiration beats a little
in the
bit.
last
All of my
couple of
predictions are in
series.
top 4.
Lou
Okay,
has
look
looked
at Mr.
absolutely
Flex.
Fantastic. So,
But sadly, you have the order
Not gonna get that.
incorrectly.
but are they? Maybe they're not worried about the Slardar. Maybe they think, okay, look, we've already got Undying. Go ahead and pick.
But you still get a point
pick a strength
for
off
having
lane
them in there.
if you want.
10 seconds remaining.
True, yeah, you've got Undying, and you've also got the percentage damage of the Enigma there as well, so yeah, it's a pretty big threat to pick anything kind of too
I
tanky or
rather
too high HP.
Extreme Gaming
into these
lose
guys.
as they will only give
Are
1
we
point
forgetting
max.
any of the big, like LCQ heroes? I think there's most of them are making some kind of an appearance here. The Bat Rider seems to have
Yeah, but
fallen
that one,
off the
yeah,
radar.
to be
There were
fair,
a
almost
million
everyone
bans.
is Extreme.
There were a
in
handful
their
of
top
picks.
4. A lot of them
The
have.
couple of times that it
Oh.
was picked, it didn't look like it was necessarily that strong, and I think everybody has kind of.
But most people have him as the
thrown that
winner.
out the window.
though.
I would say that the
Almost everyone
the
has them as the
Silencer and
winner.
the Shaker have been moving in that
Oh,
direction
Cat Ooh
as
has
well.
it as third.
As we've had more and more series, and everybody's
has him
watching all
second.
the games. Those seem to have fallen in priority.
He kind of has him
a
as
little
4th.
bit.
Okay.
As okay, Liquid. This is what we said for both POW and for Boxy. They've absolutely looked the best on these go around and get stuff done position 4s, and so now both sides are gonna have one of them.
Yeah, the Tusk capable of just getting on the front lines, disrupting things a lot as well. And also offering some save, which I think is really important to answer the Death Prophet, to answer the Nyx Assassin when he jumps in. You've got a lot of options here.
There's only so many picks left in the draft now for both teams. I'm just starting to think about the Morphling a little bit. Like it's still there, but okay. Extreme TB Slardar, not TB Venge.
TB Venge, okay. But yeah, to continue on the Morphling point, it's very wise of you to bring him up because he is the highest contested non-picked hero in this draft so far, sitting at 80%. And haven't seen him so far. So the only one left above the 80% mark who has not been picked or banned. But TB and Venge, Extreme, they're committing to this physical damage strat they've got going on. Looking pretty scary. They've done this before.
Yeah, they've got a lot of ways to play early. We've seen a little bit of the Vengeful Spirit as an attempt to deal with the Enigma. It's not always so easy to swap the Enigma himself just because of the cast range and whatnot, but if he's only going for a one-man black hole, it is going to give you that opportunity to swap your core out and just kind of sacrifice yourself. Even the Terrorblade is kind of an idea here with, sometimes we see these defensive Sunder saves on your other cores. That was a little bit of what Liquid it felt like they were doing in that one game where they gave away the Enigma and then they had the Pudge as I'm going to either get the hook or somehow deal with it that way.
Yeah. So we have the Pangolier coming out for the side of Liquid, looking like it's likely to be a Mickey Pangolier. And this can be an answer to the TB, honestly. It's not like that traditional mid laner like Zeus or Leshrac, which has pumped out the magic damage to kill off the TB, but, just disarming him is really annoying for him and his illusions, and also getting the chain lockdown on him. It's a possibility. We saw it in a series in the groups. I can't exactly remember who was playing it, but we saw a TB get absolutely massacred by a mid Pangolier, so it is always a threat. Of course, going to be slightly less with the Venge around to make that save happen.
Yeah, that's going to help. It is one of these games where it's a little bit scary for the Pango. If he gets far enough behind, there is the potential that he just dies in the Rolling Thunder, but that's where the Enigma is going to come in as well and try and provide that little bit of extra help. If everyone's just standing there trying to kill the Rolling Thunder, Hopefully Zai is coming in and putting a stop to that. But they are going to give Matu the last overall pick of the draft here. So
yeah, that kind of tracks for Team Liquid. I feel like, you know, Matu has been the guy of this team so far. He has been doing some serious work in the carry position, so I'm happy to see them giving him priority like this.
I wonder what they're looking at. There's still a Slark in the pool. He's played it. They've been picking a lot of the Faceless Voids. I think they're still 2-1 overall with it in the last chance qualifiers, but maybe losing a little bit of confidence after that upper bracket series, potentially. So maybe that's not what they're going to be looking at here. Anything else come to mind for you?
So many of his heroes have been banned out, though. Like, you know, you look at all these guys, they're all Matu bans, like, except for the SF, which even then you could probably make an argument for it. But, yeah, there's not much left. I mean, something which comes to mind for me could maybe be the Monkey King.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it. Liquid just having a way of, like, their team fighters just planting their feet and going for it. It is something that can really work against the Terrorblade because he's not especially mobile, right? Sometimes you see the answer as being, okay, well, we're just going to kite away and try and waste the meta and whatnot, but there is this opportunity to just go for big team fight for yourself. And okay, the Slardar just gets through to the last round, and Xtreme going to use their flex on the Death Prophet, and they're going to put the Paparazzi Ember Spirit into play. So it's going to be Old 11 DP and Paparazzi Ember. He has looked phenomenal on this hero, and not a whole lot of lockdown for it necessarily this game, or not a whole lot of catch. If he gets hit by that first stun, maybe they can keep him there, but not great ways to close the gap initially.
Yeah, no, it's looking like a fairly open game, and it will be, like you said, the Slark coming out for Matu as a final pick here for Team Liquid. So, yeah, very interesting drafting phase here from both these teams. A lot to kind of delve into, but, you know, taking a step back and looking at how both of these drafts interact with each other, you know, what are your main thoughts?
I think the first thing that I'm looking for is that PYW versus Boxy story, who's going to get stuff done on the position 4, and then the next step, zooming further out, is sort of Mickey versus Paparazzi. They're both active mids. They're not really designed to just sit there and farm and threaten the tower. They're both going to be looking for those 6-minute rune, 8-minute rune, make the rotations. There are squishy carries on both sides that if the mid laners find them, they can shut down their game and really slow their roll. So those are the really instrumental pieces that I'm looking at here.
Yeah, and you know, it's not a super free Slark game. You know, it's a good Slark game, not a free Slark game. You have DY there for the saves, you have a lot of damage to throw down on the floor, you even have stuns and silencers to throw on the floor as well, so not completely safe inside that ultimate, and not able to just run around the fight doing whatever he wants. He will need the support of his team inside these engagements, so it's not going to be this one kind of 1 versus 5 kind of game from Matu, which Liquid maybe would have liked, but Xtreme's drafting just a bit too good from that. But yeah, when it comes to team fights, it's hard to count out Team Liquid with this Enigma and this Pangolier. I think that's definitely something which stands out to me.
Yeah, can they beat the Enigma? Is this the draft for Xtreme? I think it's been a question, an open question this entire last chance qualifier. We've seen teams try, and the outcome of this first game is certainly going to change the trajectory of the entire best of 3.
Absolutely, but I do think it's a incredible support duo from the side of Xtreme. Look how much value there is in this Venge pick, honestly. Like, DY, his swaps can do so much work. It's almost the case where he's got too much to swap, because he can cancel black holes with it, he can save someone from the Pangolier combo if they get stuck in a corner. Anyone that gets pounced, he can kind of get them out. So there's almost too much value for the Venge for just one Vengeful Spirit this game, right? Yeah,
the Venge is a really cool pick, 100%. And that's not even mentioning just the minus armor, bonus damage on the TB, all that kind of stuff is going to be pretty scary if you're Liquid. They do probably still have good enough Roshan taking on Liquid because they've got the Undying and the Pango. So even though they're not necessarily the best objective takers, they can still, if they get out of the gate pretty well and start claiming some map control, where they take a good team fight, where meta's used or exorcism's used, they do have that threat up their sleeve to be able to walk in there and go for the rush.
Felix
as
here.
well.
All right.
So it sounds like you're kind of expecting a game of cooldowns, considering, you know, we've got the meta and the EXO on one side, and that's kind of all of their objective taking on the side of Extreme. So that could be exploited, perhaps?
No,
Yeah,
my
for
boy's
sure.
not here.
Definitely looking
Eridan
at
is
the
watching.
cooldowns and
Eridasu.
especially against the Black Hole, I think you're looking at buybacks as well. That seems to be the one angle where teams have been able to attack the Enigma somewhat, is like, oh, our carry just got solo Black Hold, but Roshan is up, so we can buy back, and then we can go and just walk in there and take it for ourselves. The big macro game and these longer timings.
Okay, in about an hour I gotta...
everyone to keep track of.
I haven't seen the draft yet,
It's
so...
really interesting, actually. Now that I think about it, if they'd have left the Terrorblade as position 1 and taken Death Prophet as a position 2, then you'd have both of your big core heroes, you know, your farmed core heroes, with these big cooldowns. But because they made that flex happen, they got Paparazzi in mid, that makes the Ember pick even better, because this hero does not care about cooldowns whatsoever. He can always be active.
Yeah.
And that's a really nice thing.
Yeah, he's going to be able to run around with the supports a lot this game. I think that's a lot of the Extreme game plan. I wouldn't even be surprised to see them just going, like trying to go for a first blood at bottom, depending on how they settle after this first smoke. Because that is a great way to kind of start off the laning stage against the Enigma. Just put him in the ground once and get your carry off to a good start.
Yeah, and I think both of these carries kind of need a good start as well. Maybe TB a little bit less. He's always got the jungle to fall back on, but we've seen some Slark games just never really get started.
Yeah. We've had some... Slark's been an interesting hero. I came into the Last Chance qualifiers thinking he was going to be like one of the carries, if not the carry of the whole event, especially based on the way that things were going in pubs. Of course, the nature of the hero is that it's always going to be a little better in pubs than it is in coordinated professional games, but...
Well, in the TI qualifiers...
You know, we've seen him here and there,
was
but
played a
it
lot.
hasn't been necessarily... dominant, you know, every single game, but this does look like a good game for it here.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, looking at the build-up as well, it should be very straightforward for Martu. You know, it's not one of those games where you're thinking of really going for the Echo Saber into the BKB and the Mage Slayer. I don't think there's really much need for that, because there is just so much physical damage. He does just kind of need to be the out carry. So I'm kind of expecting the Diffusal into Ag's build. What, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think something along those lines. Shouldn't need BKB too quickly this game.
Didn't
the
Basket
Mage Slayer
quit
could be
casting
really nice
like ages
against
ago?
the Ember and the Death Prophet especially, just to
get
in on top of the Death Prophet. You're going to reduce all of the damage that she's putting out in the team fight. Make it easier for the rest of your team to play.
Yeah, he did ESL Malaysia,
the Wraith
and
pack,
then
which
nothing.
Zai is inevitably going to go for
3 years.
Keeping your team alive, you're getting these heals coming in from the Undying.
Oh no, he
we'll
did
just have to
DPC
wait
Southeast
and see what
Asia
he's doing
Division
in
2.
terms of the exact sequence, the exact build. You know, we're probably expecting to see Tread's Falcon Blade before anything too interesting
in Tour
happens.
2. Only Tour 2?
Of course. And over towards the mid lane, we have a very epic matchup of Paparazzi laning against Mickey in the middle lane. That's going to be fun. That's going to be a fun matchup. I'm not sure who comes out on top on Pangolier versus Ember.
Look, I'm not 100% an expert on it either. I do think, from what I've seen, it's a slightly Ember-favored matchup, but this game, like we said, both position 4s have a lot of rotation potential, so that could end up blowing the mid lane wide open, regardless of how the actual individual matchup goes. I do think Paparazzi has looked amazing in terms of his laning this event, so favoring him a bit. But in terms of this overall series, or even this individual game, I'm not even really sure who I think has the edge. Maybe slightly favoring Liquid, but you know, XG have such a comfortable draft for themselves. So,
yeah, I have to favor Liquid.
Are you guys hearing the drilling outside?
Welcome the Stream A viewers who are coming on over.
Cool.
Welcome to the back streets. We're on Stream B. Yeah, I'm not sure how your series went, but I hope it was fun. And we are now just getting started with Liquid into Extreme. We are paused before the game has started, so just waiting for Martu, I think, to get it back online. Maybe some PC issues, don't really know, but hopefully it won't be too much longer. But yeah, it's going to be about trying to secure the power runes at the middle lane, that's for sure. In terms of which team does that better, I think I'm leaning Liquid in that regard because, you know, you do have the Tusk, who is a very strong rotator. Nyx is as well, but yeah, definitely leaning Liquid on that one for sure.
Yeah, no, Liquid 100%, but I think the main reason is actually that they've got the Enigma, so it's way easier for the Tusk to leave the lane. Like, Xtreme could get themselves in a good position for the Nyx to go and leave, but it's going to take like getting a side pull or dragging a wave or something and then getting the lane position set. Enigma is just automatically going to be under his tower all the time, so it's way easier for Boxy to be running around looking at the mid
Okay,
lane
this is like really loud drilling.
I wouldn't even be
these guys
surprised
are
if
doing.
he's starting. Oh, he's not starting boots, but you know, just block the camp, let the Enigma do his thing in the lane, and then you can go and help mid as much as you see fit.
Yeah, starting the magic stick, 3 mangoes, and then going for the iron branch. So yeah, no boots just yet, but still looking to be active. So you see the team comparison here. Oh, Xtreme ahead and all. Oh wait, one of them is killed. One of them is deaths.
Yeah, one of them's deaths. So.
Well, they are substantially higher, but also higher in kills and assists. That's my kind of team, you know. Got to get all KDAs higher.
Yeah, I will say that this makes a little bit of sense to me because I view Liquid
Who
as
won
a
after
very
Slark Primal game?
team. Like, a lot of their plays are going to be.
Slark, I've only casted one Slark game, and that game won.
Are like always 4 or 5 heroes on the map. There's not.
Oh yeah, that was
these,
T1.
like,
They T1 lost the
up,
series. T1's
looking for a
eliminated,
pickoff.
so
It's
no
a lot
tops
of
and no
big
Ana at
macro
TI.
moves all together.
They lost
3-4
game 2
man
and 3
smokes,
against
that
Vici.
kind of a thing. And to me, that's where it makes sense that maybe slightly fewer kills, but also slightly fewer deaths.
They lost to Morphling 2 games in a row.
They probably also played.
Even though
slightly
personally
fewer
I think that
games
Vici
so
Gaming,
far,
the
right?
game
Just
2,
coming down to
Chodex,
the
if you
upper
want to see a
bracket,
fun
so,
game, you should
that's
rewatch
also gonna
game
be
2 of Vici
biased
versus
stats a little bit there.
T1,
Yeah, they'll have
because
one less
honestly,
series,
Vici
get
threw
these
that
series
game
in the lower
17
bracket.
times out of the
Started
window, and
suddenly
T1 still
going
fucked it up.
2-1 pretty much every time, and they've been long and they've been exciting. So yeah, the LCQs have been. It's been really closer than I would have expected, to be honest. Like I was kind of expecting 2 or 3 teams just kind of have their head above the water, and everyone else to just be having a kind of knife fight in the background whilst 2 teams sail through to TI, but not the case at all. Like I would struggle even now to call it. You know, you asked me yesterday, you asked me that question, I was like, I'm pretty sure Liquid are just going to sail through. They've looked the smoothest, but well, here they are in the lower bracket, and it does look like we are unpaused, so we can get into it at last. It is game number 1 here in this elimination best of 3 of Xtreme versus Liquid. Finally ready to go.
140k viewers right now. Dota not dead that much.
Get into this one.
Don't have
Super
40k
excited
viewers
for this series. And
where?
Okay, a little ward down to begin with for Paparazzi. I don't know if either one of them is going to get to keep their observer.
Oh, Dota as a game. Oh yeah, because of course,
it's
you know, you've got your Gorp with 14k, Sing Sing with 4.4k.
That's the smoke advantage. They're using the smoke to rush out of base and get the observer ward down first.
Oh, Thingamajig went offline. Oh, Lyrical's also streaming it.
To get a little bit more information or have at least some plausible deniability
Dota
as
2
to why they see everything.
Stats.
And
actually, I'm kind of curious to see.
Good acting.
What their Steam stats are for Dota 2.
Where everybody else goes
Steam charts.
Before we scramble for the runes. I's not interested.
All-time peak is 1.3 mil. 24-hour peak is 600k. They've been stuck at 600k for a long time now.
Beast in the laning phases of pretty much every game we've seen him in. Oh, nice shards onto PYW. He could be in some trouble here. Does have the impale, but he's trying to bait it out, and that's actually causing Liquid to hesitate a little bit here. And that means he gets away and scuttles himself to freedom without using any mana.
That's always around 600k.
Just a little bit off on that pounce from Matumba Man. I think that would have gotten them the kill. That's...
average players 460k.
Yeah, no, Boxy tries for the D-ward here, but...
That's more players than at least 2 years ago in November.
Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, the problem is...
Once Dota starts dying, Wraith King, Quap, Wind Ranger, Arcana, and others for 27 euros.
To try something fancy. Didn't quite work out for him. All good.
I still have a couple of Arcanas, but I don't play those heroes ever. I got only the Rubik Arcana that I use. I've got Pudge Arcana, but I don't play Pudge.
Not
Got TB Arcana, but I don't play TB. I got Jug Arcana, but I don't play Jug.
Yeah, Paparazzi giving him a hard time. This was the counter pick matchup as well, right? Xtreme keeping that flex open until the very end so that they could see exactly what Liquid were up to and give them something that Paparazzi presumably asked for.
He could do well in this matchup, that's for sure.
So looking at these two drafts, Jodex,
Gonna kind of fall to
what team do you
Boxy
think is going to win this game?
Maybe turn the tides here on the mid lane somewhat.
Oh, jump on to the next assassin.
What's your
Actually,
expert
a lot of damage
opinion?
being done by Matu here as BYW tries to kind of just give him some harassment, but he just turns it straight around in his face. And Old 11 also kind of trading with Insania here. A lot of trading of hits going on in the top side of the map at the moment.
Teams have gotten really good at dealing with the creep drag shenanigans and stuff. The position 5s coming and grabbing the wave, making an impromptu lane in the jungle, all this kind of stuff.
Left pick
so
more
not
better,
so
but right
easy
better
for
team.
XG
I actually
to get
like
this lane
the
back the way that they want to.
Liquid
Though they're
draft
double
more.
range creeped on Liquid currently, so it's going to push a little bit off of that.
Like their lockdown.
I don't know
fact
what
that there's.
circumstances would you
I mean, they do
drag
have
away
swap
as
to
a support?
interrupt BKB black hole.
Just when you want to secure your first couple of levels, your
Enigma
lane
is fairly
definitely
scary.
weaker at level 1,
Mickey
level
Pango is
2,
fairly
or
scary, and
you're
Slark
trying
is
to get,
really hard to control this
spoon
game.
feed experience
They
to
barely
your
have any
offlane,
way
which
to
is much
really
easier
control
drag it
Matu
and then
in the later
let them
portions
take
of the
full
game.
wave experience solo. In this case, it's mostly just because the Undying is such a strong laner that they don't want to play against him.
They just want to ignore Insania, but Insania is making himself very
POW
hard to
even
ignore,
going from
especially
mana
with the
burn
amount of
level
mangoes
2.
he bought to lane, now down to only 3, but I think he did start with 4 at the very least. Should have started with 5, then it's his 5 a day.
Balanced diet.
Absolutely, yeah. Just all mangoes. It's the ideal diet. And I'm pretty sure a mango is more than one of your 5 a day.
They are a big fruit. I could believe that.
Insania overdosing on fruit.
Okay, so it does seem like PYW has
Papa
kind of
Ember. Papa Ember is still
made all
pretty
the
good
right
though.
moves to get this lane
I
to finally end
love
up in
Papa.
front
I
of
miss him
the-
as a
the
safe
tier 1
laner,
tower,
but
so
his
if he
mid
wants
lane's
to,
also
he's
been
now
very
kind of
solid.
Free to go and take a look at
Also
mid,
miss
maybe
Emo.
for the 4-minute mark. He can't afford to leave necessarily. though,
question
because the
mark.
big camp has spawned, so Insania can drag it up. Or he has to leave late. He can't go too early.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Insania.
Again, going on to Insania, but Undying's a tricky
Mango's
target
almost
to
all
bring down,
gone.
that's for sure. They just want to kind of force him out of lane so they can get a bit of this bullying off onto the Slark instead. She can't really do that whilst the Undying's still hanging around, sapping your strength and making you vulnerable.
Yeah, just lots of poking and prodding in the laning stage.
More
so far.
mangoes,
It
more
was a little bit of a rough
mangoes!
start for Lou, but he's popped the first meta now, so it's kind of okay. He's getting gone on, though.
Oh, bottom lane. Yeah, losing some trouble. He's going to pop the Conjure Image, but that's not going to save him. It'll be first blood for Zai in the bottom lane as they just catch him out. Just stuck around a little too long, and that was whilst his meta was still going as well, so it's going to waste that cooldown.
Yeah, that's really, really nice for Liquid. And both level 3, Zai's almost going to crack level 4. Absolutely nothing stopping them from just doing that again when Luke comes back into the lane, so he's going to have to play really carefully.
Yeah, that's a good start for the bottom lane.
Guys, again, that would be absolutely terrible. I'll have to keep an eye on this Tusk, try and make sure. Oh, he's got to go in and kill the courier as well. Boxy, it's just making Lou's life an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, Boxy's playing really nicely. This is what we were hoping to see.
Problem is,
Again,
because
bottom
Lou's
lane as
having
we're
a pretty
live.
tough
Lou
bottom
getting
lane.
jumped on for a second time here, but DY will stun him up. And that will be enough for Lou to get on tower. But look at the health he's done. You can't lane on 300 HP, especially with all these Eidolons just blinking away at you. Like, yeah, you've got armor, but not enough.
Yeah, and Lou doesn't have any regen of his own, so DOI kind of has to sit around here.
Yeah,
with just
and
one
in a
spell
minute the
reserve.
runes are
He's
going to
got an
spawn,
enchanted
and you kind of
mango.
need to make sure that your Ember grabs the
Yeah, they
rune.
killed his courier. And oh, guess what? They go in again. Another shards, another snowball. Even if they don't kill him, just the harassment here. He's
And
not even
DY
coming
can't
for the
leave the
creep
lane
and he's
unless
still
Lou
getting
goes
beaten
into the
up.
jungle, but he's
Can't
level 3. You
get
don't want
in
the
at the
jungle
moment.
at level 3.
So scared. Like, oh, please, one creep. Please, sir. And Zai says no.
Yeah, he's just going to keep eating Malefice after Malefice. Boxy's got low cooldowns, so he's ready to go again.
Yep, and funnily enough, he does go again. in a shocking series of events. He's hitting Lou once
OTP.
more, and now with the Malefice coming through as well, they might come under tower for this one. Certainly will, and Malefice will be enough to get the kill. Lou dying for a second time here.
Oh,
in
and
the
they
bottom
even
lane, despite
TP'd the
TP
Nick,
in
so that
from
means
PYW
bounty
just does
runes,
nothing.
the lane runes are going to be really hard to
Said the
defend.
series was going to be about dealing with the Enigma, and it does not seem like he's being dealt with in the lane currently.
No, quite the opposite, in fact.
Invis rune, oh.
And nice
Tough
little
start
rotation from
for
Xtreme. They're going to secure
Xtreme.
the 6-minute rune for
Yeah, it's
Midday.
up
So
one.
PYW trying to bail out
Scientist.
his bottom lane. Ends up on a total island. They don't get a turnaround kill.
I think it's
He
one
doesn't even
scientist.
get the bounty
Hello.
down here. That got swiped by Boxy.
How you doing?
Not the start that he was hoping for.
Are you surprised that
I'll be able to get a nice
okay,
clean shave
tempted
today because I'm
to go
getting
for
my
Thunder there,
fucking
but,
new
Are you surprised that he picked up this
razor
Invis
and
then
shit
just immediately
delivered.
used it for regen at mid?
It's been a while.
No, not really. I think it's fine to just continue playing the lane. Both of his
My-
side
my
lanes are doing
previous
just
one
fine, so
died.
there's actually
Well, not razor,
no
but
real
my
reason that he needs
trimmer?
to do anything
I think it's called.
other than
I
continue.
actually don't know what the English word is for it.
Yeah.
I see you in the
As you
Baumi's
mentioned before,
latest video.
Paparazzi is likely to be
Oh
the
shit!
kind of tempo
He actually-
controlling hero of the game.
He didn't
so
fucking
the more
mention
you
that
can
he
do to
brought
keep
out the
pressure on
video.
him, the better. It's certainly not going to be Lou. He hasn't really had a look in, and Insane are even walking around the jungle trying to find Lou here. They are really just not leaving this guy alone.
Yeah, you got to control the runes to control the tempo. So support's gonna have to get it done for Xtreme, but Lou already wants to head into the jungle. And that leaves DY to soak the experience at bottom. But this is going to be a super
see.
fast tower for Liquid. I don't think Xtreme have any heroes that are really
On
ready
his
to
YouTube,
come
I
and sit down here
assume?
and actively hold it.
Yeah, Wave of Terror by itself, not quite enough to defend against an Enigma.
It's no Splinter
Yeah.
Blast, yeah.
Dota isn't Dota anymore. Here's why.
Splinter Blast Enjoyer.
Yeah, that video's an
Top three
hour
all
and
Liquid.
37 minutes
All
long.
Liquid all
Holy
day.
shit!
Their supports are totally free to just come and camp mid now with Mickey, so even if this matchup was maybe slightly favored to Paparazzi, or at least Xtreme thought
Yeah,
it
he
was,
asked me to send me
these supports are
to
gonna
send
make
him a
things
clip
very difficult.
about the current
And
meta.
Insanity is not even, they're not
And
even
I
trying
did.
to kill him, he's just throwing decays and being annoying.
Yeah, he's literally just
I'll,
running around the map doing what he wants.
I'll
at the
check
moment,
out that
and
video.
What he wants is to be a pain in the ass.
Well, 6-minute rune was Liquids, looking like 8-minute rune going to be Liquids as well.
Yep, just about gets it in time. They try to go for the steal on the Ember Spirit, but doesn't quite connect. And Arcane popped immediately. Use the
It's a
swashbuckle
2K
here.
net with lead.
Be
Only
careful,
2 kills
PYW,
happening
not
so
go
far,
close
but
to
look
that
at
middle lane, or
Lou's
they can
farm.
just Snipe you down again.
I was wondering if he was going to get the slight steal, but couldn't.
Yeah, I haven't really talked so much about the Slark this game, but basically with all that was going on down the bottom, PYW felt that he had to move across, and that's really freed
Mata
up the
going
Slark's game. He's able
Refusal,
to
which
just
is...
run into
Yeah,
lane,
that
take
makes
the
sense
creeps, run
against
into the
these
jungle,
enemies.
just keep on farming. Not a huge difference
Especially
in
the
the top
Ember.
lane, but certainly
Drain his
good.
mana,
So
he's
finally
useless.
find DY in the trees, down at bottom, and the Vengeful Spirit is going to get brought down with ease. Uses the stun to get a creep.
Yeah, it was going to happen eventually. He just wanted the experience. They couldn't afford to let it all just get ground into the tower. But you're totally right that the Slark is just having the freest game. You really want to pressure this hero in the laning stage, and Matu is completely getting away with murder just because PYW hasn't been able to be here. He's been off trying to salvage the other lanes from the pressure of Liquid.
Counter wardings.
Yeah, it's a bit problematic, but they're going to try and make a move here, Xtreme. Perhaps onto Matu.
Matu's on the
Paparazzi
side.
showing
Hello.
nearby.
All three
Goodbye.
cores rallying around the exorcism.
Guess they'll pop the meta
At
to
least
take
try
the
and
tier
open
1.
up
No,
the
actually,
map
they probably
somewhat.
don't
They
have
know
to
that
pop
their
the
side
meta
of the
here.
map is a
They
complete
pop
lost
EXO.
cause.
That should be good enough.
Liquid are just going to be farming there. It's going to be an insanely fast Wraith Pact for Zai.
Yeah, burn the bottom jungle. We don't want it. We don't need it. Take the top tower. Open up Lou's map a little bit.
4K net with
somewhere
lead
to
is
go.
dangerous, but
There's some
they'll get a
flush
little
bounty
bit of
down
money
the
for
river.
that tower
They'll go
top.
sailing. Paparazzi actually returning to mid, so they want to take top, but they're not going to sacrifice another tower for it. That's for sure.
Man, I love this rotation from Matu, actually. It seems like they're knowing that the two big cooldowns were popped at top. They're actually just going
Is
to
Mecha
collapse
also
all
going
5
Diffusal?
heroes at mid, potentially, and force down this tower. They
Actually, I
decide
should
better
just
of it now.
check. Where's Mickey?
Okay,
Mickey, 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 Mickey.
they're back to farming for a second. Maybe they wait until the Wraith Pact. It's only
Oh,
300
wait.
gold.
The second channel doesn't have the
Wow, all the
clicky
cooldowns
things?
are
Ah,
still
that's lame.
Lacking from Xtreme.
Yeah, that's going to be a very fast Wraith Pact. Although, to be fair, we've seen a lot of very fast Wraith Pacts coming out from these Enigmas.
Yeah, but it's not even a straight rush, right? He's got the arcane boots on top, so His net worth is insane currently, but I guess that's what happens when you're 3-0-0 as well as free farming.
Yeah, not too sure what the plan was for Xtreme. Maybe they were kind of overestimating how much they could do. Maybe they thought like Wave of Terror plus Conjure Image and they can take out the Eidolons, but didn't quite work out for them.
And
So
Old
the top lane,
Levin
they're moving on
is
to
very
11.
stuck.
Snowball coming through. This Death Prophet could be in some real trouble as Matumba Man closes the gap with the pounce. Old 11 trying to heal up with their Spirit Siphons, but it's not going to be enough. They will take down the Death Prophet in the top lane, and Liquid, they get themselves now 4 kills to absolutely 0 gains by the side of Xtreme.
Xtreme need
In the
to
battle of
start
the
waking up.
+4s, it's Boxy just completely out-rotating PYW currently. Doesn't feel like the Nyx Assassin has anybody to play with on the map. And Paparazzi's been relegated to just spamming out the mid lane because they haven't been able to secure a rune for him, so he can't really go do anything.
Nope, not much. I don't know, maybe try and hit 6, find a lane to go and get level 6 on the Nyx.
Well, they at least have a BKB Black Hole interrupt, but honestly, at this stage, the Enigma is a lot scarier. Like, Black Hole is not even that scary.
Or anything like that. You've got to try and play
The rest of the hero is just terrifying with the Eidolons,
And even the supports are
Maleficix.
tanky this game. It's not
Maldic?
like you're playing
Malefic.
against you know, these Grimstrokes, Witch Doctors.
And of course, the very
once you're the Ember and you get in
stupidly,
on top of them,
ridiculously
they
strong
just die
Wraith Back.
instantly.
30% damage
yeah.
reduction.
And dying in
Yeah,
the
don't
Tusk
mind
are
if I
pretty
do.
durable, and they both got ways to keep themselves alive a little longer. Insania even going for just multiple points in the Soul Rib. It seems to me that the read from Liquid is that if they just tank up, they can actually get to a point where they can live through all of Xtreme's damage. The TB's not going to be doing big right click for a while. He can't really afford to just stand there and deliver. And that means all they have to survive through is Exorcism and a few spells from Ember.
Okay, Lug, Dragonlance, not gonna go for the Manta style this game.
which one you
I
don't
heard
have, like, a
Gamepike
big
is a
XP
must-have
advantage or anything
against the
like
Slark
that
and the Tusk.
Kind of tricky.
And even against the Pango.
Yep. And here comes this move at mid.
Yeah, they're moving on to the Death Prophet again. They know who they want to take down. The Yules will come out onto himself there to buy him a little bit of time, but there's no teammates coming on over. PYW is just kind of watching, same as DY.
Oh,
the swap will come through,
nice
though.
swap.
Is it enough to save the Death Prophet? Looks like it. Old 11 getting up to the high ground. Liquid still trying to chase, but the chain's going to slow them down.
That was a big
Liquid left
save.
empty-handed for the time being, but they are putting a lot of damage into this middle tier 1 tower. You cannot fight under the Wraith Pack this early on. You just won't do any damage, so the tier 1 tower in the middle lane is going to fall to Liquid.
Can't approach the Wraithback Tombstone if you're Xtreme. And with the tier 1 dead, Liquid can continue to, so long as the big ultimates aren't there, I think they can even occupy the enemy triangle.
4 kills.
A huge
We're
problem for
13
Xtreme.
minutes in. We have 4 kills in this
They've
game.
at least got a little bit of pushing from the
What the
Terrorblade Illusions
frick?
at top. It's just Matu going to deal
Guys,
with that.
do stuff.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I mean, the
though,
save was
from
pretty
DY.
nice,
He
but
was
still.
extremely patient. Some of that was that he just arrived in time.
Yeah, Mickey
Boxy
had
tried
such a
with
long
charge
range
to
for the
keep him
roll.
away, but he just got knocked close enough in the end.
Yeah, although the Death Prophet kind of ran over. It's like, please take me. Boxy gonna be able to pull down, or maybe not actually. Nah, he's definitely dead. They will get the first kill on Xtreme Gaming onto this task, but they're looking for more. They want to bring down the Pangolier, and they've got the silence to do so. I'm not sure who's gonna be able to make it out of this one. The
He
silence
actually
is
has
gonna
a
run out,
Rolling
Swashbuckler
Thunder
up
as
to the high
well.
ground. Okay, he's gonna be fine, and PYW is gonna die instead as Matu comes jumping into the fight. Rolling Thunder comes out. It's time to run away. Pig pole's out, boys. Old 11 trying to escape Mickey here, but Mickey is going to be able to get on top of him. But Liquid, they don't want to overextend into these ghosts, so they will respect it. They will play very, very disciplined Dota here from
Milsom's
Liquid.
going to be pretty nice against
There is
the...
really
I
an
think
objective to be
Enigma's
claimed
Eidolons got
by
nerfed
winning that fight,
with
taking
the
additional kill.
magic.
So
Actually, I think they
better
got
to
nerfed at
just
lower levels.
get
I'm
back
not
on
sure
the
about
map,
higher
keep
levels.
farming, keep building this lead. They really have Xtreme in a pretty tricky situation, especially with Exorcism now on cooldown for 100 seconds.
Double Diffusal Blade also on Liquid side.
Paparazzi completely
Pop
out of mana.
Oh, he's out of mana. Oh no, caught out by the Diffusal Blade and punched to death by Boxy. That is not a death you want to see as XG. Their mid laner, one guy was doing kind of okay for a bit, which has been shut down again, and now bottom of net worth. My goodness, I mean, what can XG do here? They're just getting kind of outmaneuvered all across the map.
Yeah, they're really not getting much done. PYW is trying to find something with the Vendetta, but Zai is almost soloing this bottom tier 2 tower.
Good lord. You know it's bad when the Nyx assassin is afraid under the cover of invisibility to come out and look
Oh,
at that.
that snowball dodge.
From him as he pops the dust and immediately takes out PYW. DY gonna fall as
Meta's
well.
on cooldown as well.
UFXG just turned to dust. I'm not sure. Did he come into the sentry vision or?
Oh, that's just nasty, bro.
That might have just been
nastiness.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how they got him there, but the dodge was sick on the bench stun.
Oh, Paparazzi looking okay. He's got plenty of mana to work with this time around, so won't be caught out in the middle lane. But like, look at where Xtreme are farming right now. Like they cannot get out
going
of
Ags next. When he gets Ags, how the hell are you gonna get away? Even Ember's gonna have a problem getting away. They're going Roche 16
They saw the
minutes
meta
in.
was used when the TB TP'd in at bottom. Even if he had it, I don't know how much they could do about this. Walking into the
Freeze! No! Okay, we're back.
It's nigh on impossible. So, Liquid, come in here, pick this up. We've seen some random deaths from some of the Slarks in this event, but Matu with the Aegis has an insurance policy against that. And if you're Liquid, just keep constricting the map. Take the top tier 1, top tier 2, all the outer towers, get your next round of items. I don't think they have to be in any rush, but
Matu, go and say hi.
Yeah, when you're this far ahead, the game becomes very easy to play, and punishing is still on the cards here. They move towards Lou in the bottom side. Rolling Thunder comes out as DY's taken out on the backlines, but Mickey, he's got the big carry locked down. Zai has a black hole, but doesn't really feel like using it, because why would you? It is not required. Lou's going to die. That's your big carry hero taken out once again.
Double kill.
Just ensuring he's getting nowhere near any of his items.
Matu also knows that there has to be a ward nearby.
He's trying to catch his way back up with picking up the Maelstrom. Liquid are just not letting them get on the map at all.
Old 11
nice 2-man stun, but
the
mana's already
It's
drained.
not going to make a difference, especially with a snowball ripping on through. PYW dead again. DY with the swap, giving them a little bit of tankiness, but it's not going to be nearly enough to keep them
going for
alive.
more.
Maybe the Death Prophet's going to fare slightly better.
Tombstone,
Paparazzi
though.
coming from the side, getting a couple of heroes a little bit low here. He's going for the pulse 5. He's going for the easy meal, but is this even easy? Well, yeah, he will get the 1 kill and get himself away. It's something. It's a second kill for Xtreme. Oh, dear.
Yeah, they're not necessarily killing Paparazzi, but he's not really killing them. Ember not finding his snowball at all.
And now the Ags is done on Matu.
No. And again, that's like what you said earlier, right? The
still
Enigma
has the
being able
Aegis
to hold
for
the
3
lane by himself,
minutes.
So Boxy was just able to just kind of sit at mid and put pressure on the Ember.
Luge is nowhere near the farm he needs.
Mid most of the game as well, right?
Yeah,
he needs Scotty,
bit,
but also
PYW
Hurricane Pride.
had to completely ditch the lane, and Sanyo was like,
And
yeah,
even
I guess I'm
Manta
also free
against
to
the
just go
swashbuckle
spam
disarm.
on mid.
I'm sure Paparazzi would love that. Swap out to try and save the day. Matu taking a bit of damage here on the front lines, but still has plenty to work with, including an Aegis and a Shadow
baited
Dance,
out.
So not really too worried at all. Liquid just calmly backed themselves away, and this was an exorcism forced, by the way.
Yeah, just a complete reset. I mean, Matu even poking and prodding a little bit here. He knows that they can't do anything about him.
Yeah.
Oh?
Exorcism Schmexorcism. Maybe he's taken a step too far forward here. Silence
No,
so he can't
not
get off the
really.
draft pack, but he's still pretty damn tanky as he jumps back in and takes down PYW, looking towards the Death Prophet as well. Yules out onto herself, but it gets eliminated on the front lines here. Snowball through onto DY as Matuma Man dealing with Paparazzi on the back as well. DY trying to run around this hill,
He's
but there
just
is
trying to
nowhere to
counter
run
with
to
the
for the bench.
sentry.
4 heroes dead
Oh,
on the
no.
side of XG.
Black
Liquid
hole.
absolutely unstunned. They're just gonna
Black hole,
This is
get out of
new.
my game here from Zai.
GG.
And they're gonna
19
look at that
minutes.
message. GG.
Oh my god, was that the fastest? It's certainly the fastest game of the playoffs, I'm pretty sure. 19 minutes in, a pre-20 minute GG here from XG. This was an absolute thrashing.
What a stomp from Liquid. Wow. The lane.
Yep, not much more to
amazing
say.
combined
They got
boxing,
riggedy
rotations made,
wrecked, son.
Completely clinical, shut down the entire map. Xtreme just didn't even look like they got to play any Dota this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's just, what can you do as well in this situation, you know? Like, I guess the question I want to ask is, how did Ember Spirit not get anything done in this game? But like, I kind of know the answer, but
How
I
did
guess
he
we'll go
not
through
get
it
anything
again.
done in this game?
Yeah, his
Very
side
simple.
lanes just
Sorry.
got obliterated. The bottom lane
And
losing
double
so
diffusal
hard.
blade is hell.
PYW comes in to try and salvage it, but PYW leaving top means that they're now losing top as well. and the Ember is very reliant, especially in a game like this, on having his supports be in a state where they can play with him. But not only is PYW kind of sacrificing his game trying to bail out bottom, and then Lou has to go into the jungle, so that means DY is now stuck bottom, trying to hold, futilely trying to hold onto the tower against the Enigma. I don't think they're going to just give Liquid Enigma like this in the next game. It was an idea for game 1, but Liquid showing that they know exactly what they're doing with that hero.
Yeah, you have to respect it, right? You have to respect the fact that Team Liquid played Enigma and they played Undying ages ago. They played it throughout the entire year. They played it their whole lives. These players love these heroes. And now that they're super meta as well, they feel very, very strong at the moment. If you're giving away, you have to have a really, really good plan on how to deal with it. And Terrorblade Venge safe lane was not that plan.
I can see their like game plan against it, but I don't think they had any lane plan. I think they lost sight of that a little bit.
Yeah.
And where we've seen teams be successful against it is having both. So just didn't have it this time around.
Yeah, and I think Boxy did a phenomenal job there of literally just like abusing his mana, abusing his health pool just to shut down Lou as much as possible. Like the moment he saw him in lane, just cast every spell I have on him, and just try and bully him out as hard as possible. And that absolutely worked. Like Boxy was just dominating that bottom side of the map. And he actually went for the shards, snowball, shards build there, just to squeeze out as much damage as possible, not even getting tag team till level 5.
Yeah, he didn't need it. Just getting the nukes, get the lockdown.
Okay, now I'm back. I gotta think.
We
What
didn't
are
even
we
really
gonna
see some
do
of
in
the
the meetup?
combos
All right, but
with,
I'm
like,
off
the
to my
Pango
appointment.
as well. The
I'll be
game
back
was just
later.
kinda
If you're still
overkill.
on, I will probably be there. Man, I remember when Paparazzi used to stomp mid lanes. I remember when Paparazzi used to be stomping fucking safe lanes. Good old days, Papa God. Gotta think, what can we do in the meantime while we're waiting? Sort of Final Fantasy. And then we'll just... While we're currently waiting for the game to be ready. Turn on display capture. Yeah, that should work. Then I can just... Oh. God. This song always makes me so fucking sad. You can't skip this. Go. Go. Skip, 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 skip. Maybe I should learn the piano just to learn this song. But all we need, baby, is Blitzball. That's all we need. Life is tough. Life is rough. But luckily enough in life, we have Blitzball. Woo! Okay, I'm actually like wondering. Final Fantasy X skip intro. B. Thank God. Mushroom Rock. Think that one? I haven't played this game in 3 months? Really?
A swift retreat. Satisfied?
What do you mean?
Those who turned from Yevon died.
The past 10 years have changed you, I see.
Ball. Bow. Fucking weasel.
You do not look so well.
Fucking Seymour.
But now, more than ever, you must be the people's strength. Their confidence. Anyone else would be expected to show their sorrow. But you
should
are
not
a summoner. You are Spira's hope. Until sin is defeated, you must not relent. Do you understand?
Yes, fucking
Yes.
veins in your face.
I understand.
Are you afraid?
What is this wrong with his entire body? Fucking veins in
Yuna,
his face.
Take me as your pillar of strength. As Yunalesca had her Lord Zayon. Lady Yuna, until...
Let's see, okay.
Maesters are strict.
Nah, you're just fucking weird. Let's see. And that's a bunch of dead people. More dead people. 1.5 of our frontline soldiers perished. The battalion was annihilated too. Could have practiced more. Dude still does not say a fucking word.
Rest while you can.
We leave soon. There's nothing there? Okay. High potion.
Sin is checked.
Yes, you already said that.
Yeah. For a while there, I thought I could feel him. But that doesn't mean I believe you.
Sin is checked. He came here for you.
To kill me.
So he killed all those people just for a chance to see me?
That's what Sin does. He wanted to show that to you. Do you know why?
How am I supposed to know?
Still so confusing.
So you would kill him. As long as he is Sin, Jecht will keep killing. He wants you to stop him.
You gotta be kidding. How do you know all of this anyway?
Googled it.
I'm not done talking to you. Don't you run away!
You're the one running.
God, you make no fucking sense, my dude. Oh, actually, I know I probably already did all the new. Did I do all the new skills last time? There's not enough points to really invest in shit. Hello. Are you alright? Thank you. Hey,
I
shopkeeper.
made a bundle, but the way it turned out, they...
Cure silence, cure stuff.
I guess the summoner.
Easy little quit. They just fucking teleported over here. Draft's about to start soon, and we'll jump in.
Hey, you two. Hurry up.
She's awfully cheerful.
Is he gonna say a freaking...
In dark times, she must be. She must shine bright.
Huh?
He can talk?
Now are dark times. Yuna tries hard.
We should help her then.
If we worry, she tries harder. Do not frown.
Don't worry, be happy.
What the? Then he just...
Kimahri try too.
Smile, let me see.
He's gonna eat me and my soul.
Sad.
Sad. Play Blitzball, yay! Decide to rest at the temple. I just hope they let us. We've been excommunicated after all. They might throw us out. Oh, I almost forgot. There are fiends here that petrify humans. Wear this. It should help. A soft ring. No. Grip. Okay. Red ring. Oh, that's just stone proof. HP fire ward. Let's go. 10% HP is just too much value.
I'll take you all on.
They take half damage from something. Gotta blind these bastards. I'm actually gonna swap them almost all out in a sec anyway. Miss. Oh no. Stoned. Miss. Nice. Turning that over to a Kimahri. Was it? Let's buff him. I think Yuna can get rid of Petrify, can't she? Skill. White magic. Petrification. There we go. Aaron.
You place too much trust
Let's
in your
smack him.
magics.
I mean, Aaron is the strongest one of all. Oh, that actually is very not great. Yuna. T1 was just painful to watch bomb out. Also, how did Navi lose that? Just too cool for school. I think I can steal a Lancet spell from them. Yeah, Stone Breath. Wait. Oh, why? That actually does do damage. Okay, nice. Actually, I'm gonna try Lulu and then just hit them with a big fat black magic. Water blast. Actually saves a lot of troubles. If I just hit them a couple of times with that black magic. Wouldn't want to be ya. Hey, Rooney. 1 more month to go until the next raid boss. Hands up, dreams. Almost 4 years? God, I've been on Twitch for way too long. How you doing, sexy devil? You gotta pick up that chest, and then I'm a... I'll mute the fucking game.
This is now our bread.
This
and
is
butter.
like
This
in
is our
Pokemon when you get
opening
attacked by a
fights for
Zubat
Old
in the
11
in the fucking
paparazzi.
wherever.
Yeah, it keeps the rest of the draft still flexible for them. So whilst it not be like, you might not be like, oh, this is the same draft again. They're gonna lose again. But no, it's there's much more to come. This is just the foundations they're building from, and they viewed everything else as unstable. The foundations were fine.
Oh good, just enjoying the
a lot of faith
LCQ
in
and
this
waiting
duo.
for
Not
that
sure
TI
I
to begin.
share it, but I
can't
definitely
wait
see
for
the
TI
logic
to
of it
go
for sure.
live. But yeah,
There's a reason these guys are on the stage.
I'm looking forward to the TI teams performing. I'm quickly
Drow
gonna grab
banned
something
out
to
along
munch
with
on.
the Slark. Meanwhile,
One sec.
Morphling taken out of the equation for the side of Liquid. There's no surprise for me there. I think it was kind of surprising for me that Morphling was kind of uncontested in the last draft. It wasn't picked or banned, right?
Yeah, I think it slipped all the way through. I'll have a really quick look now just to make sure, but yeah, when completely uncontested. The question for me is whether Xtreme are afraid enough of the Matu Lone Druid to get rid of it here. I'm not actually sure what pairs Liquid have played with the SF. I feel like it's been more of like the Matu Pudge and stuff like that from memory, as opposed to trying to go for SF Lone Druid or anything, but I could be wrong on that one. And instead, it seems like Xtreme are just worried about kind of getting run over by something super fast again, getting rid of the Drow and the Beastmaster. And maybe they're looking at, maybe they're trying to pick up Faceless Void themselves. That is certainly comfort for a lot of these China teams, is the Void DP. But I don't know if we've seen that many games of it from Lu.
It's certainly not a Lu hero historically. I think throughout these qualifiers, I don't actually think he's played them in the qualifiers much at all either. For him, it's more. I mean, they kind of leave his pick pretty late most of the time, and he almost always plays something, either a heavy carry hero, or he'll take Shadow Fiend, and that's been his history so far.
Yeah, it looks like it's kind
Or
of
Pudge.
it's kind of unplayed for him actually. So there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so Slaughter gone, Sniper gone. Liquid maybe just take one of their supports here and fish for a little bit more information. Insania has really liked the Witch Doctor.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to witch.
Yeah. Okay.
Great call.
There you go. Yeah, it's just his most played other than the Undying. He's 3-1. I think it's a good idea against the Death Prophet, so that's nice. And okay.
All right. Yeah, so this has been something which has been looking really good for Xtreme. It looks
For a few teams.
pretty. Yeah, for a few teams. You go for the cookie and the force stuff, and you just have so much save. You can basically allow your cores to be lunatics, and they can get out most of the time with a couple of spells thrown their way. So big fan of this pickup. I think this is a strong hero at the moment, which is being a little bit underutilized. So I'm happy to see Xtreme take this one.
Yeah, naturally good against the Clockwork from that perspective, though he is going to make your life a little bit more difficult in terms of trying to use your ult. And Primal Beast makes it all the way through to this point. Who has actually played it for Xtreme? Have they picked it?
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know that they have, at least in last chance qualifiers.
I've seen Old 11 play it. That might have been regionals though. Yeah, so 11th of September, he played it versus RNG in the regional qualifiers, and that's the last time we saw them play with this hero. So, yeah, definitely not something which is kind of in their wheelhouse per se, but something they have played with before. But it is going to be the Pudge coming out for the side of Team Liquid. Woo-hoo.
I think the weird thing about this for Xtreme is that now both of their potential mid heroes, like neither one of them really wants to be against the SF. all that much. I think those are both considered to be like not great matchups. We were even seeing people actively counterpicking the Primal Beast with the Shadow Fiend. I imagine, like you're saying, that it's just going to be Old 11 playing it, and that means Paparazzi is taking up the Death Prophet, and they're really just putting all of their stock into Lu, asking for whatever hero he wants to face up against these 4 from Team Liquid. And
all right, no pressure, Lou. You know it's you're very inexperienced carry player, but in this elimination match, we're going to put all of our stock on you. You get last pick, you get everything. Good luck. All right, thanks, bye.
Yeah, just go carry it for us, bud. You'll be fine.
I'm gonna go all in on Aster at this TI. Let's go Baboka. Hey, you gotta get that prostitution money, baby.
There's no reason we should doubt him so far. He's been consistent on the carry role. Like, yeah, he had a terrible game last game, but you can hardly look at the Terrorblade and go, "This was your fault."
His start was just impossible, right? I don't think there was really any way to play that lane. Even if he had played more safely, I think he would have died at least once. He wasn't going to get a whole lot of CS, a whole lot of experience. And the plan, I think, was always for him to have to fall back to the jungle, but the game kind of fell apart before he could even really do anything. But I don't know what his hero is here, because I don't think, like, Naga doesn't look great. Liquid have already got the Pudge, so they've already kind of they've covered that angle. The Shadow Fiend's not bad at just spamming out the waves against the illusions either, so that doesn't look free. He's played some Lone Druids, which I think is a possibility here. Other than that, there's like a Troll Warlord, but I don't know if I'm a huge fan of it this game necessarily.
Nyx Assassin, DP.
Is there something even
Snapfire?
faster paced?
Yeah, they definitely need a safe lane on the other side. It's probably it could be a Mickey Pudge.
Me and some crazy
Honestly,
options, but I
all
don't
three
even wanna
lanes
go
can
crazy
easily
right
pick up
now,
that Pudge.
Lower bracket elimination. Let's keep it sane.
Yeah, okay. So just the Ursa ban would have been kind of the counter pick against the Pudge.
I'm worried they're going to pick Troll base skip.
I'm worried about that too. to be honest.
Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not alone.
I would be a little bit concerned.
It feels like it just gets kite. I mean, you have the anti-kite of the Snapfire, but I think you do have control, so I can see why it'd be tempting, but also just please don't do it for my sanity. Let's get a Lu Classic going. Could even TB, but no, actually not against Pudge. I don't know what you do.
We're about to find out.
We are indeed.
It's gonna be the Lone Druid? Yeah, okay.
Druid, okay. Alright.
Okay.
Back to safety, back to something they know, and back to something which Lu is phenomenally good at in the right situation.
Okay, LD
he can
versus?
carry games on this hero. If there's ever a hero to pick where I'm like, yeah, Lu is someone you can trust, then absolutely Lone Druid would probably be my first pick there. So glad to see that coming out for Xtreme. Liquid, what is the response?
5 seconds remaining.
So Zai hero, right? He's played a lot of different stuff.
So looking at options, Visage first ban, so I won't be seeing that.
I think they can just tide for him. I don't think that's bad.
Yeah, or like going along the same vein, maybe Razor.
Yeah, it could also be an option. The overall draft for me here from Xtreme is just sort of putting the onus and the pressure on themselves, right? It's like, okay, look, we're gonna just try and go. We've got a lot of tower push. We've got some decent team fight. All of our heroes output good damage, and let's just see if we can get it done against what is also a very liquid draft.
Tied last pick. Okay.
Matu's undefeated on the Pudge. Mickey is undefeated on the Shadow Fiend.
Ruh-roh.
Let's see if Xtreme can deal with it.
Yeah. Once again, it seems like Liquid a full comfort zone. Very happy with the picks they have. Xtreme maybe pushed out with the Primal Beast, but overall it's still very much comfort for them. So not much adaptability going on in this series.
There we go. I believe
in
Liquid.
Really affected
Game
Liquid
2
too negatively so far in the tournament. Yeah, very interesting to see how this one goes. I feel like when it comes down to it, I mean, what are the main things you think each of these teams are trying to get done? Who's going to be more active early?
So my main not so much about what they want to get done, but my main concern for Xtreme is actually how their offlane is going to go. This Primal Beast, I can see him putting on some pressure, but the Pudge Witch Doctor lane looks like it should be able to not necessarily destroy, but trade favorably against the Nyx Assassin Primal Beast. Like I don't know what they do about the Maledict. That I'm picturing these situations where they kill Insania, but then they both die to Matu or something like that. And it's going to be so important for them that Old 11 gets off to a good start, because he's the initiation. He's the one that has to go in first. He's the backbone of the team fight. So if he falls behind, I worry for them, because to me, they're the ones that are on the clock this game. The Lone Druid is going to start struggling if it goes late enough, just against Anchor Smash and Pudge getting tanky and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and SF being the absolute demon he is, can just smack down the bear when he gets big enough. It's very tricky to play into that when you get to like the kind of 40-minute mark, which a lot of the games have been going. So yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with you. I'm very much leaning Liquid at the moment, but Xtreme, maybe they can pull it out the bag for this game. But I don't know. I kind of feel like if you did vote for Xtreme this game, you would be a little bit crazy, just because of how badly last game went and how it still kind of feels like Liquid have very much a similar thing going, where they're playing these heroes which they've always loved. You know, it's still so comfortable for them, and it does seem like a good game for these heroes as well. So we'll see how it goes down.
Okay,
let's get
what do you
into
guys
it. Game
think?
number 2. Can
Chat?
Xtreme fight back against the brink of elimination, or is it going to be a
Sorry,
clean
I'm eating
2-0
crackers
Team Liquid?
because I'm as white
We
as
shall
can be.
find out in this best of 3 elimination series.
And also, I'm hungry.
I don't know how
I'm
Liquid's
excited.
draft looks so good as like counter picks to Xtreme, while still just looking so comfortable for them as well. That to me is by far the most impressive part of what they've managed to
Matu
accomplish.
Pudge is so good.
And we felt the same way about last game as well. So
Yeah.
it's kind of a rinse and repeat. This drafting just feels pretty dominant from them. But maybe we're wrong. I mean, there's always the possibility that Primal Beast just owns his lane. You know, there's a reason this hero has been first.
Papa has been playing a very good
and
DP as well.
You pair him up with just one stun, and usually he can get kills on the lane. But as you say, it's about what happens after the kill. Like, I'm pretty sure Insania is going to die, but if he gets off a nice Maledict or a nice Coconut, then it could be, you know, eyes shut for the 2 offlaners.
The first couple of minutes of that lane are going to matter a lot in terms of, you know, who's getting the first blood, who's getting the level edge. Just like we said, it's going to be pretty volatile. Though it seems like Xtreme are actually swapping it up a little bit here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Lou standing in the off lane. Oh no, the Coconut.
Oh no, the bear, the traitor bear.
I think the bear was still good. It soaked a lot of battery salt damage
Mukbang.
for DY.
Right. One of these days,
I think
Dark
putting the
Seal.
bear down there as well, maybe making Liquid think that they,
But then
you know,
they'd
they
probably
were actually
make
getting the
something
lane
very
matchup that
Dutch,
they were expecting,
and then you'd
they're
barf
now about to
over how
spot on the
disgusting it was.
board that it's actually Old 11 coming down bottom, though they want to just kill him immediately or put a lot of pressure on.
God. Yeah, this is aggression. I mean, DY does
And
have the
Mukbang
shotgun
is,
available, so we'll
I
be
think
able
it's
to at least
Korean.
slow them both down.
An eating
But,
stream.
he's going to be stunned now as well. Tanks up the paralyzing cast. God,
they've
Liquid
got
being
like
so
a-
annoying to these
a
two heroes
massive
just trying to
desk
get to lane at bottom.
or table filled with food, and then they
So
eat
why'd
like
they
a
make this swap?
ridiculous amount of food.
I guess they feel like they want Lou to farm well, and maybe that the Primal Beast matchup is better against the Tidehunter than it is against the Pudge.
It normally tends to be very skinny
That's my
girls,
read on the situation.
Asian girls that
damage constantly
eat
taken
do
is,
mukbang
pretty annoying.
streams.
Known as a good matchup for the Tidehunter.
So you see like a
Yeah,
you
the
know,
Tide can just kind of sit there by himself.
a
and
50
farm.
kilogram weighing
Kind of
girl
enables
just
Liquid in the same way that
chunking
they had the
away
previous
at
game, where
massive amounts of
Boxy would
food.
have been very
A
free
lot of people
to
love watching that.
Go and influence mid.
Yeah, and talking about mid, Paparazzi just missed 2 last hits with the Crypt Swarm. Both of them got super low, one of which was a range creep as well. So Nikkei gonna be very happy about how these first few waves have gone so far. And this is a worrying start.
5
honestly.
denies.
Like, SF is one of those few heroes where the first few waves actually makes a huge difference to how the lane is going to play out. And yeah, right now the SF is looking kind of scary.
Yeah, and like we said, this is Mikkei's perhaps his best hero this patch. Oh, PYW can't afford to run out of the creep wave here against the battery assault. He finds a nice 2-man stun, and that gets him out of there.
Nick Sasson just scurrying away, and as you're right to say, the stun gets him to safety, as it often will.
Boxy now knows that
There's the
there's
one
a
answer they have to
sentry,
Boxy up
obviously.
here. Gonna have to make sure they use them sparingly, and also if anyone gets hooked, it could be a very scary situation.
So is the Primal Beast actually that good against the Tide Hunter? Because you can reduce his damage, right? And
yeah,
trample is based on your base damage as well. Though not
It
that
is?
much of it. You know, it does still have a base damage component.
I didn't
so-
even know that.
Yeah, especially early on, I don't think it matters too much, but later into the game, if he's able to get that off, then yeah, so you might see Old 11 falling off a little bit.
Then again, I haven't
wonder if
even
Zai just
played the
doesn't go for a
hero
point and Kraken Shell
once.
just get 1-0-2.
I think.
Something like that.
So where do you reckon the kills are going to come from then? The top lane or?
You know, 11's kind of low at bottom, and this Maldek's pretty good spell, so that's sort of where my eyes are set currently.
Yeah, and Sania usually gets blood in lanes he's in with the Witch Doctor. Very strong laning hero, especially against these tanky heroes, which tend to get a bit overconfident.
Maldek level 2 is
Yes,
normally
I
go
hold the
time
point
for
now.
nearly every
If there's
Witch
an
Doctor.
opportunity to show himself, he might go and take the extra point. In-Ank Smash makes his way over towards L11, but they don't quite close the gap in time. Not lucky with the bounces there. Would have had to be extremely lucky, to be fair, to land that one in the middle of a creep wave.
Tricky for the Primal Beast to be playing in this kind of health. He's going to go in now.
Yeah, this is risky, but Zai, how much is he able to actually tank here? And the answer is quite a lot. Does go for the point in the Kraken Shell in the end, and that does seem to help him out. Now, can they... I mean, he's still trying to go here on DY. He's got the 2 mangoes and the Scatter Blast available, so the chance of a kill is actually there. He needs to land it, though. Zai trying to step around him. One's up, still alive for the time being, and DY's days are numbered as his Maledict is upon him, and the first blood will go to Insania. Old 11 trying to finish the job here with the trample. Will be able to
Gets
do
one
exactly
kill,
that. Now
2.
pops the Uproar as well to try and finish off Insania as well, but Insania gets the safety of the tower, and Old 11 will give
What's
up the
Uproar?
goose.
Oh, if one more creep had died in the wave, he would have gotten level 4, and I think he gets the double kill. But he was just shy. That one deny that Insania has actually may have made the difference there. +5 keeping
Wow,
himself
that's insane.
alive.
Yeah, very interesting in this bottom lane then. So, I mean, the first blood goes to Insania, but, you know, the fact that you get the kill on Old 11 kind of feels pretty good as they move on to Old 11. The moment he's back into the lane, Matu comes down and just starts rotting him away. DY tries to come in, and they're actually going to be able to get the turnaround kill onto Matumba Man. And Old 11, he's going to scoop up another kill. That is not
And he
how that
lives.
one was supposed to go for Liquid. And he survives.
All right. Fluffy Hat, too
Holy.
powerful. That is a disaster for Liquid. That's so painful for
That-
Matu to TP down
yeah,
there and just
Matu
die
even TP
immediately. That's
bottom.
what they wanted to do to Old 11, but he's going to laugh
I mean,
it off.
that's the power
Now
of
Lou has
Primal
a
Beast.
completely free lane
That's
down here.
literally
They
what the
execute
hero
the
does.
swap.
He does stupid amounts of damage in the early game.
Right. A flying start for Extreme Gaming. Complete reset
Even
from
after
game
being
number
nerfed
1.
17 times.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, that was huge.
Boxy looking for something in the middle lane perhaps, but getting close to this could be a bit of a challenge. Insania also moving across. Roots don't spawn for a while, but they're already setting up for the middle lane. That's how much it means for these guys.
You got to respect those spirit siphons, though. We've seen some attempts on Paparazzi's life.
Game 1,
and
this
it's been
is
a
game
full,
2. Game 1 was
call an ambulance,
won
but
by
not for me
Liquid.
kind of
They're
situation.
1-0 ahead. They won the
Yes.
first game with
It does kind of
in
treat
19
supports
minutes,
like
if I'm not
Captain Sons, if
mistaken.
You can just stick a straw in and start sipping away.
Oh, Matu's even in the top lane now.
Old 11 gonna have to get out here in the top lane. Matuma Man's ready with a meat hook though. As Old 11
What?
tries to get what? Okay, all right.
Fancy
The
footwork.
big model on Primal Beast makes it look like it hit, but it really didn't. And Old 11's gonna survive.
Huh?
Yeah, all right.
Dude, that went through him.
Seem to track down Old 11. And XG slowly, you know,
Oh,
grinding up
that
the lead.
one just went
Paparazzi,
through him. Okay,
things are starting to
sometimes
look a
this
bit
game
more
is
even on the
stupid.
mid lane. And he's got the level 6 along with
Let's
this
go
double
Extreme
damage.
Gaming. I would also
Nick
want to have a Chinese
sees
versus EU
DY here, and
finals for
Paparazzi just
second
in
place
with
at
the
TI.
exit straight off the bat. PYW wrapping around the backlands as well, but guess who's here? Insania
Yeah,
looking to
but
turn
that's gonna
things
be
around as
LGD.
they annihilate Paparazzi, and now they look for more. They're getting
Versus
off the razors
Spirit.
here, but I think he actually missed that one onto PYW as he gets away, but DY won't be so lucky
they went a bit
as
too
they
deep.
will be able to get 2 kills here in the middle lane. Complete overextension here from the side of Extreme, and that is a really punishing death for the first exorcism of the game.
Gorgeous punish from Boxy. Paparazzi's just beelining it under the tower. He's tanking a few shots, and the Clockwork arrives at just the right moment to keep him locked under there, make the space for Mickey to turn around with the raises, and Okay, Liquid finally getting
In
something
the
in
LCQ,
this
the
next
lower
stage.
bracket finals for the last place at TI.
Oh,
Oh,
11 is at bottom. They want Zai again.
I mean, if
More lane
Xtreme
swaps.
Gaming win,
See
then
if
it's
I
going to
win.
be a China versus
Adios. All right.
either Western EU
We're
or
really doing the,
Eastern EU finals.
Doing the full thing today, aren't we, with the lane swaps?
Yeah, they're just trying to give Lou the easiest
We don't
matchup
want it to be
every
Liquid
time.
versus
Just
Secret
make sure that he is
/EB.
exactly wherever he can get free farm.
I mean, it's
keep
last
putting his
chance
Primal Beast
qualifier. It's
up against the Tidehunter.
these matches are kind of nice, but
And anyone who had any
It's
doubt
not
about
TI
Lou
yet.
coming into this tournament, as being the kind of X factor on the side of Xtreme, this team trusts him. They absolutely do. They're trying to enable his game as much as possible.
They chose not to play the major because they couldn't have their position 1, right? So I think
Yeah.
it goes to show a lot of the position that Lou takes up on this team and the faith that they have in him, even as a newer player. This is his second ever LAN. You wouldn't be able to
this
tell.
is
from the way that
yeah,
he's been
it's going to
playing.
be a lot worse
And
than the
Xtreme's trying to
previous
set him up for
years.
success.
That's
As we
slightly
praise him, he's now
disappointing.
going to miss micro his courier and it's going to die to the wave, but that's just life sometimes.
As it is. Oh, Matu lands a hook down the bottom this time around. Old 11 trying to get away, but he is just so
No
damn
mana for the
tanky.
Dismember.
The Primal Beast. Now DY's coming through. Paparazzi joining the neighborhood as well. In comes a Pulverize. The Ravage comes through, though, by Matu. The time he needs to get away, but Paparazzi, he's on him like a rash, and he might be able to take him down. No, turn around with the Dismember, keeping him alive. Matu not going to fall, and Paparazzi gets caught by the right
What?
clicks. Now PYW needs
That
to get
was
himself out, but
the
that doesn't look
edge
like
and
it's gonna
over.
happen here as Liquid surround the Nyx Assassin, running to the trees. Raze does miss. Insania spots him through the tree line, though, and pins him in, actually, here. And PYW, oh, Insania, that's just rude.
Old
Body
11
slams him
still
into the tree
behind.
line.
Old 11's asking if anybody
X-rated.
else can come bottom. he's in the tree line. He's pretty strong.
Damn, he's got his health back with that Ring of Health as well, so he's ready to set up for something. But again, yeah, as you say, they need one more.
The Nyx can't
No
TP. It's on
TP on
cooldown for
Paparazzi.
30. So
Oh, dear.
yeah, no, I don't think anyone can actually join, unfortunately.
Oh,
The
here we
Lone
go.
Druid comes.
Who's this? Oh, Lou's coming. That's unexpected, but they're going to try and make the play, but they do get out
Ooh,
paralyzing
that's a
cast.
nice
Liquid
hook.
very ready to make that retreat happen. They hadn't
Maybe
lost track of
Volvo
Old
will
11
finally
at all.
realize that they
So
fucked up
they
big
get
time lately
him
with
to
the
safety.
dotes. Yeah, I think it's going to be like
Liquid.
2015
Just so
prize
good.
pool or something.
That bite into the Requiem, it was Paparazzi twice thwarted with huge runes. That's got to be so frustrating for him, right? The double damage at mid. He didn't get any runes in the previous game. Finally, he's getting DD haste on this Death Prophet. Both times he just dies.
Yeah. So,
What will
he
the
might be
illusion
getting the
rune have in
runes, so-
store for him?
Oh, great.
How can this one go wrong? Pop it against the coconut, maybe?
Yeah, that could definitely do it.
Yeah.
Hopefully he won't, but with how these runes have been going, I wouldn't be surprised.
Liquid just making their rotations to get themselves back in after a slightly slow start. You know, a couple of missteps here and there in the laning stage.
Yeah, and I love how they have everything covered as well. You know, like at bottom, there was no surprise there when the Primal Beast came out of the trees. They were like, yeah, we thought he might not TP out. He might be being sneaky. We're just ready to react to it. They have a plan for everything, it feels like.
Okay, Smoke,
It does
they've got
seem like
Vendetta
they're covering
available
all
as
their
well.
Contingencies this game. They're always thinking about, okay, what's the play for Xtreme? It is a little bit obvious in the sense that, like we've said, Xtreme have to run at them. Xtreme have to be using these cooldowns all the time. Old 11, the Primal Beast is not a hero that wants to just sit and hit creeps, so he's always going to be running at you, and you just need to always be thinking about, okay, if he finds me here, you know, who's gonna
Mickey,
cancel the
very
Pulverize?
Look at
much
this,
in
moving
trouble.
into Mickey as he's in the jungle. PYW and Old 11 catching him out and bringing him down. Didn't have a plan for that one. There's Xtreme catching him out of the backlines there. Beautiful first Vendetta usage by PYW. That's why they dropped this hero.
Yeah, they get DY at bottom. That's where they were headed. They wanted this tower. But
Size
Xtreme
going
very happy
blink.
with that
Kill.
rotation.
And there's the EXO.
And now the Exorcism comes out. Illusion Rune popped as well to try and get on this tower. Matimba Man waiting in the tree line here. He's been very, very active on this pudge. Still has
Matu,
a
be
decent amount of net
careful.
worth, though, so not suffering too much. But this tower is gone. This is going to be
But
an
the big
easy
question for me,
tier one in
Rudy,
the middle
is
lane for Xtreme.
that I'm a little bit afraid of. Does Valve
Maybe
still
now
care
an
about
opportunity
Dota?
for Liquid to go and make a play.
Like
of
it
their
could
own. They do
also be that they eventually decide, okay, that was the last, you know,
The Exorcism
that was the
will
last
down.
TI that we're ever gonna
Maybe
do.
they can
That
go
this
get
one
that
would be the last, something like that.
Mickey's still the bright spot for the team currently. And they're keeping the farm up, and
they can all of a sudden decide, we don't like the game anymore.
Wow.
I don't think that's going to be the case,
wasn't
but
going to be fast. I take that back.
you always got to be careful.
Yeah, and even the odds showing very, very even here as well. There's Nikkei. He's going to move in towards the BKB next, but
I don't think really
do you
care,
expect
but
Liquid
it
to make
is
a
a
play with
money
Blink Dagger,
milking
which
scheme.
they've
Yeah,
just,
they do make a lot of
just
money out of the battle
mediating now?
pass.
I think so. Depends on when it comes exactly. It might not be. It'll be just at the end of the exorcism window.
PYW moves into vision, and he doesn't really have a counterplay for getting cogs at the moment, but there's kisses coming on over the top as well. They're looking for Boxy, but Boxy manages to track him down by following the direction of the kisses and gets off the hook shot. And DY,
everyone on the chase
now as well.
Everyone
Liquid,
on the
train
chase.
is heading off from the station, and DY unfortunately is going to be the destination as he gets taken down by Insania.
So Xtreme fully knew that Liquid knew that they were coming. There was an OBS that they dewarded that saw the Nyx pop Vendetta. So they're pinging as if they're surprised that they were waiting on that high ground with a sentry. But
starting to
me,
kill
it
off
seemed
the
like
bear,
Xtreme,
but he has no
they knew
damage.
that Liquid knew, but they were still making the play
Considering
anyway.
that Dota is still the biggest chunk that they are currently
Kinda
chewing on,
TPs.
most probably they will try to make profit as much as possible. Yeah, but they can also make
That's what that
profit
was
and
about.
think, oh, we don't actually have to spend 25% of our
that's a
battle
fair point.
pass
That was,
on TI
bit of
price
a
pool.
Misplay from Xtreme.
Yeah, it does buy them the time to get their exorcism back up. But
Looking on the jump in on the top lane from Old 11 with the bear as well. They're trying to take down Matumba Man, but guess who's here? Insania comes across with the paralyzing cast and with the maledict, including the ravage, it will be enough to take down Old 11. Big commitment from the side of Liquid, but it does get them that Primal Beast kill. Now they move across towards Lu and PYW, but they've kind of run out of resources on the side of Liquid to keep chasing here, so that will be that. But nice punish there again from Liquid.
I'm
as
just
they
always
kind
a
of
little bit worried when
starting
it comes
get
to
a bit of an
stuff
advantage
like
in
this.
game, honestly.
if you watch
Because
Liquid,
you're very
they're
reliant on
pretty much
Valve.
just always walking to lanes. Nobody is ever TPing to farm, and they're just holding up their TPs at all times because they know that these aggressive moves are going to come.
And there was also some
know that
talk
the Nyx is
about,
gonna go
like,
looking for them. They know that the Primal Beast is
on
gonna
the
go
OG
looking for them.
podcast, I think
And
it
so
was, that
every
they
single
were not
time
going to
they're
do
just
True
making
Sight
sure-
anymore.
We've seen it so many times this game that they can just
I don't know if
respond
that's
to
actually
every single
confirmed.
move that Xtreme is making. It's going to slow down their farm a little bit, sure. You know, not constantly TPing to juicy waves.
And I think there
whatnot,
was
but
even talk
well
on
worth it.
by Sun
Yeah, a lot of restraint being shown from these core players. Seeing
that
these ones just
there
choosing
were
to watch
other
it.
things
No, you're
that
right,
Valve
TPs are
was
a
going to
resource,
announce
and
that
Liquid
would
using
get
that very, very
outrage
well
from
at
the
the moment,
community.
It does help that all three of their cores can shove waves, so they can kind of they can park one in each lane and just sort of sit here. And
yeah,
I think they're really chilling. The pressure is on Xtreme to get things done this game. They're gonna have their Desolator shortly on.
I don't know
Blue,
what it could be, but I
and
think he
BKB on
said
Death Prophet
something.
with level 12, and that's
Sunfin said something about
that is a terrifying.
that he
timing,
knew
yeah.
shit that was going
I'm
to
a little
happen.
bit surprised he didn't try to go for like a small play, maybe with just Old 11 and with PYW to
And
find
more.
a kill whilst the hold on, bottom lane. Old 11 needs to leave.
Who actually
There's
cares
a
about
trap
True
being
Sight
set here
anyway?
by
I do.
Boxy
It
and
was
Nikkei, but
really. I
luckily the
really
Proud
love
Beast is
watching
gone.
True Sight.
Yeah, I'm a little bit
It
surprised
is
they didn't try
something
to
that
make a
is
play whilst the
unique to
whilst
Dota.
the Ravage was down, but they're close to hitting these timings, as you say. So I guess they're just waiting for that instead.
Some speculations that
you just wait for your
comp
big timing.
Dota, or at least
and then
some
you go.
major
I don't know if
tourneys
you can
could be
quite wait for the Primal
outsourced.
Beast
Well, they
BKB
kind
because
of are
it's
completely
a while
outsourced
coming.
already.
Yeah,
I mean, we've got a betting
Xtreme at the
sponsor
moment,
for
but
TI.
Here it's very
The
good farming.
official stream for TI is going to be on BetBoom's
Yeah, he's
streaming
okay.
web,
He would prefer to be farming heroes.
streaming
sadly,
channel.
but, Liquid are just
BetBoom.ru,
huddling on their side of the map, really. You look at this. Every time Matu's farming, it's just
which is
right
owned
next to
by
his tower
someone
where his
who
team can
actually
spawn.
has.
They're dangling him here.
Did you see the stuff that?
Yeah,
Oh,
a little
nice
bit. They're just gonna
Ravage.
commit to this one. Blink Dagger in along with the Ravage. Ravage just about catches DY in the sidelines here, which cancels out the kisses, and they're going to be able to take down PYW. And I
cast
think Lu might be in some
bounce.
trouble
Oh,
as
no.
well. Nice cookie, but it's not going to be enough to save the lone Druid. Maledict ticking him through. A Gush's Sword's going to take to maybe finish the job. There we go. Zai blinks it forward.
Did you
gets
see
him
the
with
post
Axe Smash,
of?
and
I
that
think it
will be
was
a
a
dead
tweet
lone
by
Druid.
Kyle.
Liquid regain
Yeah, I'll
control
find
of
it
their
quickly.
jungle.
It's actually a
They have a
very
nice ward on
interesting
their
tweet if
outpost
that was true.
as well, but
He did some
even without
investigative
it, they
journalism.
just knew that okay, the only hero that we're showing on the map is Matu. If they want to do anything, they have to come to him and just set everything up there. Oh, that hurts so much to lose the Lone Druid like that, because it's going to make you a little bit more hesitant about exploiting this timing, right? Paparazzi's just hit that level 12 with the BKB, but Lou, it's kind of scary if you resummon the bear here.
If that shit is
Maybe they just have to
actually
go
true,
for it. I
that
think they
would
might just
be
need to walk
horrendous.
into Roshan or March top
Yeah.
tier 2. Yeah, they can't afford to just keep on waiting.
You cannot play to survive. You have to play to win.
Yep.
You have to play to defeat.
Yep. And this is the position
Playing
that they put
survive is
themselves
never
in
gonna do it.
with this draft.
Yep.
So even under this rocket flare, they're just gonna go. They will pop the exorcism for this one.
Wow. Big commitment to the Roshan. Challenging Liquid to come for it. Liquid currently don't seem to be in the business of kind of messing with this. The flare is going to connect. But both teams seem to know there's nothing really to be done here, so they will just take the Aegis on Lu and be done with it.
All right, so a bit more security for Lu. They do have to wait 2 minutes for the Aegis, so that is going to be another 2 minutes for Liquid to farm, and they have hit some big timings. They've got BKB picked up on the Shadow Fiend. They've got the Ags picked up for Matu.
Ooh. Ooh! Old Levin dodging hooks.
He's been
left, right,
dodging
and
hooks all
center.
game.
Yeah.
Nicely done with the
Damn.
big pull. Okay. Well, we're just gearing up for this big fight. Liquid got to kind of decide, are they going to take the fight to them at top? The top tier 2 is the obvious place for Xtreme to be pushing. And they do have the Ravage off cooldown.
Oh, sorry, I was a little bit distracted.
Yeah,
but the thing
I
is,
think there is a window here
can
for
we
Liquid,
ever
because
find a clean
whilst
company?
it's 4
Almost every
minutes left in
company
the
I
Aegis,
know
it's
is
still
involved in some
25
shady
seconds
shit,
left on the
X.
resummon, so
Nestle.
it has to be a consideration.
But I still see everyone buying their products.
They're gonna
Oh
have
yeah,
an
no,
idea
100%.
of that.
Every
I imagine Liquid
companies
are
are
keeping
garbage
close
and
tabs
whatnot.
on- There's only
But
really 2 spells you need to
I think that
track at
TI
this
should
game,
not
right?
have a
The
betting
Summon Spirit
sponsor,
Bear
It's pretty easy.
and
the
everything
Death
should be
Prophet
streamed
Ultimate.
on the fucking Valve channels,
Yeah, I like to think the players have loads of little stopwatches under their monitors.
not the PGL, not the
Start them
Bet
whenever
Boom
they
channels.
see something being used. Oh, Odd 11 walks into the smoke in the middle lane, and Liquid, they're looking to
But
start a
considering,
fight
you
onto the
know,
Primal Beast here. Cookie comes through to bind
the
his
entire
space, but
world is
Matu, he's on top of
currently
him with his fresh new
doing
Aghanim
stuff
Scepter, and will
against
rot him down
the
with
Russians.
DY getting
Ooh,
blown
that
up on the
hook
sidelines.
was
Beautiful
nasty.
hook from Matu is going to get him, and another beautiful hook from Boxy as he gets on top of Lu. Lu going to pop the true form here, but the Ravage comes through onto the 2 of them. PYW absolutely taken out of the mix.
They
and
also
Lu's gonna
have,
die for a
like,
first time
compared
as
to
well.
previous
Paparazzi
years,
sitting nearby, has a BKB, but
not
no
even
exorcism
half. I
available,
think
so
not
the
even half
possibility
of the
saving Lu is
Ukrainian
just
casters that they used to have.
non-existent right now as Matu in with the rot takes down the Spirit Bear. My goodness.
I mean,
Liquid
not
would be
gonna
so
lie,
happy with that. That's a,
I make a reasonable amount of money.
I don't know
from
why Xtreme couldn't just cut their
affiliates
losses
as well with betting.
Somebody
so
should be
I'm
saying,
in no
"Look,
position to
exorcism's
talk
on
about
cooldown,
this.
guys.
But
This is not a fight
TI
that we can take,
is,
even
you know,
if we've got
it's
the Aegis. It should have just been
the entire
Primal Beast,
prize
maybe
pool,
one of
pretty
the
much,
supports
nearly the
dying.
entire prize pool is
But
sponsored by the
get
community.
completely
Then
caught up in what Liquid's doing.
it should be kind of a sponsorless tournament.
Moving in the top lane
I
though
would
onto
say.
Zai, looking for a little bit of punish, and the kiss is coming
Unless
through over
it's
the top
Valve
as well.
getting those
Finally, there's the
sponsorships.
clockwork around to cancel it, so they will
Then,
be able to
like,
take
very
down Zai,
specific
but,
ones,
yeah,
I guess.
It's a small little bit of
Preferably
pocket change for them, considering the
sponsorless.
entire mountain of cash which Liquid just got for
But
eliminating
that also
XP off
kind
the
of
map.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
but then
yep,
at least
they get all the
you know,
lanes shoved
solid
out.
ones.
They're completely
Like
farming out
Mate,
everything. Matu taking the entire dire jungle. Mikke taking bottom, plus some Radiant jungle, plus the Ancients. He is far and away the number one on the net worth this game, looking absolutely massive. And even adding a Pike to his setup here.
For crowdsourced tourney,
just keeping
that is
himself
of
away
ill
from the
taste.
bear,
That
from
is
the
exactly
Death
my
Prophet,
point.
From the Primal Beast, very, very value Pike game.
Yeah, I mean, even just pushing the bear away from his teammates or finding other saves.
They
I think
also
Mikke-
the
that's the thing about
TI
the Shadow Fiend,
casters,
it does a huge
the
amount of damage,
panels and
but we've
stuff
also
are
seen
going to
just how
be
much
in
utility it can
Norway
have
and
with
not
with
in
the fear on the shard, with the fear on the ultimate.
Singapore, where the tournament's being held.
There's a lot of playmaking.
So you've got the
potential of
casters
Zero
for
now,
the
as he's not
tournament that
so
are going to be starting the cast at 4 a.m.
No, he does pretty
European
much everything
time
you need him to, you know, as you say, all that
to
utility,
cast
plus
the
physical damage,
great
plus the
biggest
magical
tournament in the
damage,
world
plus the
that is
building taking.
on the other side of the
list
planet.
is very full.
Yeah. There's a reason that he's so popular and that he's rocking a very nice win rate here in the last chance qualifier.
So yeah, there's a lot of shit that people are pissed about.
There is.
Currently.
Well, Xtreme, they want to take things into their hands. They are going to smoke up. They've got their cooldowns.
You go
back
to
again.
TI,
Exorcism and
you can't
BKB
even meet
available
your
from
favorite
Paparazzi.
casters or
Still sitting
talents.
on 9 seconds there. As Death Prophet was not one of the casualties. They jump in, try to stun up Mickey, but completely whiff
Ooh,
the
nice-
Impale. Odd 11 jumps
nice
through,
dodge.
but they've got the switcheroo to keep the Witch Doctor alive. And PYW is going to get run down by Box on the sideline as Odd 11 picks up Matu, slams him into the ground, but the Fat Man does not care. And he's going to go and dismember the guy in the middle of the team fight. Maybe he's finally getting low, but the Ravage going to come too. Connect onto 2. Odd 11 gets taken on out here. Lou's going to follow him.
Mickey
to the
does too
grave.
much
And now
damage.
there's only the Death Prophet left. She gets taken out as well. It's a triple kill for Mickey as they just completely wipe Extreme again.
Liquid are too damn good at pushing their buttons. This is crazy. just a slight misstep from Xtreme.
Wait, why did it refresh? Hello? No.
Into the Rays. I don't know if it would have worked out all that much better, but the Voodoo switcheroo was beautiful.
Bro, what? Why was it all of a sudden whited out?
So sick from Insane. I mean, that would have been a kill to start the fight off with. Didn't connect with it. The Matu, he's just happy to sit here and just kind of tank all this damage. He's like, oh, all right, sure.
Oh,
I'll
that's
take the
why
damage
it
from my Shadow
fucking
Fiend.
refreshed,
Yeah,
because they wanted
Mickey
to
was
turn
just
on the
standing there.
extension.
He chunked the bear down. He's completely unapproachable. That they absolutely have to find and kill the Shadow Fiend.
Look at that
We're
beard.
even getting to the point where
You
already
sexy
the
devil.
Lone Druid bear just feels like it's going to be dying in every single team fight. And yeah, Matu giving a little clap. He's got a smile on his face. He is more than happy to give his life in service of Mickey cleaning up the fight.
Insane clapping in the background as well. Full ovation for themselves there for Liquid, and they deserve it. Beautifully done team fight, and it's such a critical moment for XG as well.
We'll have
They
Liquid
needed
versus
to win that
Vici
fight
Gaming
to play
tomorrow.
the game
Yeah,
how they
the
want. Now,
first
they've
game
got to
of
play
the
it on
day would
Liquid's
be
terms, which is
Secret
be in.
versus VP, then Liquid
XG,
versus Vici Gaming, and the
things are getting
loser
really
of
tricky because on the one
Secret
hand,
versus
you've drafted
VP
this lineup
versus the
where
winner of Vici Gaming versus
DUI's dead.
Liquid.
It's just DUI.
You don't have to stop for long.
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
worry.
So you've drafted yourself this lineup where you have to just kind of keep on going. You know that the late game's not going to look great, but every time you make an initiation, Liquid just seem like they're baiting you. Every time.
Yeah, yeah. Beautiful little fear there from Lou to buy him some space. But yeah, it's
Old
the
11 going
initiation
for
just seems
Ags.
so
Actually,
difficult,
Ags is
finding the
really
angle.
good on
I mean,
Primal
to
Beast
be
this
fair, it
game.
was a bit scuffed.
Against
PYW
the Tide.
diving with the 4 stuff, trying to find the Impale.
Gonna stream
angle
the last
was,
two series? Yeah, I think
not
so.
Great.
It's. I really
to
want to
keep
do
on
the first
trying.
one because
They
VP
got 10
versus
seconds on the
Secret are like
exercise.
two of my favorite teams,
UAW hoping
but it
maybe catch
is
a
just
straggler
too early.
as they split
4
up in
a.m.
this
is hell.
push, But that's not Liquid style. I call them a very team, and that was for a reason.
Yeah, the team.
5 heroes playing on the same screen, and they can probably do that for the remainder of this game and close it out if they want.
Look at Zai, just backing himself away. PYW. Oh, the kiss is coming over. They try to cancel
yeah,
out the blink
it's
tag with
4
the
a.m.
kisses,
your
but
time.
it's
Wait,
just
you
not
have a different time
working.
zone than I do?
Nothing going to plan here for Extreme. Mortimer's kiss is completely wasted. Extreme.
Random hook up the high ground, let's go.
He's dancing, he's spinning, he's turning, he's hooking. Doing his best to lure them in. His
Look at
mate is
5
getting
a.m.
Mickey
my
with his
time. Oh, look at
entourage.
you.
He's got three.
Mr.
He's got
Fancy
three
Pants.
bouncers, stopping everybody from getting to him. Matu's just in.
Marty with a huge commitment on the front lines here. Is he going to pay for this? Side jumps in, gets off the Ravage. Now does take down PYW immediately. Marty getting low, but just walks away. And now with a beautiful Cogs coming out from boxing.
That
Both of
save.
them caught inside, and he gets out. How are the other heroes dying right now? Lou is gone out for the count. PYW follows him to the grave. Old 11 desperately trying to find some of these stragglers who have limped away on the backlines here. Won't be able to do so.
Bro,
Zamaltic takes him
that
down as well.
play
On the
was
front
so
lines. Lou,
sexy.
he's brought back into the game. Is this the play? Really? Maybe. Yeah, they got to try and close the gap here, but it looks like they're just going to eat his bear. Delicious bear steaks all around. Old 11 jumping into the mix, gets eliminated instantly. And it's not looking good. Lou now, 1,
Free
2,
shot.
3 from
Oh,
Mickey, takes him out, and that will be that. GG is called. One of the most convincing 2-0s we've seen in a while here in the lower bracket as Liquid annihilate Xtreme.
Is Netherlands still switching
What a
to the
clinic
winter time at the end
from
of
Liquid.
October?
I think
Yes,
people
yes,
had
we
some-
are.
they had
Why?
some
God
doubts,
knows why.
right? Which Liquid was going to show up here in the last chance qualifiers? I know that there were plenty of people that were hesitant about putting them in their predictions, but where are the haters now? That this was an immaculate performance.
Where are the haters now? Same place they always were. Okay, that means I'll turn that one off. Looking for game. Game capture. There we go. Does it show? Does it show? I actually just want to make it to the next save point. Why are you hurting my boy Waka? They take double damage from fire? They do. Okay. Blind that bastard. Meh. How do you miss someone who's frozen in place? Oh, he actually didn't die. Oh, that's not good. Why didn't I just hit him with the big fire spell? Now they're all gonna be too sleep. Oh no, they're all screwed. They're all gonna get stoned. Yuna's gotta save everyone's life. Smack. Yeet. Okay, back to Lulu, and then
Let's end this.
Lulu hit them with the fire. Pyra, and we beat his ass. Da, 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 da. Basilisk Steel. That's a new sword. Let's see, equip. No, equip. Titus. Stone touch. Nope. Still kind of shit. Items. No. Let's see. Where is abilities? Yuna. Cure. Bro, I can't. Oh my god. These fights take forever. Gotta dark attack the other one. Please don't stone gaze Lulu. Nice. Because I need her to kill you. Phew, that was a miss. Okay, one more turn and then she can kill that guy. Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't. Yep, now he's dead. That's one dead. She's running out of mana soon, though. I actually have to start being fairly careful. I don't think I used Wak. Oh, I did use Wak at the start. You have served so much, I believe the time has come to welcome them back. May heaven blessing be with you. Thank you very much for the high potion. My comrades are dead, all because we ignored the teachings, relying on the forbidden machina. What the heck were we thinking? Still hardly make amends, but I want the Lady Summoner to have this. Ether, okay, thank you. Bro, this is so dumb. Hey, sup, Blake? See, at least these ones are slightly more doable. Does that work? Yes, but I probably should have done fire up. Any thoughts on B-Cup not making it to TI? I mean, I didn't make it to TI either. I don't really know. Not everyone makes it to TI. I do have to say there are some surprising names in that list. That I definitely did not expect to be on that list compared to B-Cop.
Hey!
But
how
yeah,
much longer till Xander can...
not much more that I really don't can say about that situation. Might have pissed off someone at PGL or
Then
Valve.
we cross the Thunder Plains to the Temple of Macalania.
Oh, boy.
And before that, we get to pray at the temple in Jose.
We can't just skip all that, can we? Huh?
Mm-mm. I have to pray to the faith in every temple in order to earn the final Aeon.
That's a summoner's training. She's got to prepare mind and body, all just to get ready for the final summoning.
Must be tough, Yuna.
I'll be fine with you here.
Okay. I'll be fine with you here. Why can't I go that direction? Okay.
Hey.
Me?
Who else?
What can I do for you, boss?
Don't tell Yuna.
Huh?
You know her. She would distance herself. We do not want that.
I see. Yeah, but even if I did say something, no one...
Yuna would.
Ah. Come to think of it...
Hope you guys
did
make it to
I
next
really
year
have to
soon.
know
There
about
is
Jet?
one, given that this year's
What about my feelings?
shitty
Better
prize
than you
pool.
finding out at a critical moment.
I so hope
becoming
so too.
emotional.
What?
But
Me?
first I gotta make it
Emotional?
to a major. Actually, to any LAN event whatsoever.
Crybaby.
Yeah. Maybe even... Hey! I still don't buy your story, you hear? Whoa!
Whoa! Amazing!
Yuna, it is good to see you and your companions are well.
Yes,
Yourselves
because
as
she's
well,
wearing such
Captain.
good battle
We
armor.
were worried. Praise be to Yevon.
We escaped with our lives. Of all our chocobos, only this one.
We make pretty poor chocobo-mounted forces without...
We turned our backs on the teachings. This is our just real.
But can we get the chocobo?
We should.
I want that chocobo. Why can't I just get the chocobo?
Is that the Jose Temple?
Is that Lightning Horse Temple? Ah, yeah, that's Lightning Horse Temple. I think it's more of a zebra.
Awesome.
Dangerous.
The Lightning Mushroom Rock. It only opens when a summoner is addressing the faith.
That means another summoner's already in there.
Another summoner?
What if it's Donna?
We have to hurry.
Right. In we go.
Why do we have to hurry? We ain't gotta do shit. Damn it. Ooh, there's a chest behind that guy. We have done all we can. They must not be disturbed. Bitch, give me that chest. Oh, he's not letting me... Okay. The beds are all taken by the wounded. You can stay if you don't mind sleeping on the floor. Buy weapons. Actually, let's first equip the new items. Dark Ward, Stone Ward. No more games? No, the games for today are over. Sell all the items we have. Guess I'll keep that one. Paper ball. Not that great. That one's better. I'll probably buy that one if I can't find anything nicer in here. Crypt is stronger. This one is stronger. Weaker. 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 Okay, so that. And equip. And equip. Buy items? No. And let's see. Got a sphere grid. Mari, move. Lulu. Raises defense, raises magic, raises mana. And further. Let's see, spare change. Kura. I could go that route to get the Cura. I'll go this one, get luck. Pilfer Gil, which I think literally steal money. I mean, she's literally only my healer and she does nothing else for me. I kind of want to have that one, but then I need to find a luck thingy. Dark Buster. And drain. And add some magic. What do I get from here? Aka's magic. I don't get armor break. If I make it all the way through here, I'll go to Lulu? No. I guess maybe I will be going to Lulu. Okay. There we go, we saved again. What now? What now? What now? What now? I don't really feel like playing a game of Dota. What do I feel like doing? I actually think I'm just going to end the stream and focus on schoolwork today. So everyone, thank you very much for watching. It was a blast. It was a beaut, but I will be going offline. Gonna work on some uni stuff and such. So hopefully you enjoyed it at the very least. My name was DK Truman. I will be here probably for the last 2 matches tomorrow. And in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Have a wonderful evening, and